The sleek black limousine, with its polycarbonate laminate bullet-resistant windows and its run-flat tires, its high-tech ceramic armor and dual-hardness carbon steel armor plate, was jarringly out of place as it pulled into the Bitsevsky Forest in the southwest area of the city. This was ancient terrain, forest primeval, densely overgrown with birch and aspen groves, interspersed with pine trees, elms, and maples. It spoke of nomadic Stone Age tribes that roamed the glacier-scarred terrain, hunting mammoths with hand-carved javelins, amid nature red in tooth and claw. Whereas the armored Lincoln Continental spoke of another kind of civilization entirely, with another sort of violence, an era of snipers and terrorists, wielding submachine guns and fragmentation grenades. Moscow was a city under siege. It was the capital of a superpower on the brink of collapse. A cabal of communist hardliners was preparing to take back Russia from the forces of reform. Tens of thousands of troops filled the city, ready to fire at its citizens. Tanks surrounded Moscow City Hall, TV broadcasting facilities, newspaper offices, the Parliament building. The radio was broadcasting nothing but the decrees of the cabal, which called itself the State Committee for the State of Emergency. After years of progress toward democracy, the Soviet Union was on the verge of being returned to the dark forces of totalitarianism. Inside the limousine sat an elderly man, silver-haired, with handsome aristocratic features. He was Ambassador Stephen Metcalf, an icon of the American establishment, an advisor to 5 presidents since Franklin D. Roosevelt, an extremely wealthy man who had devoted his life to serving his government. Ambassador Metcalf, though now retired, the title purely honorific, had been urgently summoned to Moscow by an old friend who was highly placed in the inner circles of Soviet power. He and his old friend had not met face-to-face for decades. Their relationship was a deeply buried secret, known to no one in Moscow or Washington. That his Russian friend, codenamed Kurbanal, insisted on a rendezvous in this deserted location was worrying. Lost in thought, visibly nervous, the old man got out of his limousine only once he glimpsed the figure of his friend, the 3-star general, limping heavily on a prosthetic leg. The American's seasoned eyes scanned the forest as he began to walk, and then his blood ran cold. He detected a watcher in the trees. A second. A third. Surveillance. He and the Russian codenamed Kurbanal had just been spotted. This would be a disaster for them both. Metcalf wanted to call out to his old friend to warn him, but then he noticed the glint of a scoped rifle in the late afternoon sun. It was an ambush. Terrified, the elderly ambassador spun around and loped as quickly as his arthritic limbs would take him, back toward his armored limousine. He had no bodyguard. He had only his driver, an unarmed American Marine supplied by the embassy. Suddenly, men were running toward him from all around. Black uniformed men in black paramilitary berets, bearing machine guns. They surrounded him, and he began to struggle. But he was no longer a young man. Was this a kidnapping? Was he being taken hostage? He shouted hoarsely to his driver. The black-clad men escorted Metcalf to another armored limousine, a Russian Zil. Frightened, he climbed into the passenger compartment. There, already seated, was the 3-star general. "What the hell is this?" Metcalf croaked. "My deepest apologies," replied the Russian. "These are hazardous, unstable times, and I could not take the chance of anything happening to you, even here in the woods. These are my men under my command, and they're trained in counter-terrorist measures. You are far too important an individual to expose to any dangers." Metcalf shook the Russian's hand. The general was 80 years old, his hair white, though his profile remained hawk-like. He nodded at the driver, and the car began to move. "I thank you for coming to Moscow. I realize my urgent summons must have struck you as cryptic." "I knew it had to be about the coup." "Matters are developing more rapidly than anticipated," the Russian said. "They have secured the blessing of the man known as the dirigeur, the conductor. It may already be too late to stop the seizure of power." My friends in the White House are watching with great concern, but they feel paralyzed. The consensus in the National Security Council seems to be that to intervene might be to risk nuclear war. An apt fear. These men are desperate to overthrow the Gorbachev regime. They will resort to anything. You've seen the tanks on the streets of Moscow. Now all that remains is for the conspirators to order their forces to strike, to attack civilians. It will be a bloodbath. Thousands will be killed. But the orders to strike will not be issued unless the dirigeor gives his approval. Everything hangs on him. But he's not one of the plotters? No. As you know, he's the ultimate insider, a man who controls the levers of power in absolute secrecy. He will never appear at a news conference. He acts in stealth, but he is in sympathy with the coup plotters. Without his support, the coup must fail. With his support, the coup will surely succeed, and Russia will once again become a Stalinist dictatorship, and the world will be at the brink of nuclear war. "Why did you call me here?" asked Metcalf. "Why me?" The general turned to face Metcalf. "Because you're the only one I trust, and you're the only one who has a chance of reaching him, the dirigeor." "And why will the dirigeor listen to me?" "I think you know," said the Russian quietly. "You can change history, my friend. After all, we both know you did it before." Paris, November 1940. The City of Light had gone dark. Ever since the Nazis had invaded, then seized control of France 6 months earlier, the world's greatest city had become forlorn and desolate. The Arc de Triomphe, the Place de l'Étoile, those magnificent gleaming landmarks that once lit up the night sky, were now gloomy, abandoned. Above the Eiffel Tower, where once the French tricolor rippled, a Nazi swastika flag waved. Paris was quiet. There were hardly any cars on the street anymore, or taxis. Most of the grand hotels had been taken over by the Nazis. Gone was the revelry, the laughter of evening strollers, carousers. Most people stayed in at night, intimidated by their occupiers, the curfews, the new laws that had been imposed on them. A once proud city had sunk into despair, famine, fear. Even the aristocratic Avenue Foch, the widest, grandest thoroughfare in Paris, seemed windswept and bleak, with a single exception. One hôtel particulier, a private mansion, glittered with light. Faint music could be heard from within, a swing orchestra, the tinkle of china and crystal, excited voices, carefree laughter. The Hôtel du Châtelet was the magnificent residence of the Comte Maurice Léon Philippe du Châtelet and his wife, the legendary and gracious hostess, Marie-Hélène. The Comte du Châtelet was an industrialist of enormous wealth, as well as a minister in the collaborationist Vichy government. Most of all, though, he was known for his parties. An invitation to a party at the Hôtel du Châtelet was an object of social envy, sought after, anticipated for weeks. Especially these days with all the rationing and food shortages, when it was just about impossible to get real coffee or butter or cheese, when only the very well-connected could get meat or fresh vegetables. An invitation to cocktails at the Du Châtelet's meant an opportunity to eat one's fill. The party was already in full swing by the time one of the guests, a very late arrival, was admitted. The guest was a remarkably handsome young man, in his late 20s, with a full head of black hair, large brown eyes, an aquiline nose. He was tall and broad, with a trim athletic build. As he handed his topcoat to the butler, he nodded, smiled, and said, "Bonsoir. Merci beaucoup." He was called Daniel Eigen. He had been living in Paris off and on for the last year or so, and he was a regular on the party circuit, where everyone knew him as a wealthy Argentine and an extremely eligible bachelor. "Ah, Daniel, my love," crooned Marie-Hélène du Châtelet, the hostess, as Eigen entered the crowded ballroom. Madame du Châtelet had spotted him from halfway across the room and had made her way over to him with the sort of exuberance she normally reserved for the very rich or the very powerful. The hostess, a handsome woman in her early 50s, was clearly besotted with her young guest. Daniel Eigen kissed both her cheeks, and she drew him near for a moment, speaking in French in a low, confiding voice. "I'm so glad you could make it, my dear. I was afraid you might not show up." "And miss a party at Hôtel du Châtelet?" Eigen said. "Do you think I've taken leave of my senses?" From behind his back, he produced a small box wrapped in gilt paper. "For you, madame. The last ounce in all of France." The hostess beamed as she took the box, greedily tore off the paper, and pulled out the square crystal flask of Guerlain perfume. She gasped. "Daniel, you're too sweet, too thoughtful. How did you know it's my favorite?" He shrugged modestly. "I have my own intelligence network." Madame du Châtelet wagged a reproving finger. "And after all you did to procure the Dom Pérignon for us, really you're too generous. Anyway, I'm delighted you're here. Handsome young men like you are as rare as hen's teeth these days, my love. You'll have to pardon some of my female guests if they swoon. Those you haven't already conquered, that is." She lowered her voice again. "Yvonne Printemps is here, with Pierre Frenet, but she seems to be on the prowl again, so watch out." She was referring to the famous musical comedy star. Eigen accepted a flute of champagne from the silver tray borne by a servant. He glanced around the immense ballroom. As he scanned the crowd, he recognized quite a few people. There were the usual celebrities, the singer, Edith Piaf, Maurice Chevalier, and all sorts of famous cinema stars who were now working for the German-owned film company Continental, run by Goebbels, making movies the Nazis approved of. The usual assortment of writers, painters, and musicians, and the usual French and German bankers and industrialists who did business with the Nazis and their puppet Vichy regime. Finally, there were the Nazi officers, so prominent on the social circuit these days. All were in their dress uniforms. Eigen knew them all. He saw them regularly at salons such as this, but more to the point, he'd done favors for most of them. The Nazi masters of France didn't just tolerate the so-called black market. They needed it, like everyone else. How else could they get cold cream or face powder for their wives or lovers? Where else could they find a decent bottle of Armagnac? So a black market dealer like Daniel Eigen was always in demand. He felt a hand on his sleeve. Right away he recognized the diamond-encrusted fingers of a former lover, Agnes Vieillard. Although he felt a spasm of dread, he turned around, his face lit up in a smile. He had not seen the woman in months. "Agnes, ma chérie, where have you been?" "Where have I been? I haven't seen you since that evening at Maxime's." "I've been terribly busy. My apologies." "Busy? You don't have a job, Daniel," she scolded. "Well, my father always said I should find a useful occupation. Now that the whole of France is occupied, I say that gets me off the hook." "Daniel," came a contralto voice. He turned. It was a large woman in her 50s wearing a gaudy floral dress. Madame Fontenay wore her unnaturally black hair up in a bouffant. She was the wife of a Vichy diplomat, herself a prominent hostess. "Pardon me," she said to Agnes. "I must steal young Daniel away." Madame Fontenoy's arm was around a slender young girl of around 20 in an off-the-shoulder black evening gown, a raven-haired beauty with luminous gray-green eyes. "Daniel," said Madame Fontenoy, "I want you to meet Geneviève du Châtelet, our hostess's lovely daughter." "I was astonished to hear she hadn't met you. She must be the only single woman in Paris you don't know. Geneviève, this is Daniel Eigen." The girl extended her delicate, long-fingered hand, a brief, warning look flashing in her eyes. It was a look meant only for Daniel. Daniel took her hand. "A pleasure to make your acquaintance," he said, with a bow of his head. "Mr. Eigen is from Buenos Aires," the dowager explained to the young woman, "but he has a flat on the left bank." "Oh, have you been in Paris long?" asked Geneviève du Châtelet. "Long enough," said Eigen. "Long enough to know his way around," said Madame Fontenoy. "I see," Geneviève du Châtelet said dubiously. Suddenly, her eyes seemed to spy someone across the room. "Ah, ma grande-tante Benoît. If you'll excuse me, Madame Fontenay." As the girl took her leave, her eyes alighted on his, then swept meaningfully in the direction of an adjacent room. He nodded, almost imperceptibly, understanding. After an interminable 2 minutes of empty chat with the Dowager Fontenoy, Daniel excused himself as well. 2 minutes. Enough time had gone by. He elbowed his way through the thick crowd, smiling and nodding at those who called his name. A short distance down the grand hallway was the equally grand library. Its walls and inset bookcases were lacquered Chinese red, the rows of volumes leather-bound, ancient, never read. The room was empty. At the far end, sitting on a divan, among Aubusson cushions, was Geneviève, ravishing in her black dress. "Oh, thank God," she whispered urgently. She got to her feet, rushed to Daniel, threw her arms around him. He kissed her long and passionately. After a minute she pulled back. "I was so relieved you came tonight. I was dreadfully afraid you'd have other plans." "How can you say that?" Daniel protested. "Why would I pass up a chance to see you? You're speaking nonsense." "It's just that you're so discreet, so careful not to let my parents know about us. Anyway, you're here, thank God. These people are so boring. All they talk about is food." Eugen was stroking his lover's creamy shoulders, running his fingertips down to the swell of her breasts. "God, I've missed you so much." "It's been almost a week," said Geneviève. "Have you been a bad little boy?" "No, wait, don't answer that. I know your ways, Daniel Eugen." "You can always see through me," Eugen said softly. "I don't know about that," Geneviève said archly. "You're a man of many layers, I think." "Perhaps you could peel a few of them off me," Daniel said. Geneviève looked shocked. "Not here, where anyone could walk in on us." "No, you're right. Let's go somewhere where we won't be interrupted." "Yes, the second-floor drawing room. No one ever goes in there." "Except your mother," Daniel Eugen said, shaking his head. An idea had just occurred to him. "Your father's study. We can lock the door." "But father will kill us if he sees us there." Daniel nodded sadly. "Ah, ma chérie, you're right. We really should rejoin the others, I think." Geneviève looked stricken. No. I know where he keeps the key. Come, let's hurry." He followed her out of the library, through the doorway that gave onto a narrow servant's stairway to the second floor, then a long way down a dark hall until she stopped at a small alcove. Daniel's heart was thudding. He was about to attempt something dangerous, and danger always excited him. Geneviève reached behind the statue and nimbly retrieved a skeleton key, then unlocked the double doors of her father's study. The lovely young Geneviève had no idea, of course, that Daniel had been in her father's study before. Several times, in fact, during their secret rendezvous here at the Hôtel du Châtelet in the middle of the night when she was asleep. Her parents were traveling, the servants excused for the day. The Comte Maurice Léon Philippe du Châtelet's private study was a very masculine chamber that smelled of pipe tobacco and leather. There was a collection of old walking sticks, an array of Louis XV armchairs upholstered in dark brown leather, a massive, ornately carved desk covered with neat piles of documents. While Geneviève locked the double doors, Daniel circled the desk, quickly scanning the piles of papers, picking out from among the personal and financial correspondence the most interesting ones. At a glance, he could see the dispatches from Vichy concerned top-secret military matters. But before he could do any more than identify the piles of interest, Geneviève had finished locking the doors from the inside and rushed up to him. "Over there," she said, "the leather divan." Eugen, however, did not want to move from the desk. He gently pressed her up against the edge of her father's desk as he ran his hands down her body, along her tiny waist, and around to her small, tight buttocks, where they paused, gently kneading her flesh. Meanwhile, he was kissing her throat, her neck, the tops of her breasts. "Oh, my God," she moaned. "Daniel." Her eyes were closed. Then Eigen ran his fingertips along the silk-covered cleft of her buttocks, softly teasing the private regions, which so distracted her she didn't notice that his right hand had left her posterior and was reaching behind, to one particular stack of documents, nimbly lifting the top layer of papers. He hadn't expected this opportunity. Noiselessly, he slipped the papers into the vent at the side of his dinner jacket. As the documents disappeared into the silk lining of his tuxedo, he slid his left hand up to the zipper at the back of her neck and tugged at it, pulling the fabric down, freeing her breasts, exposing the brown discs of her nipples to the butterfly-like tremor of his tongue. The papers, stiff inside the lining of his dinner jacket, made a slight crinkling sound as he moved. Daniel snuck out of the party an hour later. He patted his jacket, felt the papers still in place. He began walking the streets of Paris until he arrived at his destination, an ancient, crumbling brick building in an anonymous block. A decrepit wooden sign hung from a forged iron bracket. Le Caveau, the cellar. It was a bar located below street level, down a small flight of steps. Blackout shades had been drawn in its single small window, but light peeked out on either side. He glanced at his watch. It was after midnight, just past the curfew that the Nazis had imposed on Paris. This bar, however, hadn't closed. The gendarme and the Nazis looked the other way, allowed it to operate late into the night. Bribes had been paid, the right palms greased, free drinks dispensed. He climbed down the steps and pulled at the old-fashioned crank doorbell 3 times. Inside, he could hear the buzzer sound over the cacophony of voices and jazz music. In a few seconds, a dot of light appeared in the peephole of the massive black-paned wooden door. Someone checked him out, and then the door swung open to admit him. The place was truly a caveau. Uneven, cracked stone floor, buckled brick walls, a low ceiling. The place was thick with smoke, and it stank of sweat, stale tobacco, bad wine. Tinny music played from a radio. Along the scarred wooden bar sat 6 or 7 rough-looking working men and one woman who looked like a prostitute. The bartender, who had let him in, greeted him.
"Long time, Daniel,"
said Pasquale, a scrawny old man.
"But I'm always happy to see you."
He smiled, leaned his leathery face close.
"Still can't get your turn?"
"I think I've got a shipment coming in tomorrow."
"Excellent. They're not still 100 francs, are they?"
"More." He lowered his voice. "For others. For you, the special bartender's discount." His eyes narrowed suspiciously.
"How much?"
"Free." Pasquale laughed heartily.
"Your terms are reasonable,"
he said, returning to his place behind the bar.
"Can I get you a cocktail?"
Eigen shook his head.
"Le Scotch whiskey? Cognac? You need to use the phone?"
"No thanks. Just the WC." Pasquale's eyebrows shot up for a second. Then he nodded, understanding. He was a coarse, cantankerous fellow, but he was the soul of discretion. He knew who really paid his rent, and he hated the Germans as much as anyone else. Eigen walked the length of the bar. At the end of the long, narrow room was a doorway that opened onto a set of wooden stairs in poor repair. They groaned and squeaked as he made his way down. The odor of urine and feces was strong, even though the door to the WC had been left closed. Instead of entering the toilet, however, Eigen opened the door to a broom closet. He entered, stepping over and through buckets, mops, and jugs of cleaning solution. A short-handled broom was mounted on the rear wall. He grabbed the handle. It was actually mounted quite firmly on the wall, and pulled it down, counterclockwise. As he did so, he pushed, and the wall, which was in fact a door, swung open. Now he stepped into another dark area, maybe 6 feet square. The foot traffic from the bar above was audible. Directly in front of him was a steel door that had recently been painted black. There was a doorbell here, far more contemporary than the one outside the bar. He pressed it twice. A gruff voice came from within.
"Oui?"
"It's Marcel," the man known as Eigen said. In French, the voice continued, "What do you want?" "I have some goods that might interest you."
Like what?
"I can get you some butter."
How much?
52 francs a kilo.
That's 20 more than the official rate.
Yes, but the difference is I can actually get it for you.
I see.
A pause, and then the door opened with a mechanical click. A small, neat young man with ruddy cheeks, black hair, and round black glasses gave a crooked smile.
Well, well, well. Stephen Metcalf in the flesh, the man said in a Yorkshire accent. Done up like a dog's dinner. What have you got for us, mate?
Stephen Metcalf, a.k.a. Daniel Eigen, a.k.a. Nicholas Mendoza, a.k.a. Eduardo Moretti, a.k.a. Robert Whalen, pulled the door closed behind him, making sure it sealed. The steel door was set into a rubber gasket, a soundproofing measure. The entire room he was entering was soundproofed, using the most advanced technology available. It was actually a room within a room, double-walled, resting on and surrounded by steel plates, 6-inch rubber walls. It was low-ceilinged, the inner walls constructed of new cinder block painted U.S. Army gray. Though not much of the shiny new gray paint was visible, for the entire perimeter of the room was lined with complicated-looking consoles. Even Metcalf, who came by at least weekly, didn't know what half of it was. Some of the equipment he recognized: Mark 15 and Paracet shortwave radio transceivers, teletypewriters, scrambler phones, an M209 cipher machine, wire recorders. The consoles were manned by 2 young fellows wearing headphones and taking notes on pads, their faces bathed in the eerie green glow emanating from the round cathode tube screens. They were wearing gloves, carefully turning knobs, calibrating frequencies. The staticky Morse signals they monitored were bolstered by aerial cables that ran throughout the building to the roof. Every time Metcalf paid a visit to the cave, as this clandestine outstation was called, he was impressed with the array of equipment. All of it had been smuggled into France in parts via ship or parachuted in, and all of it was strictly outlawed. Stephen Metcalf was one of a handful of agents who operated out of Paris for an allied network of spies whose existence was unknown but to a handful of powerful men in Washington and London. Metcalf had met few of the other agents. That was the way the network operated. Each part of the network was kept separate from the other. Everything was compartmented. One node never knew what the other node was up to. Security dictated the procedures. Here in the cave, 3 young radio telegraph operators and cipher clerks monitored and initiated covert radio links with London, with Washington, and with a far-reaching web of deep-cover agents in the field in Paris, in the other cities of the occupied zone of France, and across Europe. The men, 2 Brits and 1 American, were the very best. A radio tuned to the BBC was playing low. The wireless was closely monitored for encoded signals delivered in the form of curious, personal messages before the evening news broadcast. Evening was the busiest time, when the radio frequencies were least crowded and they could transmit and receive most easily. Derek Compton-Jones, the man who'd opened the door for him, clasped Metcalf's hand, shook it hard.
"Glad you're back safe and sound, mate."
"You say that every time," Metcalf teased, "like you're disappointed."
"Bloody hell," Compton-Jones sputtered. "Anyone tell you we're in the middle of a war?"
"That right?" Metcalf replied. "Come to think of it, there did seem to be an awful lot of military uniforms out there." One of the men wearing headphones and sitting at a console across the room turned to look at Compton-Jones and remarked wearily, "Maybe if he kept his willy in his trousers, he might notice what's happening outside of the bedrooms he spends so much time in." The adenoidal voice and upper-class British accent belonged to Cyril Langhorne, an ace cryptographer and cipher clerk. The other one, Johnny Betts from Pittsburgh, a top-flight radio telegraph operator, turned and said, "Roger that."
"Ha!"
said Langhorne. "Stephen here would roger anything in a skirt." Compton-Jones laughed, blushing. Metcalf joined the laughter good-naturedly, then said, I think maybe you boffins need to get out a little more. Metcalf liked the men who worked here, particularly Compton Jones. He often referred to Langhorne and Betts as the Bobbsey twins, though they looked nothing alike. Their Morse and cipher work was the crux of the operation. It was grueling and tense, and Metcalf knew that their japery was one of the few ways they had of relieving the grinding tension. They also considered Metcalf their own personal Errol Flynn and regarded him with a combination of jealousy and awe. Metcalf reached inside his dinner jacket and pulled out from its lining the wad of papers. He held them aloft, smiling proudly. Complete plans of the German sub-base at Saint-Nazaire, including details on the U-boat pens, even the waterlock systems. Good show, marveled Compton Jones. Langhorne looked impressed despite himself. Get that from your little Gestapo crumpet? No, actually, from the private study of the Comte Maurice Léon Philippe du Châtelet. The Vichy asshole? Langhorne said. The very one. You're codding me. How'd you get into his private study? Metcalf inclined his head. A gentleman doesn't kiss and tell, Cyril. His wife? Good Lord, Stephen, have you no pride? The madame's an old mare. And the mademoiselle's quite a little filly. Now we've got to smuggle this out to a courier as soon as possible and fly it over to Corky in New York. I also need you to key in a digest of this and put it over the airwaves for further analysis. He meant, of course, Alfred Corky Corcoran, his boss, the brilliant spymaster who ran the private network of agents that included Metcalf. Private network. They answered only to Corcoran, not to some government agency. But there was nothing illegal about this, nothing extra-governmental, for it was the inspiration of President Franklin Delano Roosevelt himself. It was a strange time in America. Europe was at war, but America was not. America watched, waited. The voices of isolationism were loud and strong, as were the voices that argued passionately that the United States must get involved, must attack Hitler and defend her European friends, or all of Europe would be under the sway of Nazi Germany, and it would be too late. Then Hitler would be an overwhelming foe. Yet there was no centralized intelligence agency. Roosevelt desperately needed reliable, unbiased information on what the Nazis were really up to, on how strong the resistance to Hitler was. Would Britain survive the war? Roosevelt didn't trust military intelligence, which was amateurish at best, and he despised the State Department. So late in 1939, Franklin Roosevelt called in an old friend and fellow Harvard man. Alfred Corcoran had served in G2 military intelligence during the First World War, then attained great prominence within the top-secret world of MI8, known as the Black Chamber, the New York-based code-breaking unit that cracked Japan's diplomatic ciphers in the 1920s. After the Black Chamber was shut down in 1929, Corcoran played a major behind-the-scenes role in resolving a series of diplomatic crises throughout the 1930s, from Manchuria to Munich. FDR knew that Corky was the best, and most important, FDR knew he could trust him. With funding buried in the White House budget and the full backing of the president, Corky set up his shop, deliberately outside of the gossipy corridors of Washington. His top-secret private intelligence ring, which reported directly to the White House, was headquartered in the Flatiron Building in New York, disguised as an international trading firm. Corcoran had a free hand to hire the best and the brightest, and he drew heavily from the young graduates of the Ivy League colleges, well-bred young men who would be comfortable in the rarefied social circles of Europe. So many of his recruits came from the Social Register, in fact, that wags began to call Corcoran's network the Register, and the nickname stuck. One of his earliest hires was a young Yale graduate named Stephen Metcalf. The son of a millionaire industrialist and his Russian wife, Stephen had traveled widely with his family and had been schooled in Switzerland. He spoke German, Russian, French, and Spanish fluently, virtually without accent. The Metcalfs had extensive holdings in Argentina and spent part of winter there for years. 2, the Metcalfs did a steady trade with the Russian government. Stephen's brother Howard, the reliable one, now ran the family's business empire since the death of their father 4 years ago. Stephen would occasionally join Howard, travel with him, assist in whatever ways he could, but he refused to be tied down by the responsibility of running a major business. He was also fearless, rebellious, and fun-loving to excess, qualities that Corcoran insisted would be useful in his new cover as an Argentine playboy in Paris. Derek Compton-Jones cleared his throat nervously.
"No need to dispatch a courier, actually."
"Oh, really? You have a faster way to get it to Manhattan?" said Metcalf. Just then, the door at the far end of the room opened. It was a face he did not expect to see. The grave, drawn face of Alfred Corcoran. The old man was dressed fastidiously, as always. His charcoal gray suit emphasized his rail-thin frame. He smelled of peppermint, as he usually did. He was addicted to peppermint lifesavers, and he was smoking a cigarette. He gave a hacking cough. Compton-Jones immediately returned to his station, and the room fell silent.
"Christ on a raft, these damned French smokes are god-awful. I ran out of Chesterfields on the airboat over here. Stephen, why don't you ingratiate yourself with your boss and get me some American tobacco? Aren't you supposed to be a damn black marketeer?"
Metcalf came forward and shook Corky's hand. In his left hand, he clutched the stolen documents. "Of course. Corky, what are you doing?"
"What am I doing here?" replied Corcoran. "The real question is, what are you doing here?"
He turned, headed back toward the room he'd just come from, and gestured for Metcalf to follow. Metcalf closed the door behind him. Obviously, the old man wanted to speak in private. There was an urgency about Corky that Metcalf hadn't seen before. The adjacent room stored an array of equipment, including a German letter typewriter for issuing passes and ID cards. There was also a small printing press, used in simple documentary forgery, for creating French travel and work permits. One table held an assortment of rubber stamps, including a good copy of a German censor stamp. In one corner of the room, near a rack of uniforms, was an oak desk, piled with papers. Corcoran sat down at the desk chair and motioned for Metcalf to sit. The only other place was an army cot against the wall. Metcalf sat, anxious. He placed the bundle of stolen papers on the cot beside him. For a long while, Corcoran regarded him in silence.
"I'm sorely disappointed in you, Stephen," Corcoran said softly. "I established you here at the enormous expense of scarce resources, and what do you have to show for it?"
"Sir," Metcalf began, but Corcoran was not to be deterred.
"Civilization as we know it is being engulfed by Hitler's devouring maw. The Nazis have conquered Norway, Denmark, Holland, Belgium, Luxembourg, and now France. They're bombing London to pieces. The man has the whole sandbox to himself. Good God, young man, this may be the end of the free world, and you're unlacing bustiers, for God's sake."
He pulled out a roll of peppermint lifesavers and popped one in his mouth. Metcalf, meanwhile, snatched the papers from the cot, brandished them at his boss and mentor. "Sir, I've just laid my hands on the top-secret plans for the German strategic naval base on the Atlantic coast at Saint-Nazaire."
Yes, Corcoran interrupted impatiently. "The German improvements to the water locks that control entry to the submarine pens. I've already seen them."
"What?"
"You're not my only agent, young man."
Metcalf flushed, unable to suppress a surge of indignation. "Who got this for you? I'd like to know. If you've got multiple agents covering the same turf, we risk stepping all over each other and blowing the whole thing."
Corcoran shook his head slowly. "You know better than to ask me that, Stephen. One of my agents never knows what the other's up to."
"That's also crazy, sir."
"Crazy? No. It's prudent. The almighty principle of compartmentation. Each one of you must know only what's strictly necessary about your assignment, about your colleagues. Otherwise, all it takes is for one of you to be captured and tortured, and the entire network is compromised."
"That's why we're all given cyanide pills."
"Yes, which works only if you have sufficient notice. But what if you're taken suddenly? Let me tell you something. One of my agents was picked up by the Gestapo a week ago. Haven't heard from him since. This is a fellow who knows the existence of this place right here." Corky waved his hands around, indicating the cave. "What if he talks? What if he's turned?" A moment of silence passed. "Why are you here, sir?" Corky bit his lower lip. "Your code name, Stephen. It's Romeo, is that right?" Metcalf rolled his eyes, shook his head in embarrassment. "I often find myself despairing at your lack of restraint when it comes to the fairer sex." Corky chuckled dryly. "But once in a while your trail of broken hearts actually benefits our cause." "How so?" "I'm referring to a woman with whom you had a dalliance a while ago." Metcalf blinked. That could describe any number of women. "This woman, this old flame of yours, has taken up with a very important Nazi official." "I don't know who you're talking about." "No, there's no reason you should. It was 6 years ago, in Moscow."
"Lana," Metcalf whispered. He felt a jolt, like an electric shock. Just hearing her name summoned her, still vivid in his memory. Lana, Svetlana Baranova, was an extraordinary woman, impossibly beautiful, magnetic, passionate. She had been the first great love of his young life. Moscow in 1934 was a gloomy, frightened, and mysterious place when Stephen Metcalf, fresh from Yale, first visited the city. The Metcalf family did a small amount of business in Russia. Back in the 20s, the elder Metcalf had helped set up a half-dozen joint ventures with the Soviet government, ranging from pencil factories in Novgorod to oil exploration in Georgia. When a hitch had arisen, Metcalf Sr. had sent his 2 sons over to negotiate the dispute. While his stolid brother Howard sat through endless, inconclusive meetings with Soviet functionaries, Stephen explored the city with wide-eyed fascination. He was drawn especially to the great Bolshoi Theater. It was there, at that vast 19th century edifice, that he found himself transfixed by a beautiful young ballerina. On stage she floated, her ethereal aura heightened by her porcelain skin, dark eyes, and silky black hair. Night after night, he'd watched her effortless, astonishing movements in the Red Poppy and Swan Lake. But never was she more memorable than in her starring role in Igor Moiseyev's version of Tristan and Isolde. When Metcalf finally arranged for them to meet, the young Russian girl seemed overwhelmed by the attentions of the rich American. But she had no idea how overwhelmed the rich American was by her. After a few months, the Metcalf sons left Moscow, the family business concluded. Stephen found parting with Svetlana Baranova to be as painful a breakup as he'd ever been through. On the overnight train from Moscow to Leningrad, Stephen had sat up the entire night, grim-faced.
"Svetlana Baranova is now a prima ballerina at the Bolshoi," said Corcoran. "In the last few months, she's become the mistress of a high-ranking member of the German Foreign Ministry stationed in Moscow."
Metcalf shook his head. "Lana? With a Nazi?"
"Evidently," Corcoran said.
"Lana is seeing a German diplomat?" Metcalf mused aloud.
"Ever since Hitler and Stalin signed their non-aggression pact last year, the German diplomatic community in Moscow has been able to socialize reasonably freely with certain privileged Russians. Of course, the German Foreign Ministry is full of old money, old-line aristocrats, and a number of them are less than discreet about their distaste for Hitler and his rabid Nazis. We've surmised that von Schussler may count himself among those secretly opposed to Hitler. But is this true? And how opposed is he really? So opposed that he might help out the White Hats a bit? That's what I need you to find out."
Metcalf nodded, feeling the excitement build. Moscow again. And Lana.
"So here's what I'd like you to do," Corcoran went on. "These days it's fiendishly difficult for a foreigner to get into Russia. I suppose it's not impossible to infiltrate an agent under some sort of cover, but that's extraordinarily risky. And in any case, it's not necessary. I want you going over there without cover, in the clear, as yourself. You will have a perfectly plausible reason for going to Moscow, after all. Your family needs to finalize some asset transfer concerning some of the old joint ventures."
"I don't know what you're talking about."
"Oh, you'll come up with something. Work out the details with your brother. We'll facilitate that. Take my word for it, if there's a promise of an infusion of hard currency, the Soviets will be most eager to arrange meetings, even these days. Get the Russians to grant you a visa, so that you have a legitimate reason for being in Moscow. While there, you will happen to run into your old flame, Svetlana, at an American embassy party. You will get together, as is to be expected. And the specifics I'll leave to you. Perhaps you'll rekindle an old romance."
"That's the past, Corky. We ended it."
"On good terms, if I know you. All your old lovers seem to regard you with misty-eyed affection. How you do it, I don't understand."
"But why?"
"This is an extremely rare opportunity. A chance for you to spend time in an informal, personal setting outside official circles with a very important German diplomat who has a direct line to von Ribbentrop himself, and thus to the Führer."
"And do what?"
"Assess him. See if you can confirm the reports we've been receiving that he's secretly disaffected."
"If you're receiving reports, his feelings can't be all that secret."
"Our American diplomats are skilled at reading nuance. They report subtleties, joking asides, that sort of thing. But that's not the same as an all-out close-up assessment and development by a trained intelligence officer. If von Schussler is indeed secretly opposed to Adolf Hitler's madness, we may be able to cultivate a most valuable intelligence lead."
"You want me to turn him? Is that it?"
"Let's take this one step at a time, shall we? I want you to apply for a visa in your own name at the Soviet consulate here. Even given your family's privileged status with the Sovs, the paperwork will certainly take a few days to a week. Meanwhile, you'll tie up your business here in Paris, but burn no bridges. Tomorrow you'll meet with a very clever associate of mine who specializes in some of the tricks of the trade you'll need in Moscow."
Metcalf nodded. The notion of going to Moscow was enormously exciting, but it was nothing compared to the thought of seeing Svetlana Baranova again. The violinist was playing his favorite piece, Beethoven's Kreutzer Sonata, but he was not enjoying himself at all. For one thing, the pianist was terrible. She was the dowdy wife of an SS official, only minimally talented. The first movement, the stormy allegro, had been simply adequate, but the old hag had no feeling for the subtleties of the third movement. Then again, the piece was complex, even for an accomplished musician such as himself. When Beethoven had sent the manuscript to the great Parisian violinist Rodolphe Kreutzer, to whom he'd dedicated it, Kreutzer himself proclaimed it impossible to play and never once performed it in public. Also, the acoustics here were god-awful. This was the home of the violinist's immediate boss, Standartenführer H.J. Kiefer, the Paris chief of the counter-espionage department of the Sicherheitsdienst, the Nazi secret service. The room was carpeted, hung with heavy drapes and tapestries, and the sound just died here. The piano was a very good Bechstein, but it was woefully out of tune. Kleist did not know why he had ever agreed to play this evening. It was, after all, a very busy time, and the violin was only his avocation. A smell suddenly assaulted his nostrils. He recognized the bergamot, orange, and rosemary notes on top of a base of neroli and musk, and knew it was 4711, the cologne made by the German fragrance firm Müllens. Kleist knew without even looking up that Müller had just entered the room. Müller, his local control in the Sicherheitsdienst, was one of the very few men in the SD who wore aftershave. Müller had not been at the dinner, nor at the house concert, so he must have some urgent piece of business on his mind. Kleist decided to skip the repeat and hurry the fourth movement to its conclusion, get the thing over with. There was work to be done. The applause was enthusiastic, heartfelt, and loud, Given that there were no more than 25 people in the room, all of them SD men and their wives or consorts. Kleist nodded his appreciation and hurried to the side of the room where Muller awaited him. "There's been a break in the case," Muller said quietly. Kleist, his violin in one hand, his bow in the other, nodded. "The wireless station." Before leaving his apartment the following afternoon, Metcalf placed a trunk call to Howard in New York. His brother was surprised, if pleased, to hear from him. He was even more surprised at Stephen's sudden interest in the family's manganese mining concession in Soviet Georgia, which the Metcalfs still operated in partnership with the Soviet Ministry of Trade. It was a minor operation, and with all the Soviet restrictions and the necessary payoffs, it barely eked out a profit. The Russians had long expressed an interest in buying the Metcalfs out. Stephen suggested that maybe this wasn't such a bad idea. Maybe he could go to Moscow, meet with some people, and further the discussion. After a long silence, Howard understood what his brother was asking. He promptly agreed to make arrangements. "I can't tell you how thrilled I am," Howard said dryly, "that my baby brother wants to play a more active role in the family business. You shouldn't have to shoulder all the burden." He changed quickly, put on a suit and tie, and walked out of his building into the bright, cold morning. About an hour later he was sitting in the dark nave of a gloomy, decrepit church in Pigalle. Barely any light filtered through the grimy, stained-glass window in the apse. The only other parishioners here were a few old women who knelt, prayed briefly, and lit candles. He felt for his gun. Now Metcalf noticed a cassocked priest in a Roman collar, his rail-thin figure mostly concealed beneath the loose black vestments, enter and kneel at the statue of a saint. He lit a candle and then got to his feet. Metcalf followed him to the ancient door that led to the underground crypt. The small, dank room was dimly lit by a hanging overhead fixture. Corcoran removed the hood of his cassock and sat at a small round table next to an unfamiliar man. He was a fireplug of a man, short, ruddy-faced, rumpled. "James," Corcoran said pointedly to Metcalf, "I want you to meet Chip Nolan." Interesting. Corcoran had called him by a fake name. Metcalf shook the smaller man's hand. "Nice to meet you." Nolan's grip was firm. His clear eyes regarded him steadily. "Same here. You work in the field for Corky, that's all I know. But it's enough to impress the hell out of me." "Chip's on loan from the FBI to our technical station. An expert on flaps and seals and technical equipment." "You're going to Moscow, huh?" Nolan said, lifting a large, heavy leather suitcase from the floor and placing it on the table. "I don't know beans about your assignment, and that's the way we're going to keep it. I'm here to outfit you, give you all the toys you might need." He ran his hand over the worn hide of the case. "This is yours, by the way, a genuine Soviet suitcase." He popped open the case, revealing a row of neatly folded clothing, including a suit, all of it wrapped carefully in tissue paper. "Real Soviet clothing," Nolan went on. "Manufactured at the October Revolution textile factory and bought at GUM, the Soviet department store on Red Square." He unwrapped a pair of cheap-looking brown shoes. "These fellas here are the real thing as well. Believe me, you can't buy shoes as lousy as this in the West. And the first thing the Russians look at is your shoes, you'll see. That's how they can spot a foreigner right away." Metcalf glanced at Corky, whose expression seemed distant. "Actually, I'm not going to be infiltrated into Russia in the guise of a native. I'm going in the open, in the clear, as myself." Corcoran cleared his throat. "You'll be arriving as yourself, James, that's true. But you never know all the eventualities. Always know the exits. You may well need to become someone else." Metcalf nodded. Nolan next produced a sub-miniature camera, which Metcalf recognized as a Riga Minox. He nodded, no explanation needed. The FBI man pulled out a pack of playing cards, fanning them out on the table. "Get a slant at these." "What are they?" "Top-secret map of Moscow and its environs. You don't want to be caught with a map over there, or they'll toss you in the Lubyanka and throw away the key. Sandwiched in between the front and back of each playing card is a numbered section of map. Just peel off the face of the card. You can rub off the excess rubber adhesive with your thumb." The FBI man produced an assortment of concealed weapons, all of which Metcalf had seen before. A wrist pistol, a webbed belt whose buckle contained a modified .25 caliber Webley pistol activated by a length of cable. He then took out a canvas shaving kit, unzipped it, and pulled out a razor and shaving brush. Nolan rolled the ivory shaving brush across the table, and Metcalf picked it up, examined it. Metcalf tried to twist the handle, to pull it apart, but it appeared to be solid. "You can leave that in your hotel room without worrying about it," Nolan said. He grabbed it back, then twisted the handle clockwise, revealing a cavity from which he removed a rolled-up sheet from a one-time pad. A system of encoding messages that was impossible to crack. Metcalf nodded. He had been trained in the use of one-time pads. "Printed on cellulose nitrate, so it's highly flammable for rapid destruction if you got a screw." Nolan took out a tube of Ipana toothpaste, from which he squeezed out a white ribbon. "The Ivans aren't going to suspect it's mostly hollow." He tugged at the crimped tinfoil end of the tube and withdrew a bladder, from which he pulled out a rolled-up silk foulard. A dense grid of numbers had been printed on it. Metcalf recognized it as a key list, printed on silk for ease of concealment. He nodded. "More one-time pads in this. You smoke?" Nolan produced a pack of Lucky Strikes. "Not often." "You do now. More often. Another key's in here." Nolan showed him a fountain pen. Then Nolan placed another suitcase onto the table. This one was a fine leather Hermes case. "For when you travel as you, an American." "I've got a case, thanks." "Concealed in the brass fittings of this one are the key components of a radio transmitter. Without them, the transmitter won't work." "What transmitter?" "This one." Nolan hoisted a third leather suitcase onto the table. This one appeared to be quite heavy. He unbuckled it, revealing a black steel box with a wrinkle finish. "The BP-3, he announced proudly. "The most powerful two-way communicator ever built." "It's one of the first prototypes," Corky said. "Built by a group of Polish emigre geniuses for MI6, but I managed to get them first. This makes everything else obsolete. Guard it with your life. You can be replaced, but I'm afraid this device cannot." "It's true," Chip Nolan said. "It's a pretty nifty toy, and in Moscow you'll need it. So far as I know, the only other way to communicate with home base is the Black Channel, right?" Nolan looked at Corky, who simply nodded. "But that's to be used only in an emergency. Otherwise there's this, or encrypted messages passed through trusted intermediaries." "Are there any?" Metcalf said. "Intermediaries I can trust, I mean?" "There's one," Corcoran put in at last. "An attaché at our embassy whose name and contact information I'll give you. One of mine. But I want to warn you, James. You're on your own over there. No backup." "And if something goes wrong?" Metcalf said. "If anything goes wrong," Corcoran said, "you'll be disavowed. You'll have to fend for yourself." A few minutes later, the FBI man left. Corcoran took out a pack of Gauloises and a box of matches, scowling. Metcalf, remembering, took a pack of Lucky Strikes out of his pocket and placed it in front of his mentor. "What are my arrangements?" "I want you to leave Paris tomorrow," Corcoran said crisply. "Do us a favor and forego the goodbyes to your string of lovers. No one must know where you're going. Let them think the elusive and glamorous Mr. Eigen was called away abruptly on pressing business." Metcalf nodded. Corcoran was right, of course. Better to avoid explanations. "You'll be traveling on the Chemin de Fer du Nord, from the Gare du Nord to Berlin, and thence to Warsaw. A first-class berth has been reserved for you under the name of Nicholas Mendoza. There you'll exit the Warsaw Centralna station, return 2¼ hours later, and board the train for Moscow under the name of Stephen Metcalf. You've reserved a room at the Metropole." Metcalf nodded. "Papers?" "You have contacts here. We don't have time to get them produced by my people and sent from the States." "Not a problem." "You will have your work cut out for you. The stakes are immensely high, so no more of your hot-headed showboating."
There's a good deal that can go wrong. I ask you again, what if something does? Corcoran adjusted his chasuble. If anything goes wrong, Stephen, I suggest you pray.
The violinist waited in the man's apartment. The Sicherheitsdienst had obtained the man's address. Kleist still did not know the location of the wireless station, and their informant, who had alerted them to the parachute drop in the first place, did not know either. During the hours he had spent waiting for the British agent to return, he had had ample opportunity to search the man's apartment carefully. He now knew the Brit's true identity, which was a start. He knew that the Brit worked at night and slept during the day. Kleist would just have to wait. At a little after 7 o'clock in the morning, he heard a key turn in the lock. The Brit hummed to himself as he bustled about, put on water for tea, went into his bedroom to change into pajamas. He opened the door to his clothes closet, and as he parted the clothes hangers, he barely had time to scream before Kleist leaped forward out of the closet, both of his hands grabbing the Brit's throat, slamming him to the floor. The Brit gurgled, his face deep red. "What the—" But Kleist shoved a knee hard into the man's groin, so hard that he could hear the coccyx snap. Now the Brit moaned. His tears flowed copiously. "All I want to know is the location of your wireless station," said Kleist. His English had a heavy German accent. He had learned English too late in life. Now he released one hand from the man's throat. "Fuck you!" the Brit said in a high, gurgling voice. The Brit must have thought he had removed his hand from the man's throat in order to allow him to speak, but in fact, Kleist did so to reach into his pocket for the coiled violin string. He snapped it open and had it against the man's throat in a matter of seconds. Just above the cartilage of the laryngeal prominence and below the floating hyoid bone. It was the point of greatest vulnerability. As he compressed both the airway and the carotid artery, he could see the Brit's eyes bulge. "I ask you again," Kleist said slowly. "I wish to know the location of the wireless station where you work. That is all. If you answer my question, my work is done and I will leave at once. I will let you live. There is no need to be brave." The Brit was trying to say something. Kleist let up on the catgut, just enough to let the man speak. "All right," the Brit gasped. "All right, I'll tell you." "A false answer will guarantee not only your death, but the deaths of everyone you work with." Kleist had learned from his years of interrogation and torture that the threat of death was usually ineffective. What worked was guilt, the instinct to protect one's friends and colleagues, and pain. Pain worked most quickly to loosen the tongue. "I'll tell you!" the Brit shrilled. And he did. When he had finished telling Kleist everything he needed to know, Kleist abruptly tightened the violin string against the soft tissue of the Brit's throat. There was an expression of bewilderment, indignation in the Brit's eyes. "I've kept my side of the bargain," his eyes seemed to be saying. "Why have you not kept yours?" Kleist never understood why his victims always thought they could make a deal with him. What good was a deal when only one side has the power? Metcalf unhurriedly made his way to the safe house, the cave. It was late afternoon, and Parisians bustled along the streets. Finally, he reached the crumbling brick building in which Le Caveau occupied the ground floor, the base station the level below. He descended the steps to the bar, cranked the old doorbell 3 times, and waited for the peephole to be slid aside as Pasquale checked on his identity. He waited a full minute, then tugged the bell 3 times again. Pasquale, normally prompt in letting people in, must be occupied, he figured. Another minute went by, and no reply. He tried again. Strange, he thought. Was it possible that the bar was closed? There was another, more complicated way to access the base station, Metcalf knew. It involved entering the apartment building next door, taking the elevator to the basement and unlocking a bolted steel fire door that led to a back way to this building. But that entry was reserved for emergencies. Metcalf tried the doorknob and was startled when it turned and the door to the bar came open. It was supposed to be locked. There were no lights on inside. No one was there. Yet the door was unlocked. It made no sense. Several of the bar stools had been knocked to the floor. Along the top of the bar was broken glass, wine glasses shattered, cocktail glasses upturned and cracked. Something had gone on here, something violent. He stepped into the dim recesses of the bar, saw that the drawer of Pasquale's ancient cash register jutted open, empty. A burglary? But this chaos indicated something more than a mere theft. It was evidence of a struggle. And nowhere was Pasquale. His patrons all gone. What could have happened? The base station. Metcalf ran the length of the bar. He bounded down the steps to the sub-basement, feeling his way through the dark to the broom closet, pulled the door open. He grabbed the broom handle, pulled it counterclockwise. The concealed entrance to the station swung open. The black-painted steel door was directly in front of him. He pressed the doorbell twice, and then one more time. He waited in terrified silence. He knew what had happened. Somehow the Nazis had learned of the top-secret location of the station. Someone had talked. Was it one of Corky's agents? The one he'd said had been picked up by the Gestapo? But how had that agent been uncovered in the first place? There had to be a leak somewhere within the network. Oh, God, no. What would he do now? What if the men of the base station had been rounded up in one terrible sweep? Metcalf would be alone in the field, with no way to reach Corky. No, there had to be a way. He'd been issued emergency backup directives, encoded and imprinted in miniature on the backs of tags in his clothing. There was always a backup. He rang again. No answer. They were gone. He was now sure of it. He drew from his pocket his key ring. The key fob was a leather disc. He compressed it at the side, and it popped open. Inside was a small steel key that opened this door. The key unlocked 3 separate locks along the perimeter of the door. When he'd sprung the third lock, the door came open with a click and the sibilant hiss of the rubber seal. He hesitated before speaking, alert in case anyone was lying in wait inside. He saw the greenish glow from the row of transceivers. The machinery was still there, which was a good sign. If the Nazis had somehow discovered the cave's location and had made a sweep, they'd surely have seized the valuable equipment at the same time. But where was the staff? Why was the machinery unattended? Then Metcalf saw a figure seated at one of the consoles. Metcalf recognized Johnny Betts, the American radio telegraph operator. He called out, "Johnny, didn't you hear—" Then Metcalf saw that Johnny still had his headphones on, which explained why he hadn't heard the buzzer. Metcalf approached, tapped him on the shoulder. Suddenly, Johnny slumped to one side. His eyes bulged. His face was crimson, his tongue lolling grotesquely. Metcalf let out a horrified cry. Johnny Betts's throat looked at first as if it had been slashed, but then Metcalf realized that what appeared to be a deep gash was in fact a ligature mark with accompanying bruising. Betts had been strangled, garroted, with some sort of thin cord or wire. Johnny Betts had been murdered. Metcalf whirled around, looked for the others, for Cyril Langhorne, for Derek Compton-Jones. He saw no one else. Rushing to the adjoining room, he opened the door, looked in, but it was empty. He raced to the antechamber that led to the emergency access into the next building, and there, beside the steel door, which was slightly ajar, he found the crumpled body of Cyril Langhorne, a single bullet hole in his forehead. The station had been entered through the emergency entrance, Metcalf knew now. Langhorne had gone to the steel door and had been shot, swiftly and probably with a silenced pistol. Betts, wearing his headphones and engaged in his transmission, had heard nothing. For some reason, he hadn't been shot, but had instead been garroted. Someone had stolen up behind him and slipped the cord or wire over his neck, strangling the life out of the American. Dear Jesus, how had this happened? And where was Derek? He was the only regular staffer not here. Had he been off, at home, asleep? Perhaps Derek's schedule may have saved his life? A noise, the loud squeal of tires, then brakes from outside, from the street. It could only be the Nazis who would arrive so noisily. Backup of some sort? A follow-on team? They were here for him. Metcalf leaped over Langhorne's corpse, slipped out through the open fire door, and raced up the basement stairs of the apartment building next door. As he ran, he caught a glimpse out of a basement window of 3 or 4 black Citroëns converging on the street. The Gestapo. He escaped via the roof of the building, along the rooftops for a short distance, and then climbed down to the narrow alleys behind the avenue. He kept on running. He had to get to Derek Compton Jones's apartment, to warn him not to go to the base station, but also to find out what might have happened, if Derek had any inkling. Assuming Derek had escaped, that is. He hadn't been there. At least, his body hadn't been anywhere to be found. Compton Jones worked at night and slept during the day. The others had the misfortune to have drawn earlier shifts. Maybe, please God, Derek was alive after all. And did Corky know about this nightmare yet? He slowed, only when he approached Derek's apartment building. Despite Corky's strict rules of compartmentalization, Metcalf knew where Derek lived. The Paris station was small, and they were friends after all. He crossed the street quickly, entered the building, and took the stairs to Derek's flat. At the apartment door, he listened for a moment, then knocked. No answer. He knocked again, said, "Derek?" A few minutes went by, and nothing. He looked to either side, saw no one. From his wallet, he removed a long, slender metal pick whose end curved up. It was a rudimentary lock pick. Inserting the pick, he jiggled it in and out, up and down, as he turned it to the right. Before long, the lock gave way. The door came open, and Metcalf entered carefully. Metcalf looked around quickly, calling out in case Derek was still here, asleep. Then he knocked on the closed bedroom door. When there was no answer, Metcalf opened the door. What assaulted him first was the acrid, metallic odor of blood. He entered the room. A few seconds later, he saw Compton Jones's body, and he could not suppress a moan. Derek lay on his back on the floor next to the clothes closet. His face was reddish-purple, and his eyes stared, bulging horribly, just as Johnny Betts's had. His mouth was slightly ajar. Bisecting his throat was a thin, deep red line, a ribbon of hemorrhaged tissue. He had been garroted, too.
"Jesus Christ almighty!" Chip Nolan exclaimed. "They're all dead?" "Everyone but the man you know as James," Corky replied, a stricken look on his face. He had just entered the modest flat in the 8th arrondissement that the Bureau kept as one of several Paris safe-house locations. "My God!" Nolan cried. "Who was it?" Corcoran approached the window, staring apprehensively out at the street. "That's what I need your help on. One was shot, but 2 of them were garroted." "Garroted?" "In exactly the same way as the Belgian librarian last week, also a member of my organization. I speculate the responsible party is the Sicherheitsdienst, and one assassin in particular. But I need verification, a complete forensic workup, the sort of thing the Bureau does so well." Nolan nodded. "It's risky, but I'll do it for you." Corcoran turned back from the window, shaking his head slowly. "This is a grievous setback to our efforts." Moscow, August 1991. Ambassador Stephen Metcalf hung up the phone, shaken. It was after midnight Moscow time.
He sat in a secure room on the second floor of Spaso House, the ornate mansion a mile west of the Kremlin that served as the residence of the American ambassador to Moscow. This had been Metcalf's home for 4 years in the 1960s. He knew it well. The current ambassador, a friend of Metcalf, was pleased to give the illustrious Stephen Metcalf the use of the sterile telephone line. The president's national security advisor had just provided him with the latest signals intelligence on the growing crisis in Moscow. And it looked ominous. Soviet President Mikhail Gorbachev, who had been on vacation with his family at the seaside presidential villa in the Crimea, was being held hostage. The conspirators, including the chairman of the KGB, the defense minister, the chief of the Politburo, the prime minister, and even Gorbachev's own chief of staff, had declared a state of emergency. They had announced falsely that Gorbachev had fallen ill and was unable to govern. They had ordered 250,000 pairs of handcuffs from a factory in Pskov, and had had 300,000 arrest forms printed. They had cleared 2 entire floors of Moscow's Lefortovo prison to incarcerate their enemies. The ZIL limousine was waiting for him in front of Spaso House. Metcalf got in next to his old friend, the 3-star general. The Russian who had used the code name Kurbanal was, Metcalf saw, dressed in civilian attire. The man nodded at the driver, and the car immediately sped through the tank-choked streets. The general spoke without preamble. Gorbachev has no way to communicate with the outside world. All of his telephone lines have been cut. There's worse, said Metcalf. I've just learned that the conspirators now have control of the nuclear football. The general closed his eyes. The briefcase that held the top-secret Soviet nuclear codes would enable the junta to launch Russia's entire arsenal of nuclear weapons, if and when they so chose. Is Gorbachev alive? Apparently so, replied Metcalf. The coup plotters want change, the general said. Well, they will get change. Just not the change they imagine. If... Metcalf waited, then asked, If what? If the dirigior will intervene. He is the only one who can stop this insanity. They'll listen to him? More than that. As the chief of my country's entire military-industrial complex, the dirigior holds vast power in his hands. Metcalf settled back in his seat. It's strange, you know. You and I seem to speak to each other only at times of extraordinary crises, when the world is at the precipice of nuclear war. The Berlin Wall crisis, the Cuban Missile crisis. But we're old, both of us. We are respected because of our reputations, our age, our alleged wisdom. Still, I'm superannuated. I'm just about irrelevant in Washington. If it weren't for my money, I doubt I'd still get invitations to the White House. The dirigior will not consider you irrelevant. Moscow, November 1940. Moscow had changed dramatically since the last time Metcalf had been there, and yet it was very much the same place. It was a city of shabbiness and grandeur, desperation and pride. Everywhere he went, from the lobby of the Metropole Hotel, where he and his friend and colleague Roger Scoop Martin were staying, to Kuznetsky Most, there was the stench of Makhorka, the cheap Russian tobacco. So much was the same, yet so much had changed. The old 1- and 2-story buildings had been demolished, replaced by grandiose skyscrapers built according to Stalin's personal taste. Everywhere was frantic construction. Moscow was transforming itself into the center of a totalitarian empire. There were no more horse-drawn carriages. The cobblestone streets had been widened and graded and asphalted over, as Moscow had made itself over for the age of the automobile. Not that there were all that many cars on the streets. The dull brown streetcars still screeched noisily on their tracks, and Muscovites still clung to them. But the trams were no longer as crowded as they used to be when Metcalf had last visited. There were other ways to get around Moscow now, including the new metro. Still, beneath the strange communist trappings, the eternal, ancient Moscow remained. The golden onion domes of the old Russian Orthodox churches glinting in the sun, the dazzling colors of St. Basil's Cathedral in Red Square. As he walked across Teatralnaya Square, he could see the gleaming classical facade of the Bolshoi Theater with its 8-columned portico. Metcalf found his pulse quickening. Outside the theater was a crowd of people waiting to enter. Metcalf had no ticket to this evening's sold-out performance of The Red Poppy. But there were always ways. In Moscow, hard currency, the American dollar, the British pound, the French franc, could buy almost anything. The crowd was better dressed than the people he passed on the street, and no surprise about that. Tickets to the Bolshoi could only be gotten through blat, the Soviet-Russian word for pull, connections. You had to know someone. There were lots of military uniforms in this crowd, red epaulets on the uniforms of the officers. An old man caught his eye, approached, whispering, "Bileti? Вы хотите билеты?" "You want tickets?" Metcalf nodded. "Just one." "I have two," the old man said. "For you and your wife, sir?" Metcalf shook his head. "Just one, but I'll pay for two." He produced a small wad of dollars, far more than the transaction required, and the old man's eyes widened as he handed over a ticket. "Thank you, sir. Thank you." He checked his coat in the garderobe, as everyone had to do. A white-haired, wrinkled old woman took his overcoat, stroking it admiringly as she hung it among the shabby, shapeless garments. The warning bell sounded, and Metcalf joined the crush of people moving into the hall to take their seats. As he entered, he was impressed by the opulence of the theater. He had forgotten how lavish it was. An immense crystal chandelier hung from a high-domed ceiling decorated with fine classical paintings. 6 tiers of private boxes banked the Tsar's box, which was outfitted with red drapes and gilded seats beneath a gilt hammer and sickle. The main curtain was of gold cloth. His seat was an excellent one. As he looked around the theater, he noticed the young Russian military officer seated directly behind him. The Russian smiled at Metcalf. "It is a beautiful theater, no?" the Russian said. Metcalf smiled back. "Spectacular." He felt a jolt. The man had spoken to him in English, not in Russian. Why? How had he known? The clothing. It had to be. That was all. But how did he know to speak English? "Tonight's performance will be a very special one," the military man said. He had a shock of flaming red hair. "Glier's The Red Poppy. The lead, the role of Tao Hua, is danced by the Bolshoi's prima ballerina. Her name is Svetlana Baranova. She is truly extraordinary." "Is that right?" Metcalf replied. "I'll keep an eye out for her." "Yes," the Russian said. "I always do. I never miss her performances." Metcalf smiled again and turned around. A final warning bell sounded from out in the lobby. The lights began to dim, and the excited hubbub diminished to an electric silence. The orchestra started playing. The curtain rose. And then, several minutes later, came Tao Hua's entrance, and Metcalf saw her. For the first time in 6 years, Metcalf saw his Lana, and he was transfixed. Her radiant face seemed to hold nothing except the purest transport, transparency, joy. She was at one with the music. There was heaven in that face. Her stage presence was electrifying, her movements at once fluid and powerful. She soared as if untethered by gravity, as if propelled by magic. And for a moment, Metcalf allowed his heart to soar with her. He was flooded with memories of the first time he saw her, dancing in Tristan and Isolde, the first and last performance of that production. It was foolish of Igor Moiseev to have attempted to set a ballet to German music. The memory of their brief yet fevered time together haunted him. How could he have ever let her go? Yet how could he have stayed? It was a brief attachment, no more. A fling. He was never going to remain in Moscow, and she was never going to leave. And now, what had happened to her? Who had she become in the intervening 6 years? Was she the same fragile, impetuous girl? What was he about to get her into? Suddenly, the audience burst into applause as the curtain fell, and Metcalf was startled out of his reverie. It was intermission. The lights in the house came up, and the spectators arose. Intermission at the Bolshoi inevitably meant a buffet set out for the patrons. There would be vodka, champagne, red and white wine. There would be smoked salmon and sturgeon, ham and salami, cold roast chicken. Metcalf walked with the crowd to the exit door. Once he reached the lobby, he maneuvered his way through an even denser crowd. He knew where he was going. He had been to the Bolshoi countless times, had visited Lana here. He knew the layout better even than most regular theater-goers. Attired in a dinner jacket, his face set in an expression of gravity, he was able to make his way unhindered toward a beige-painted doorway on which a sign announced in Cyrillic letters, "No admittance to the public." It was unlocked. The backstage area was a frantic scene of stagehands moving large props. There was a cluster of male dancers standing around smoking. Several ballerinas in Chinese costumes scurried by in satin tutus and toe shoes. A ballerina pointed him toward a door marked with a red and gold star. With quickening pulse, he knocked on the door. "Da?" came a muffled female voice. "Lana," he said. The door was flung open, and there she was. The silky black hair pulled up tightly in a bun, the large, clear brown eyes flashing beneath the painted Chinese features, the delicate, upturned, chiseled nose, the high cheekbones, the red lipsticked pout. She was dazzling. "Что вы хотите?" the petite dancer demanded brusquely, without looking up at her visitor. "What do you want?" "Lana," Metcalf repeated softly. She stared, and then recognition dawned in her eyes. Something in her expression softened for a split second, then hardened into haughty arrogance. "Why, can it really be Stiva, my old dear friend?" Stiva, that was her nickname for him. 6 years ago, she would call him that in a soft, silky, almost purring tone, but now she said it in a lilting way that seemed almost contemptuous. She smiled graciously. "What a nice surprise." Metcalf could not stop himself from reaching for her, encircling her with his arms, and as he went to kiss her mouth, she turned abruptly to offer him her talcum-covered cheek instead. She pulled back as if to get a better look at this dear old friend. "Lana, forgive this intrusion, Dushka." Dushka, or darling, one of his terms of endearment for her from the old days. "I'm in Moscow on business, and when I heard you were playing the lead tonight, how wonderful to see you. How kind of you to drop by." There was something almost mocking in her tone, something excessively formal. Metcalf produced a black velvet box from his dinner jacket and held it out to her. She did not take it. "For me? How kind. But now, if you don't mind, I must finish applying my makeup." Metcalf opened the box, revealing the diamond necklace that sparkled against the black velvet. She had loved jewelry. He handed it to her. She glanced at it quickly, without interest. Suddenly she laughed, high and musical. "Just what I need. Another chain around my neck." She tossed the case back at him. He caught it, stunned by her reaction. "Lana, Stiva.
Still the typical foreign capitalist, eh? You don't change, do you? You would force us into chains and manacles, and just because they are made of gold and diamond, you imagine that we do not see them for what they are.
Lana, it's just a little gift.
A gift? She scoffed. I don't need any gifts from you. You have already given me a gift, my dear Stiva. There are gifts that shrink and confine and enslave, and there are gifts that grow.
Grow? Metcalf said, baffled.
Yes, my Stiva, grow, like the proud stalks of wheat in a collective farm, like our great Soviet economy.
Metcalf stared at her. There was not a trace of irony in her voice. All this talk of collective farms and capitalist enslavement, it was so unlike the irreverent Svetlana Baranova of 6 years ago. And I suppose your great leader Stalin is your idea of the perfect man, Metcalf muttered. A fleeting look of terror appeared on her face, and in a flash it was gone.
Yes, our Stalin understands the needs of the Russian people. He loves the Russian people, and the Russian people love him. You Americans think you can buy anything with your filthy money, but you cannot buy our Soviet soul.
He stepped into her dressing room, speaking quietly. Dushka, I realize I don't have the charms of certain other men in your life, such as your Nazi friend Herr von...
You don't know what you're talking about, she hissed.
Gossip gets around, Lana, even in the foreign embassies. I know plenty...
No, she said.
Her voice shook, and in it there was something even more potent than fear. There was truth.
You know nothing. Now get out of here, at once.
Metcalf slept badly, tossing and turning throughout the night. It wasn't merely that the bed was uncomfortable. It was the anxiety that flooded his body, made his thoughts race. The anxiety caused by seeing Lana again, realizing how deeply he had loved the woman. The anxiety caused by her reaction last night. A certain flirtatiousness, a coyness, a smoldering anger, the scorn and contempt. Did she hate him now? So it seemed. Yet she also seemed to be attracted to him still. She had changed in ways that at once excited him and alarmed him. She was no longer a vulnerable, flighty young girl. She had developed into a woman, self-assured and poised, a diva who seemed fully aware of the effect she had on others, who understood the power of her beauty and her celebrity. She was more beautiful than ever, and she was in some ways harder. The softness, the vulnerability, was gone. She had developed a toughness, a hard surface. He wondered how much of this seeming hardness was an act. For Svetlana was not just an extraordinary dancer, but also an accomplished actress. Was that shell something she put on and took off? Then there was the question of her German lover, this von Schussler. He was a high-ranking official in the Nazi foreign ministry. How could she fall in love with such a person? She and Metcalf had never talked politics, and the last time they had been together the Nazis had only recently come to power in Germany. So he had no idea how she felt about the Nazis. But her father was a hero of the Soviet Revolution, and the Nazis were avowed enemies of the Communists. Did her father, that great Russian patriot, know of this strange relationship of hers? The mission that Corky had charged him with, to get to von Schussler through Lana, assess the Germans' allegiances, and see if he could be turned, now seemed impossible. She would never cooperate with Metcalf, especially if she figured out what he was trying to do. She would not allow herself to be used. Yet he could not give up now. A loud knock on the door jolted him fully awake. "Da?" he called out. "Доброе утро," a gruff voice said in a bad Russian accent. "Good morning." It was Roger. As soon as Metcalf opened the door, Roger pushed his way in. Roger Scoop Martin was a tall, rangy man with curly red hair, prematurely receding. At 28 he was barely older than Metcalf, and a sallow complexion. Martin was an ace RAF pilot who'd just been assigned to the SOE, Britain's Special Operations Executive, the sabotage and subversion agency formed by Winston Churchill just a few months earlier. He was dressed in a padded and quilted peasant jacket, felt boots, a fur cap. Had Metcalf not known it was Roger Martin, he would easily have mistaken him for a Russian peasant or laborer. He was carrying a heavy briefcase, which he set down. It contained the radio transmitter, Metcalf knew. Roger had kept it with him since they'd checked into the Metropole. It could not be left in the hotel room, of course, and Metcalf certainly could not bring it with him to his meetings at the Ministry of Trade, nor the Bolshoi. "How was last night?" Roger asked. Metcalf gave Roger a warning look, circled his index finger toward the ceiling to indicate the likelihood that the room had concealed listening devices. Metcalf dressed quickly, and the two of them went down to the lobby to talk. It was early in the morning, and the lobby was empty except for a few burly men, badly dressed in boxy dark blue Russian suits, sitting on couches and chairs, pretending to read newspapers. Metcalf and Roger sat in adjoining chairs at the far end of the lobby, far enough from the NKVD men that they couldn't be overheard. Roger spoke quickly in a low voice. "Your transmitter won't work indoors. We need an outdoor area, preferably isolated. Plus, it's got to be concealed as soon as possible. Tell me your itinerary today, and I'll figure out a plan." "There's a party at the American Embassy's dacha in the woods, southwest of Moscow," Metcalf said. "Corky told me about it. His man in Moscow will extend an invitation." "Excellent. There we go. But how am I supposed to get around this damned city without a car? There aren't any taxis, and my Russian isn't good enough to use the streetcars. I mean, for Christ's sake, I'm supposed to be your driver, and they won't even give us a car." "They'll give us a car," Metcalf said. "A car and driver, which is an escort and a minder and a jailer all in one." "Have you tried the British Embassy yet?" Roger nodded. "No luck. Those guys don't have cars for themselves." "I'll try the American Embassy. Pull whatever strings you can. In the meantime, I managed to buy an ancient Harley-Davidson. That, plus some snowshoes and a compass. Then I've got to figure out how to get some aviation fuel, awfully scarce these days." "Surely a strategic bribe ought to do the trick." "Only once you figure out who to bribe," Roger said. "That'll require a trip out to the airport. I'll need your map of Moscow. I got my work cut out for me. And you, did you make contact last night?" "Oh, I made contact," Metcalf said ruefully. "But I've got my work cut out for me, too." It was a bitterly cold day, so cold that Metcalf's face burned. He stopped into a Torgsin store on Gorky Street, which sold scarce goods, unavailable to any Russians, for hard currency. There he bought a shapka, a Russian fur hat, not for disguise, but for needed warmth. He was being followed, he saw at once. At least two of the burly NKVD agents he had seen earlier sitting around the lobby of the Metropole were tailing him with a clumsiness that bespoke either poor training or a deliberate intent to let Metcalf know he was being followed. Metcalf thought it was the latter. He was being warned. If he hadn't been so familiar with the ways of the Russian secret police, he might have been more concerned. But Metcalf knew how the secret police here worked. They kept a close watch on all foreigners. Yet Metcalf found the presence of these NKVD goons perversely reassuring. It was evidence that the NKVD was not unduly suspicious of him. It meant that the secret police considered him a run-of-the-mill foreigner, and nothing more. Had they suspected that he was up to anything else, the NKVD would not put a team of mediocrities on his tail. They would have assigned far more skilled agents. At the same time, however, their existence was a problem for Metcalf. There were times when he not only didn't mind being followed, he actually welcomed it. His visits to the Ministry of Foreign Trade, for instance. He wanted the NKVD to see him going about his cover business. But this morning, he had to lose them without appearing to do so. If he shook an NKVD tail too skillfully, he would raise all kinds of alarms in the Lubyanka, the much-feared headquarters of the NKVD. They would know that he was not only up to something suspicious, but was also more than a mere American businessman. They would know that he was an intelligence agent. This morning, he would be a sightseer, nothing more than that. He would have to act in a way consistent with that, which meant an assortment of behaviors, no obvious evasive tactics, no sudden moves. He would have to behave with a certain plausible randomness, stopping to look at things that struck his fancy, just as a tourist might. And yet at the same time, somehow, he would have to lose the followers. There was an old lady selling some mysterious soft drink from a cart. A sign identified the drink as limonade, which was Russian for any kind of carbonated drink. A long queue of Russians wearing fur hats waited with bovine patience to pay a few kopecks to drink her blend of carbonated water and red syrup from one communal glass. Metcalf stopped as if curious, his eyes scanning the line, at the same time confirming the positions of his followers. One was a few hundred feet behind him. The other was across the street, pretending to use a phone booth. They were in place. They were watching, keeping their distance, and therefore letting him know they were watching. Metcalf continued walking up the broad avenue with the leisurely pace and demeanor of a tourist taking in a strange city. A short time later he was accosted by a one-armed newspaper dealer, an old man selling copies of Trud and Izvestia and Pravda. In his one hand he held several copies of a small red booklet, which he waved at Metcalf. "Half a ruble for this songbook," the toothless old man called out desperately. "All of our greatest Soviet songs." Metcalf smiled at the man, shook his head, and then stopped. An idea occurred to him. A tram was coming, a streetcar in the Bukashka line, which ran along the Garden Ring Road. He saw it approach slowly in his peripheral vision. One follower was across the street, examining the window display of a store. In reality, of course, he was watching Metcalf in the reflection in the plate glass. The other was coming up the same side of the street as Metcalf was on, keeping his careful distance. In a moment, this watcher would reach the stand where the old woman was selling her limonade, and if Metcalf timed it right, the watcher's line of sight would be temporarily obscured. He approached the toothless old newspaper dealer as he pulled out his wallet. The watcher down the street could see that Metcalf was stopping to buy a songbook, a transaction that would take 30 seconds at least, for the old man would also no doubt try to sell other of his wares. Thus, even during the few seconds when the watcher's view was blocked, the NKVD man could assure himself that he was missing nothing. Metcalf handed the old man a ruble. "Ah, вот спасибо, барин," the vendor said, thanking him. The Russian set down his small pile of booklets on his newsstand so that he could take the ruble, but Metcalf did not wait to receive the booklet. Instead, he vaulted past the man toward the curb, leaping onto the moving streetcar. His right foot landed on the steel ledge of the 3-car tram as his right hand grabbed a steel ring and he managed to pull himself onto the car. Fortunately, it was not moving so quickly that Metcalf was hurt. He whipped his head around and confirmed that he had made it onto the tram, unseen by the watchers. He got off the tram on Petrovka Street, one of the main avenues in the city center. It was lined with mansions where Russia's wealthiest merchants had once lived, palaces that had been converted into hotels, embassies, apartment buildings, and shops. He immediately recognized the 4-story limestone building with the classical facade. It was where Lana lived with her aging father, Mikhail Ivanovich Baranov, a retired general now employed in the Commissariat of Defense Ministry. During his sojourn in Moscow 6 years ago, Metcalf had visited her here several times. At the Bolshoi, Lana was protected, as were all the ballerinas. Here, however, she would be far easier to approach. Metcalf glanced up at the 4th floor, at the row of windows that he knew belonged to Svetlana's father's apartment, and saw a shadow. Outlined against the sheer curtains in the window was a silhouette that he knew at once, and his breath caught. A slender young woman stood by the window, one hand on her hip, the other gesticulating at an unseen interlocutor. It was Lana. Even in outline, she was extraordinary, achingly beautiful. He went to Lana's entrance. Once inside the building, he raced up the stairs to the 4th floor. The door to her apartment was padded and covered with leather. The padding, Metcalf knew, did more than keep out the cold. It prevented eavesdropping. Always there was a fear that someone might be listening. He pushed the buzzer and waited. After a minute or so, he could hear a heavy tread approaching from inside. They were not Lana's footsteps. Might they be her father's? The door came open slowly, and a face appeared, the ancient, weathered face of an old woman who peered at him suspiciously.
"Da? Что вы хотите?"
she demanded. What do you want? Metcalf immediately recognized not the face, but the type. The old woman belonged to that age-old genus, the Russian babushka, a word that meant grandmother, but in reality was applied to any elderly woman. The babushka was the center of the extended Russian family, the stern but loving, hard-working matriarch in a society in which the men so often died prematurely, from war or alcohol. But this was not Lana's grandmother. More likely she was a cook housekeeper. Good morning, babushka, Metcalf spoke gently in Russian. I'm here to see Svetlana Mikhailovna. And you are? Please tell her it's Stiva. The babushka's permanent scowl deepened even further, and she squinted. Abruptly, she shut the door. Metcalf heard the heavy tread moving away into the interior of the apartment, the voice of the housekeeper, high and muffled. A minute later, the door opened again.
"She's not here,"
the old woman said. I know she's here, Metcalf said.
"She is not here."
Then when will she be back? Metcalf said.
"She will never be back. Not to you, not ever. Never come here again."
And she slammed the door. Lana was more than frightened. She was terrified. Once again she had pushed him away, just as she had last night. But why? This was not the impetuous reaction of a lover who felt spurned, rejected. No, there was something more complex going on. He descended the stairs, glancing out a narrow window as he passed, and then he saw something that made him freeze. A man was standing in the courtyard outside Lana's entrance, smoking a cigarette. For some reason he looked familiar. Where had he seen the man before? It came to him suddenly. Metcalf now remembered seeing the man standing in front of the Metropole, chatting with another man, so involved in their conversation that Metcalf took the barest notice of either of them. It was the same man. How? Metcalf was certain he had not been followed here. He had evaded the NKVD thugs from the hotel lobby. Yet he was equally sure that the blond man was the same one he had barely noticed standing in front of the Metropole, which meant that the man had not followed Metcalf here, and that was alarming indeed. He remembered the old slogan that Corky liked to repeat.
"The only thing worse than being followed is not being followed, because they know where you're going."
The blond man had come here from the Metropole separately, as if he knew that Metcalf would be coming here. How? Obviously the blond man, or his handlers, knew of Metcalf's connection to Lana. Unlike the low-level goons from the hotel lobby, this agent had to be operating on instructions from a well-briefed control, someone who had access to Metcalf's dossier. The American Embassy in Moscow was on Mokhovaya Street, next to the National Hotel. The offices were bleak and run down, but the security was high. It was ironic, Metcalf thought with a grim smile as he displayed his passport to gain admission. Both the Russians and the Americans participated in defending and protecting the American Embassy. Posted in front of the Chancery were both U.S. Marines and agents of the NKVD. The Marines were there to keep out the Russians. The NKVD was there to keep out the Russians as well, to make sure Russians didn't try to force their way in and attempt to defect. The man he was here to see, Amos Hilliard, occupied a small, austere office. He was a third secretary and consul, a small, bespectacled man with a balding head, pale skin. Corcoran trusted Hilliard, the blunt-talking Iowa farm boy who'd spent his career in the Foreign Service. Amos Hilliard was a Russia expert who didn't believe there was any such thing as a Russia expert.
"You know what a Russia expert is?" Hilliard had said with a snort a few minutes after Metcalf had sat down in his office. "Someone who's lived in Russia 20 years, or 2 weeks. and I don't fit into either of those categories. Hell, there's no experts in these parts."
Hilliard was more than one of the few State Department officials Corky trusted. He was secretly one of Corky's agents as well. It was highly unusual for Corcoran to permit one of his operatives to meet with another.
"In this case, I have no choice," Corky had said to Metcalf in Paris. "I have serious doubts about the trustworthiness of the other embassy staffers in Moscow. Hilliard is one of the very few you can trust, inasmuch as anyone can be trusted."
"Welcome to Happy Valley," Hilliard said. "Our mutual friend must think highly of you." Metcalf shrugged.
"Obviously he trusts you implicitly."
"And you. It's certainly rare that two of his nodes are permitted to come into contact." Hilliard smiled.
"Ask our friend how the weather is, and before he answers he'll stop to ponder on whether you have a need to know."
"Obviously Moscow is a special exception."
"Correct. Simply by entering this building, your name has become known to about a dozen of my fellow employees. Of course, you're a visiting American businessman, nothing more than that, but you're meeting with me, which may raise an eyebrow or two."
"How so?"
"Not in the way you may be thinking. I'm just a diplomat who does his job, keeps his head down. But I don't belong to any of the several factions, those with their own agendas, so I'm automatically suspect. I should warn you not to talk to anyone else in this building. No one can be trusted."
"Dual loyalties?"
"Dual?" Hilliard scoffed. "As in two? Start counting, my friend. The Moscow embassy is crawling with agents, all with differing agendas and loyalties. So if I read my coded communications accurately, you're looking for some concrete intelligence from me. You want to find out what we know about the Nazi-Soviet alliance, whether it's real, or some kind of tactic on either side.
That's part of what I'm after."
"And that's the great unanswerable. It's the riddle of the Sphinx. It's what we all want to know. Why you want to know, however, intrigues me."
"And we'll have to leave it there."
"Compartmentation," Hilliard said with a nod. "Segmentation. Well, let me tell you this. For over a year and a half, I've been sending telegrams to Washington warning them that Stalin was going to sign a non-aggression treaty with Hitler. And you know what I kept getting back? Complete and utter disbelief. Denial. Nope, it'll never happen, the idiots kept replying. A Marxist government would never make a deal with their ideological enemy. Washington just didn't seem to understand the simple fact that Stalin's only concern is preserving the Soviet system. Ideology has nothing to do with it. It's self-preservation now."
"You knew they were going to sign a deal?"
"I had sources."
"In the Kremlin?" Hilliard shook his head and smiled cryptically.
"Everyone knew Berlin and Moscow were talking, but even the Russians didn't know they were actually going to come to agreement."
"But you knew," Metcalf prodded. "You knew a deal was coming." That means Amos Hilliard must have a source in the German embassy, Metcalf thought.
"The secret of what limited success I've had here in Moscow," the diplomat said, "is that I'm able to think like Stalin. He's a supremely pragmatic man. I've met him. He's ruthless, but ruthlessly practical. I know how he thinks. He sees that France has fallen, that the Brits have turned tail and pulled out of the continent. He sees that London has no allies in Europe, none, and Stalin knows he has no other cards to play. He knows you always make the deal with the strong man, whatever it takes to keep German panzers from the Soviet borders."
"Even better if the Fuhrer throws in half of Poland, the Baltics, and Bessarabia."
"Exactly. And Hitler gets to avoid a war on two fronts, which would destroy him. And Hitler is not stupid. Which brings us back to the riddle of the Sphinx, the great unanswerable. Is the alliance between Hitler and Stalin for real? Well, let me answer it for you. Hell yes, it's for real. It's as real as warfare. It's as real as self-interest."
Metcalf nodded, his thoughts spinning. An idea had just occurred to him. "But if this alliance is for real, we're all cooked. An armed alliance between the two great empires of the European continent with immense armies and millions of soldiers? They can just divvy up the spoils, divide Europe and then the rest of the world among themselves, redraw the map, and there's nothing we can do about it."
"Now I see why our mutual friend trusts you. You're a strategic thinker." "Stalin conducted the negotiations with von Ribbentrop personally, didn't he?" Hilliard nodded. "He wouldn't have done that if he weren't genuinely committed to making it work." "And when the treaty was concluded, Uncle Joe drank a toast to Hitler. Called him a molodets." "A good guy. You know Russian?" "Just a bit," Metcalf lied. "Enough to get around." "And now the Soviets are buying millions of marks worth of turbines, gun borers, lathes, and anti-aircraft guns from the Germans. This is a matter of record. You think Germany would sell this kind of stuff to Russia if they didn't consider them partners in the war effort? I don't think so." "Our only hope is if there's a falling out among thieves." "Metcalf, you're dreaming. These dictators know how much more powerful they are as allies, how together they can split up the world between themselves. And I'm hearing things from my British friends here, that there are highly placed members of Churchill's government, though not Churchill himself, who are pressing for a separate peace with Germany against the Soviets." Metcalf chewed his lower lip a moment and pondered. "How well do you know the German embassy staff here?" Hilliard looked suddenly guarded. "Fairly well. What do you want to know?" "There's a second secretary in the German embassy named von Schussler." The diplomat nodded. "A mediocrity. Aristocrat, comes from a long line of upper-class Germans, which is the only reason he got a job in the German Foreign Ministry. What do you want to know about him?" "Do you have any sense of his true politics?" "Ah," Hilliard said, understanding. "There are indeed members of the German embassy here who, shall we say, hold no brief for the Nazis. Loyal German patriots who love Germany but hate the Nazis, who will do what they can to undermine Hitler. But von Schussler? Hardly. He knows what side his bread's buttered on. He'll do what he's told. As far as I can judge, and I've met the man quite a few times, he has some sad self-deluded notion of himself as the heir to the great Prussian nobility. He wants glory, but he's not brave. He's a weak, vain man. Von Schussler does what he's told. Just wants to retire to his castle with his ribbons." "I see," Metcalf said. He trusted Hilliard's judgment. A weak, vain man, not a hero, not one who would do something brave or be a secret member of the anti-Nazi underground resistance. Not someone, it appeared, who could be turned. Yet Corcoran had sent him here to size the German up as a potential asset. How could Corky have been so misguided? He had a source on the ground in Moscow, Amos Hilliard, who could have told him not to bother. Metcalf was baffled. "Look, I don't know what you're up to, but if you're interested in meeting this fellow face to face, I'm told he and his Russian ballerina girlfriend will be up at the dacha tonight. It's the center of the social world in the diplomatic enclave." "I'll be there," Metcalf said, getting to his feet as Hilliard did the same. The diplomat came around from behind the desk, and Metcalf extended his hand to shake. He was surprised when the small man instead gave him an embrace, a bear hug. Then at once he understood why, when Amos Hilliard whispered in his ear, "Watch your back, you hear me? Do yourself a favor, Metcalf. Don't ever come here again." The dacha, leased by the American Embassy, was a modest two-story country house built of logs, set on a ridge overlooking a valley in the woods southwest of Moscow. Here was the hub of social life in the foreign diplomatic community in Moscow, the place where ambassadors, counselors, attachés, and their staff gathered to exchange gossip, pass along information to one another, subtly attempt to pry information out of one another. Here, year-round, the most important envoys from America, Britain, Italy and Greece, Turkey and Serbia collected to socialize. More diplomatic business was transacted here than at any official function. The sheer intimacy and informality of the place was conducive to the sort of idle chatter that enabled trust to be established, and thus substantive information to be exchanged. Here the Americans and the Germans often went riding together. Sometimes the diplomats went for long walks in the woods. There was something pleasantly illicit about these social gatherings, over drinks on the porch, or at dinner,
over tennis on the courts out back. But beneath the facade of social chit-chat, what was really being transacted was politics. That was the true hard currency expended at the American dacha. Everything here was politics. Metcalf entered the large main room, which was crowded with a motley assortment of people gathered before a roaring fire. Some of the faces he recognized quickly. The British ambassador, Sir Stafford Cripps. The Greek ambassador, left-leaning, yet shrewd. Count von der Schulenburg, a tall, gray-haired, distinguished-looking gentleman who was the dean of the diplomatic community. There were others who looked familiar. He noticed Amos Hilliard, who glanced at him, seeming to indicate recognition with a subtle widening of the eyes before turning away. He introduced himself to a woman standing near the entrance. The American ambassador's wife, it turned out. "Gate crasher," she said. "You? Don't be silly. You're Charlie Metcalf's boy, aren't you? You know, your father and I—" And the woman began prattling about some social dalliance in New York decades ago. It often went this way when Metcalf met old-line social register types. The Metcalf name was not only well known, but it carried a certain cachet, even among those with cachet. Now, the Madame Ambassador, having removed his coat, clutched both of his hands and began giving him the rundown on the party's guests in a low, confiding burble. "That little man over there is the Italian ambassador, Augusto Rosso, with his American wife, Frances. Not supposed to like him, but we do. We do. He's really lots of fun. And let's see. Over there, thick as thieves, are the ministers from Turkey, Greece, and Serbia. They're always gathering for coffee each morning in Stafford Cripps's sitting room. Well, Stephen, I hope you're prepared to talk politics. That's all they ever talk about here. It's boring. I hope you can stand it." Metcalf accepted a drink, a scotch, from her, and excused himself. The word of his arrival had spread quickly among the assembled. Even amid the important and celebrated here, Metcalf was a celebrity, though of a minor stripe. He was at the least a curiosity. A visiting businessman here on some unstated family business. A presentable young single man from a prominent family. He was fresh blood. Everyone wanted to talk to him, to get the latest gossip from the States, to introduce him to their daughters or sisters. Alcohol flowed, and the food was abundant. Caviar, black bread and butter, smoked sturgeon. Here the guests enjoyed the best of everything. Metcalf was a stranger here, but he knew how to play the role. By the end of his adolescence, he had been to enough shindigs that he was an expert at the witty repartee, the raised eyebrow, the indirect allusions to Groton and Exeter, Princeton and Yale. All around him was talk of politics. Everything concerned the war and whether the U.S. would enter it. Most of all, the talk seemed to center on Germany. But Metcalf had ceased paying attention. There, across the room, her arm linked in that of a large, pudgy man with a double chin and a toothbrush mustache, was Lana. She was dressed in a gown of white and gold, and she looked a world apart from the ordinary Russian woman. She was smiling at something her lover was saying, but it seemed a sad, tentative smile. She held a champagne glass, but did not seem to be drinking from it. Lana was surrounded by uniformed German officers, as well as others dressed in civilian clothes, who had a certain Germanic look about them. She was at the center of a knot of admirers, and she appeared to be bored to desperation. Metcalf drifted toward her. As he maneuvered through the crowd, she turned abruptly and caught his eye. His breath caught. "Stephen?" It was the ambassador's wife again, intercepting him with a hand pressed flat against his chest. "I don't see you talking to any of the available young women here, and I think it's a frightful waste. They're starved for male company, you know. You really ought to do your patriotic duty." "I'll give it the old college try," Metcalf replied. He continued edging toward Lana until he was just about at her side. "Oh, you needn't go that far," the ambassador's wife giggled. "I know all about you at Yale, you know. I hear the most alarming stories about you." "My conscience is clear," Metcalf said serenely. He was now so close to Lana, he could smell her delicate perfume. Abruptly, Lana turned around and met his eyes. "A clear conscience," she said levelly, is usually a sign of a bad memory. He grinned sheepishly and replied in Russian, I take it you don't have a performance tonight. She looked at him and smiled right back. They seem to get along fine without me. I rather doubt it. May I meet your friend? Metcalf's face was composed in an expression of innocence, but she knew better. A flash of annoyance flickered in her eyes, but she covered it with a polite dip of her head. Of course. Rudy, I'd like you to meet an acquaintance of mine. Rudolf von Schussler regarded Metcalf incuriously. He extended a damp, pudgy hand and shook limply. He was a tall, rotund man with beady, nervous eyes and a goatee. It's a pleasure to make your acquaintance, Metcalf said in English. I'm particularly honored to meet a man with such impeccable taste in women. Svetlana blushed suddenly. Von Schussler looked bewildered, as if unsure how to reply. I'm told you're a member of what's known as the finest diplomatic mission in all of Moscow, Metcalf continued. And you are here because? Von Schussler inquired. I travel a good deal for my work. He turned slightly, forcing von Schussler to do the same, which took him out of the circle of Germans with whom he had been conversing. The others resumed talking, enabling Metcalf, Lana, and von Schussler to speak privately. Which is? My family's firm is Metcalf Industries. Perhaps you've heard of it. I am not well versed in American corporations. Really? But surely you know that some of our greatest American corporations have helped build up your regime. Why, the Ford Motor Company built troop transport vehicles for the Wehrmacht. He paused, watching the German's expression closely. But von Schussler only looked bored. And of course your Führer gave Henry Ford the highest civilian honor awarded by the Nazis, the Grand Cross of the German Eagle, as you may remember. He shrugged. I'm told Hitler keeps a large portrait of Mr. Ford next to his desk. Well, I believe it was an American president who said, the business of America is business, yeah? Von Schussler said, reaching for a Sevruga-trimmed canapé. Some of us in American business believe that international trade blazes the path for politics. It's always nice when we can make money while helping to strengthen those historical forces that we cannot openly support, if you understand me. Metcalf was dangling the bait, but would the German bite? Surely von Schussler had to understand what Metcalf was hinting at, that here was another American industrialist who secretly supported the Nazis. If he took the bait, von Schussler would be revealing something of his own private inclination. I'm sure that money, like love, will always find a way, von Schussler said blandly. Not all of my colleagues think as I do, Metcalf said. There are some businessmen who do not wish the Nazis well. They consider you barbarians. Von Schussler seemed to bristle. You should tell your fellow industrialists that we are not the barbarians. The German people have always loved beauty and strength, both. We are interested only in imposing civilization and order. A Europe unified under the Führer will be a place of peace, law, and order. And order is good business, no? Metcalf scrutinized the man's expression closely. Was there a flicker of skepticism? A moment of doubt? A hint of irony? There was not. A small man with mousy brown hair and thick-rimmed glasses pulled von Schussler aside and began speaking to him in rapid-fire German. At last Metcalf and Lana were alone, and finally she hissed at him, Don't you ever visit me at home again, never! God, Lana, I'm sorry, I didn't realize— No, you did not realize. There are a great many things you don't realize. I'm beginning to see that. Many things, he thought. For one, he hadn't realized how much he still loved her. We've got unfinished business, you and I. Business, yes, she said with a sad shake of the head. Everything to you is business. I hear the way you talk to Rudy, the deals you want to make with those people. Anything for the almighty dollar. Perhaps there are some you don't realize, he countered softly. You are a businessman. You may try to rebel against what you have been given, what you have inherited. But it is no use. The stain is always with you. Stain? Of capitalism,
of making money from the blood of the workers."
"I see," Metcalf said. She did not sound like the carefree, apolitical Lana of old. "If enterprise is a stain, then it's a stain Russia has purged clean in recent years."
"It is as our great leader says," she intoned solemnly. "You cannot make an omelet without burning down the chicken farm."
What was she saying? Trying to say? Was she deliberately misspeaking? I don't think that's quite how Stalin put it. I thought he defended his bloody purges by saying, "You can't make an omelet without breaking eggs." She flushed.
"Stalin knew long before the Russian people knew that there would always be enemies of what we are trying to create."
"Oh? And what are you trying to create?"
"We are building a new socialist state, Stephen. Everything will be collectivized. And not just collective farms. Everything. Factories are being collectivized. Families are being collectivized. Soon, poetry will be collectivized, too. Can you imagine a society that has succeeded in doing that?"
She was talking nonsense, parroting empty slogans. "Lana, we need to talk."
"We are talking now, Stiva."
"Alone." She paused as if weighing something in her mind.
"Have you ever seen the grounds here? The land is really quite lovely. Shall we go for a little stroll?"
She suggested it in an offhand, playful way, but he knew what she was doing. That would be nice. It was bitterly cold outside. Hardly a night for taking a stroll around the rolling lawn behind the dacha. Lana wore a long fur coat that appeared to be mink and a matching hat.
"Are you really here on business, Stephen?"
she asked as they strolled aimlessly, their boots crunching in the icy snow. Far off in the distance, Metcalf could see an outbuilding, presumably the stable. "Of course. That's what I do."
"How long are you in Moscow?"
"Just a few days."
"Lana, did you come here to this party because you knew I'd be here?"
"Yes."
"What's past is past, Stephen. We have both grown up and moved on. We had a brief love affair a long time ago, and it's over with."
"Are you in love with the German?"
"He is amusing to me. He is, how do you say, charmant."
Charmant is not the first word that comes to mind when one thinks of von Schussler. Lugubrious, perhaps.
"Stephen,"
she said warningly,
"it is not your place to delve into the mysteries of the heart."
"No, if we're really talking about the heart, and not something else."
"Meaning what exactly?"
"Well, mink cannot be easy to find in Moscow."
"I make a very good salary now, 6,000 rubles a month."
"All the rubles in the state treasury won't buy you something that cannot be bought." One side of her mouth turned up in a sly smile.
"It is a gift, though it is nothing compared to the gift you gave me."
"You've said that before. Something about a gift I gave you. What gift, Lana?"
"Rudy is good to me," she said, ignoring his question. "He is a generous man. He gives me gifts, yes. What of it?"
"It's not like you to take up with a man because he can buy you minks and jewelry." But she would not be goaded.
"It is how he expresses his love."
"Love?"
"His infatuation, then."
"Yes, but somehow I don't think you are infatuated with him, are you?"
"Stephen, you have no claim on me anymore."
"I know that. I understand. But we need to meet. We need to talk. It's important."
"Talk? I know how you talk."
"I need your help. We have to arrange to meet. Can you meet me tomorrow afternoon? Will you be back in Moscow by then?"
"I'll be back in Moscow, but I see no reason to meet."
"Sokolniki Park. Our usual spot. The place where we—"
"Stiva,"
she interrupted.
"Quiet."
Suddenly, she nodded at a man who had appeared on the veranda not far from where they were walking. He turned to look, and Metcalf recognized the face. It was the GRU man who had been sitting in the row behind him at the Bolshoi, the one who had struck up a conversation about her. "I've seen him before," Metcalf said in a low voice.
Lieutenant Kundrov of the GRU, she said. He's my minder.
Your minder?
I must be a plum assignment. He's unusually senior for the job. For the past year and a half, he's become my shadow. At first it was ridiculous. Everywhere I went, he would follow. I would meet friends at a restaurant, and there he was, at the next table. I would be shopping, and he would be in the line behind me. Every performance at the Bolshoi, he would be there, always in the same seat. Finally, I invited him in for tea.
Why?
I figured I might as well get to know my jailer. Perhaps one day he will be ordered to collect me for my execution. Perhaps one day he will be my executioner.
But why? Why have they assigned you a minder?
She shrugged. I suppose it goes along with my status, with my being the prima ballerina. I have become an important personage, and therefore I am to be watched closely. One of the dancers who got too friendly with a foreigner, a capitalist stage door Johnny, was sent to live in Siberia. We are caged birds.
So you've reached an accommodation, Metcalf said in English.
Accommodation. I like this word. How do you spell?
As he began to spell out the word, he noticed that the GRU man, Lieutenant Kundrov, was coming across the lawn toward them. Svetlana Mikhailovna, the Russian said in a strong, resonant baritone, good evening. It is very cold to be outside. You will get sick.
Good evening, Ivan Sergeyevich. Allow me to introduce a visiting businessman.
Stephen Metcalf, said Kundrov. Yes, I believe we met at the Bolshoi. They shook hands. You're a ballet fan, I take it, said Metcalf. I'm an admirer of Svetlana Mikhailovna. As am I, but I'm afraid we are only two among many. Too true, the Russian replied. Svetlana Mikhailovna, you are spending the evening here, yes? As guests of the ambassador?
You know everything about me, Lana said gaily. Yes, a little skiing and riding. And you?
No, I haven't been invited to spend the night, I'm afraid.
A shame, Lana said.
Lana cleared her throat.
If you'll excuse me, gentlemen, I must get back inside to Rudy. He'll think I've abandoned him.
An hour later, Metcalf clambered into a Bentley driven by a second secretary in the British Embassy that was filled with other guests returning to Moscow. The mood was boisterous, the laughter contagious. As the car reached the end of the long, dark dirt road and was about to turn onto the paved highway, Metcalf suddenly spoke up. Damn it! I left my briefcase back there. Several groans arose. Someone cracked, No point in going back. You can be sure the NKVD boys have already cracked it open and stolen whatever's inside. Just pull over if you don't mind.
You're not walking back, are you? A woman exclaimed.
I could use the fresh air, Metcalf said. I'll catch the next car. He got out and began walking slowly back toward the dacha until the Bentley had roared away. Then he stopped, looked around to make sure he was unobserved. Abruptly, he bolted off the path and plunged into the thick forest. Branches and needles crunched underfoot. As soon as he had gone far enough into the woods that he felt sure he couldn't be seen from the dirt path, he pulled out a flashlight and a military-issue compass. Holding the flashlight in one hand, he shone the light on the compass dial as he aligned the needle to magnetic north. There was no map of the area available, so Roger had instead devised a grid using compass coordinates. Metcalf knew that Roger would bury the transmitter in the woods here and would indicate its whereabouts by means of a simple system of markers. Sweeping the flashlight's narrow beam in an arc, he began searching for a dab of red paint on a tree trunk. The woods here were a dense collection of old birches. Outside the narrow beam of light, everything was dark, almost opaque. He glanced at his watch. The radium dial read almost 2 o'clock in the morning. Metcalf walked slowly, keeping his tread light. At the same time, he remained alert for any sound out of the ordinary. Since he was in the vicinity of a dacha that belonged to the American embassy, it was reasonable to assume that the woods would be patrolled with some regularity by guards. At last, he came upon a birch tree with a daub of red paint that had been freshly applied. This was the outermost boundary marker that Roger had established, the first of a series of 3 such marked trees that would point toward the site at which he had concealed the bulky radio transmitter. Metcalf checked the compass reading, recalibrated it, and then set out 60 degrees west until he came to the next red marker. He turned the torch back on, moved it slowly from left to right until he struck another glistening patch of red paint on a tree trunk 25 feet north-northwest. That was it, the final marker. Metcalf and Roger had arranged in advance how the transceiver unit would be concealed. The problem was that Roger could not know, until he'd reached the site, how he'd be able to do it. You never knew until you got there. Would there be hollow sections of trees? Or some sort of outbuilding, a shed or shack? The answer had been scrawled in an alphanumeric code which Roger had carved with a penknife at the base of the 3rd marked tree. Metcalf found the characters inscribed in small, crude block letters, C/8N. That told him that the unit was located precisely 8 feet due north from the tree. The letter C indicated the 3rd of 6 possible arrangements. It was buried in the ground and concealed with whatever natural objects were at hand. Metcalf paced out 8 feet and immediately spied the large, flat stone, mostly obscured by the underbrush. The casual observer would notice nothing. Metcalf knelt and brushed away the twigs and dead leaves, then pried loose the rock. Directly underneath it was green canvas, the tarpaulin Roger had wrapped over the small leather suitcase, set into a hollow that he'd obviously dug out earlier in the day. Metcalf pulled it out with great effort, and then, after dusting off the dirt and debris, opened the case. He was able to operate in the dark, for he knew the workings of the transceiver well. Built into the suitcase, which weighed some 30 pounds, was a 12-volt automobile battery and power supply pack, a headphone and antenna, and then the transceiver itself, a steel box about a foot square with a black wrinkle finish. This was a BP-3, the most sophisticated clandestine communications unit ever built. He unfolded the green canvas tarpaulin in which the suitcase had been wrapped and spread it out on the ground. At least he'd be able to sit on a dry spot. From his front pants pocket, he took a small black oblong with 2 prongs at one end, the crystal. This crystal contained the encoded frequencies on which he would transmit and receive. It was dangerous to keep together with the radio unit, for if the suitcase had been discovered, the operational security would have been seriously compromised. You did not keep the key and the lock in the same place. He plugged the crystal into the Q socket on the lower part of the unit, then plugged in the headset and put it on. Now he switched on the flashlight and set it down so that it illuminated the immediate area. He would have to work fast. He was sitting in an island of bright light in the middle of a black forest. He could now be seen for hundreds of yards or more. He drew out from his breast pocket a pack of Lucky Strikes and a fountain pen. In the cigarette pack were concealed several small sheets of paper. He took one out. It was a one-time pad sheet printed on a piece of nitrated rice paper so that it would catch fire instantly. It could also be dissolved in hot water, even swallowed if need be. He unscrewed the body of the fountain pen, in which was tightly furled a silk handkerchief, measuring 9 by 4 inches. He flung it open, pressed it flat against the canvas tarp. The entire silk square was covered with tiny groups of letters, arranged in a grid. These 2 items, the rice paper one-time pad and the silk key, taken together, made up the most sophisticated encryption system that had ever been developed. Metcalf turned on the power, then set the switch to tune. He depressed a key, turned a knob marked with an arrow until a neon tube lit up. Moving another knob to transmit, he selected the position that most brightly lit up the tuning bulb, indicating the frequency with the strongest signal. Now the transmitter was ready to operate. He had composed and encrypted his message in advance, of course. It was an urgent message for Corky, informing him of what had happened in Moscow, of the existence of the GRU minder, Kundrov, who had been assigned to Svetlana, and asking for background on the man. Metcalf also relayed to Corky the degree of surveillance that had been placed on him. He raised the question of whether his cover had somehow been blown. Finally, he wanted to give Corky his immediate assessment of von Schussler, which echoed Amos Hilliard's. The German was no prospect for recruitment. Metcalf had to communicate not by voice, but by Morse code. He began tapping the telegraph key, which was located at the bottom right corner of the transceiver's face. It was slow work. He was out of practice, not having had to operate a field radio in Paris, and the poor illumination made things still more difficult. Still, he managed to complete the transmission in little over a minute. It was addressed to Home Station 23C, which automatically flagged Corcoran. The decoded message would be dispatched to him at once through secure channels. As soon as Metcalf heard the code signaling receipt and acknowledgement, he removed his headset and switched off the transceiver. He moved quickly now, extinguishing the light, disassembling the machine, and removing the crystal, then closing its case and rewrapping it in its canvas tarpaulin. He placed the bundle back into the hole, replaced the flat rock over it, and then swept the detritus and organic matter from the forest floor in a pattern that looked undisturbed. He would have to improvise a way to get back to Moscow, and the dacha was by far the most likely place to do that. There would be vehicles, which he could steal if he needed to. There would be guests to prevail upon for a lift back to the city. His reputation as a carousing party-goer would be useful in explaining away why he was still there. He had gone off with a girl, he could say sheepishly. He'd had way too much to drink, fallen down, passed out. A cover story could be devised, and might well be believed. As he neared the dacha, he came upon the stable he'd seen from the veranda. Here the embassy kept horses, and here he could sleep for the remainder of the night, no questions asked. He entered the barn quietly, trying not to wake the animals inside. Bedding down on a bale of hay near the warmth radiating from the kerosene lantern, Metcalf fell asleep. A shaft of bright sunlight awakened him. It was early morning, and although he could have slept for hours more, he knew he had to get moving. He was covered in dusty straw. He sat up, brushing the straw from his face, then rubbing his tired eyes. There was a sudden groan of rusty hinges, and the stable was flooded with light. The door came open. Metcalf jumped up, leaped into an empty stall, flattening himself against the wall. The Arabians whinnied softly, the sounds not of alarm, but of greeting. They seemed to recognize whoever was entering. Metcalf did too. Dressed in riding clothes, a kerchief over her head. It was Lana. "Lana," he said quietly. She blinked, surprised to see him, but somehow not completely surprised. "Stiva? But we agreed. Sokolniki Park tomorrow at dusk." "I guess I couldn't wait." She shook her head, giggled despite herself. "I'm going riding. It's one of my few pleasures these days." "And your German boyfriend?" She scowled. "He rarely gets up before noon. He won't even notice I'm gone. Everyone's asleep in the house, actually." "Then you won't mind if I join you?" She inclined her head. "I won't mind." She saddled up deftly. Metcalf no less quickly. There was a horse trail that ran through the woods. Metcalf allowed her to set the pace. When the path widened somewhat, she leaned forward, made a clucking sound with her mouth, squeezed her legs together. Her horse, a chestnut Arabian, increased his gait to a canter. The trail widened again, allowing them to ride alongside each other. But when it narrowed, she took the lead. Metcalf turned his face up to the soft morning sun. It warmed him, soothed him. For a few moments, they rode in silence. He watched her lithe figure. She seemed to be an extension of the horse. God, he loved her so. After a while, the terrain began to look familiar. He pointed toward the denser section of the woods. She looked perplexed, but followed him off the path. They slowed to a walk as they made their way through the trees. After a few minutes, she called, "There is no path here." "I know." "We should go back to the path." "I need to find something. It won't take long." Soon he came upon a tree that had been daubed with red paint, and he knew where he was. "Wait here a moment." He dismounted and peered around for the patch of ground where he had strewn twigs and moss over the transmitter. His eye was immediately caught by an unexpected sight. The ground had been cleared, scraped to the bare soil. The large, flat rock had been removed, exposing the pit that Roger had dug. The hole was empty. The transmitter was gone. Metcalf knew at once what had happened, and he was seized with terror. It was not safe to be here, in this place where the transmitter had been found. Teams would be assigned to hide, lie in wait for the spy to return to this spot. He had to get out of here at once. Metcalf raced back to where Lana and the horses waited. As he climbed back into the saddle, she must have noticed the strain in his face.
"Darling, what's wrong?"
"Nothing," he said tightly. He tugged at the reins to get his horse moving back through the woods and toward the path. A few seconds later, he clarified. "Everything." Lana stared at him, then nodded as if she understood.
"Welcome to the USSR."
As soon as they reached the path, they began circling back toward the dacha, Metcalf now taking the lead. Outside the stable, they both dismounted, walking the horses back inside. Lana filled a bucket with water from a hand pump. Her horse drank greedily. She pumped another bucketful and placed it in front of Metcalf's horse, which drank as well. She removed her horse's tack, shook out the saddle before hanging it up, removed the bridle, and washed out the bit before hanging that up as well. She took a towel from a hook and rubbed the horse gently to restore the circulation in his back, then began grooming him with a soft bristled brush. Metcalf did the same. Once she had examined her horse's hooves for stones, she led him back to his stall. As Metcalf shut the stall gate, he noticed that she had come over to him, as if she had something she wanted to say. "Lana," he began, but she placed a hand over his mouth, a request for silence. Her face was tilted upward to his, her eyes brimming with tears. She reached up with both hands this time, cupping his face. He wrapped his arms around her. Her lips parted as they touched his. He could feel the hot moisture of her tears against his face. She was trembling. They kissed with an urgency that surprised him. He pulled her into him tight. Abruptly, she pulled her mouth away from his.
"Oh God, Stiva, take me, please, love me."
Their bed was a horse blanket thrown hastily over a few stacks of hay. They made love quickly and without speaking, disrobing only partially. And just as quickly they dressed, both of them fearful that they might be discovered. As they dressed, Metcalf asked, "Will we still meet tomorrow evening?"
"Yes, of course. Why not?"
"Rudolph, he won't be suspicious?"
"Please, I was feeling happy for the first time in a long, long while. Why did you have to mention his name?"
"What are you doing with him? I know you don't love him. I don't understand."
"There's so much you don't understand, Stiva."
"Tell me," he said. She bit her lower lip.
"I had no choice."
"No choice? You always have a choice, Milenki." She shook her head slowly, sadly, and the tears returned to her eyes.
"Not when you're a prisoner. Not when you are a hostage."
"What are you saying? How can this—"
"It is my father. He knows how I love my father, how I would do anything to protect him."
"Von Schussler is threatening your father?"
"No, it is nothing so open. He has a document, a piece of paper that has the power to kill my father, to get my father executed and me arrested."
"Lana, what the hell—"
"Listen to me. Please, just listen. You know the name of the famous Red Army general, Mikhail Nikolaevich Tukhachevsky, the great hero of the revolution?"
"I've heard the name, yes."
He defended Moscow in 1918, captured Siberia in 1920. A great loyal military man, the chief of staff of the Soviet army. And he was an old friend of my father's. A few times we had dinner with his family. My father worshipped him. He had a photograph of himself with Tukhachevsky, which he displayed prominently on top of the piano."
She paused, drew in her breath as if steeling herself.
One night in May, in 1937, I was asleep when I heard our doorbell ring. I looked at my clock. It was after midnight. The ringing stopped, and I was able to fall back asleep. It must have been an hour later when I was awakened again, this time by loud voices. My father's voice. I got up from my bed and listened. The voices were coming from my father's study. He seemed to be arguing with someone. I ran to his study, but stopped just outside the door. Father was there, and he was talking quite agitatedly to Tukhachevsky. My first thought was that Marshal Tukhachevsky was yelling at Father. But I soon realized that Father was not yelling at him at all. He was angry, furious as I had never seen him before, but not angry at his friend Mikhail Nikolaevich. He was furious at Stalin. Tukhachevsky did not seem to be angry, though. His tone of voice was sad, resigned, almost mournful. I pulled back, careful not to be seen. I knew that if they knew I was there, that I was listening in, they would stop. And I had the feeling that whatever they were discussing was so serious, so dangerous, that my father would never tell me. So I listened to Tukhachevsky tell my father that Stalin and his NKVD had uncovered a huge plot within the army. He said the NKVD was tailing him on Stalin's direct orders. The rumor was that Stalin had strong evidence indicating that a number of his top military officers were engaged in a secret conspiracy, a plot with members of the German High Command to carry out a coup d'etat against Stalin, and that among these plotters was Tukhachevsky.
That's insane.
Is it? I don't know the truth. I know that when my father and he spoke privately, they both agreed that Stalin was a dangerous man.
She lowered her voice to a whisper.
My father loathes Stalin. This I know. Oh, in public he joins in all the toasts to the General Secretary. He praises Stalin to the skies when others are listening. He is not stupid, but he hates the man. And so did Tukhachevsky.
What was the strong evidence that Stalin had? Was that ever revealed?
Never publicly, no. But there was talk. Apparently, a dossier was obtained in Prague from Czech intelligence, given to the NKVD. The dossier contained letters written by these Soviet military officers, letters to their German counterparts, seeking to enlist their support in a scheme to overthrow Stalin. The signatures were verified. One of the letters was signed by Marshal Tukhachevsky himself.
He wrote such a letter?
Of course he denied it, but he said it made no difference. He was convinced that he was about to be arrested, along with others.
He was warning your father, then?
That may have been part of why he came. Father told him to write a letter to Stalin himself to clear up this misunderstanding. Tukhachevsky said he had already done so, but he hadn't received an answer. He said his days were numbered, and he feared not only for his life, but also for his family. The next morning I asked my father who it was that had come in the night. He refused to tell me, of course, but I noticed that he had removed the photograph of himself with Tukhachevsky. Later I found it hidden away in a drawer, wrapped in newspaper. And a few days later, Tukhachevsky and 7 other high-ranking military officers were arrested. They were tried in secret and found guilty of espionage and treason against the motherland. They all confessed, she said, but the confessions were false. They were tortured and then told that the only way to save their lives and, more important, their families' lives, was to sign confessions admitting to a conspiracy with the Germans. They were executed in the Lubyanka.
She paused for a long time, and Metcalf said nothing.
As they died,
she continued at last, her voice cracking,
they shouted, "Long live Stalin!"
Metcalf shook his head. He put his free arm around her shoulder, squeezed her tight.
And of course, this was not the end, but the beginning. More than 30,000 military officials were purged.
Lana, what does this terrible story have to do with you?
My father was one of the few generals who were not arrested.
Because he was not involved. She closed her eyes.
Because he was not caught.
Not caught? Are you saying your father was a plotter against Stalin?
It seems scarcely believable, and yet he has often whispered to me of his loathing of Stalin.
But he never told you he was part of any conspiracy, did he?
He never would. One single word of his guilt, and he would be summarily executed.
Then what makes you so certain? Abruptly, she broke away from his embrace. She stood up, walked over to the chestnut horse, and began absently stroking his flank. After a few minutes, without looking at Metcalf, she began to speak.
A few months ago I was invited to a party at the German embassy. It was a terribly extravagant affair. A German diplomat came up to me and asked if I was the daughter of the famous General Mikhail Baranov.
Von Schussler. She nodded.
Why did he want to know, I wondered. My father now works in the Commissariat of Defense Ministry, and his job is quite boring. He seemed to know all about my father's military career, far more even than I knew. He said he wanted to talk to me in private, that he had something to share with me that I would find most interesting. I was intrigued. We took our drinks to a corner of the room and sat down, away from anyone else. He spoke in a very casual and off-handed way, and I listened. He told me that an old school friend of his, who had gone into the SS, had shown him a most interesting, top-secret dossier concerning certain highly placed members of the Soviet military. Some of the documents had already been obtained by Stalin, but there were others.
Oh, Jesus, Lana. How frightened you must have been.
He must have seen the fear in my face. I said nothing, pretended I didn't know what he was talking about. But he could sense my terror. He said that there were other letters in this dossier, names Stalin never knew about. The SS, he said, liked to hold on to compromising evidence to use when they had a use for it.
The bastard was threatening you.
But nothing so vulgar, Stiva. Nothing so obvious. It was all quite subtle and understated. Von Schussler said he saw no reason why this damaging piece of information should be revealed to the NKVD. What was past, he said. But didn't I find it interesting?
However subtly he played it, he was obviously blackmailing you.
Ah, but you see, he only wanted to take me to dinner, he said. He said he found me quite interesting and wanted to get to know me better.
That bastard. Of course, it all made sense now.
Naturally, I had dinner with him. And again the next night. I would do anything to protect my father. And if it meant spending nights with a man I find tedious and repulsive, well, in Russia people often must do far worse things to save their loved ones.
When I came to see you backstage at the Bolshoi, you were terrified, weren't you? She looked at him, and Metcalf could see tears streaming down her cheeks.
Everywhere there are informants and gossips. If word had gotten back to him that my American lover was back in Moscow, I was afraid that jealousy might turn to rage, and he would carry out his threat. He would throw my father to the wolves of the NKVD. Oh, Stiva, I love you as life itself. I always have. But it cannot be.
Metcalf barely heard her words. His mind was spinning. He stood up, came over to her, put his arms around her, comforted her. She went limp in his arms. Then she said,
I am like the Russian people themselves. I am beyond help.
Maybe not, Metcalf said, his thoughts whirling. Maybe not. The symphony of odors almost overwhelmed the violinist, as it did so often when he was indoors. He could smell the Nivea skin cream that the petty bureaucrat obviously used in place of shaving soap, his Obel pipe tobacco. He could smell the consular officer's boot polish. Less pleasantly, he could smell the anxious bureaucrat's lunch. The man had consumed bockwurst and pickled cabbage.
"How long a list could that be?" Kleist asked. "I'm asking only for a list of British or American males who have arrived in Moscow within the last 7 days. How many of them can there possibly be?"
The violinist simply wanted to know if one Daniel Eigen had entered Moscow in the last few days. It was entirely possible, of course, that Eigen had entered under a different name. However the spy had entered the country, a list was a good starting point, though. The bureaucrat seemed to have one excuse after another at the ready. The man was a past master at the one skill that was paramount in the German Foreign Office: procrastination. For the last 10 minutes he had improvised a veritable cadenza of reasons that he could do nothing. Kleist often encountered such an attitude in the Foreign Service, particularly when they dealt with the Sicherheitsdienst, whom they despised and feared. Kleist did not particularly care that they despised the SD. That they feared the SD, on the other hand, was useful.
"Which is not to say that we do not have our contacts here in Moscow," the man said. "Bribes can be paid to the proper responsible authorities, our counterparts in the Soviet Foreign Ministry. They keep lists of all those who enter the country."
"Excellent," Kleist said. "When can I have this list?"
The bureaucrat swallowed.
"I should think later this week we should be able to—"
"Today. I need the list today."
The color drained from the man's face.
"But of course, Herr Hauptsturmführer, I shall do my best."
Roger Martin was still asleep when Metcalf knocked on his door. "Feel like going for a walk?" Metcalf said.
"Not particularly,"
Roger groaned. "Good. Let's go." The two were followed out of the hotel by a new set of NKVD watchers. Metcalf was determined not to give the followers cause for alarm or suspicion. He and Roger simply needed to talk, out in the open and away from the hotel microphones. They would keep their movements regular, predictable. To his observers, Metcalf would appear to be taking a brisk morning stroll along the crowded avenue, a businessman taking a day off for some casual sightseeing. His voice, however, was anything but casual. Rapidly he went through what had happened, from the elusive masterful tale assigned to him to the alarming disappearance of the transmitter. Roger's expression grew steadily graver. Hearing about the stolen transmitter, he winced. "After all the trouble I went through to bury the damn thing." "Is there any way you can assemble the relevant components? I've got the crystal. Presumably the Morse key and other parts can be salvaged from shortwave radios." "Does that sound like a practical suggestion?" Roger broke in. "I suppose not," Metcalf admitted. "Not something you could reasonably expect a fella to do now, is it?" "I guess it isn't." "Then I'll do it." Metcalf smiled. "I knew you would, Scoop. Take me a day, maybe 2. Of course. In the meantime, though, I need to reach Corky. Corky had to be told about the missing transmitter." "But how? We're cut off until I manage to jury-rig a transmitter." Metcalf was silent for a long while, and at last he spoke. "There's a secret black channel in the embassy Corky told me about. He told me to use it only as a last resort. Apparently there's a secure telephonic hookup whose existence is kept secret even from most of the embassy staff. A scrambled, enciphered radio transmission relayed to a transmitter in Estonia where it's amplified. The signal sent over buried telephone trunk lines." "The Black Channel," Roger whispered in astonishment. "Christ, I've heard rumors." "Evidently it's rarely utilized. Repeated use would risk Soviet scrutiny, so its use is reserved for emergency situations." "Corky's man there has access?" Metcalf nodded. "What's the urgency?" "There's something wrong. Something is off about the mission Corky sent me on here. Von Schussler is about as far from a potential double agent as you can get, but Corky must have known that." Roger looked pensive. "You're thinking there's something else going on here?" There's got to be. Metcalf parted ways with Roger and circled back to the American embassy. He thought of von Schussler. All of the information he had collected on the diplomat, including their brief exchange at the American embassy dacha, formed a fairly consistent portrait of a careerist. Not brave or clever, neither an ardent Nazi nor an anti-Nazi activist. So why the hell had Corky sent him here? Amos Hilliard appeared in the small consulate reception area, looking disgruntled. He was obviously not pleased to see Metcalf. Metcalf explained the reason for his visit. Reluctantly, Hilliard assented.
The keep, as in a castle's keep. It's jealously guarded, closely watched. I rarely use it myself. I'll have to come up with a pretext for my colleagues.
I appreciate it, Metcalf said. A quarter of an hour later, Hilliard led Metcalf through a rabbit's warren of locked corridors, ending at a steel door. This was, he explained, the most secure section of the embassy. There the diplomat methodically turned the dial on a large black combination lock. Once they were inside the secure corridor, Hilliard pointed out a door marked Electrical Closet, where the junction boxes that powered the black channel were located. The telex and telephone cables fed in from outside. He stopped at an unmarked door that was triple-locked. Behind the door was what looked at first glance like the interior of a telephone booth, a narrow, shallow space whose walls were steel-lined. In truth, it was not much larger than a coffin. There was one metal chair. Mounted on a narrow steel ledge was an ordinary-looking black telephone handset, which sat on an oversized bulbous base. This was the secure communications module that Hilliard referred to as the keep. It was little more than a soundproof box. Once Metcalf was seated, Hilliard shut the heavy door behind him and locked it. There was a small plexiglass porthole in the door, through which Metcalf could see Hilliard enter a small room directly across the hall, where he would monitor the operation, making sure nothing went wrong. Metcalf waited. Hilliard had initiated the black channel contact by means of a highest priority coded telegram. Once the necessary links were in place, which required several minutes, an incoming call would be received. Suddenly there was a loud, shrill ring, like no telephone he had ever heard before. Metcalf snatched up the receiver.
"Stephen, my boy," came Corky's unmistakable bird-like caw. "I take it there's some urgency. I was just enjoying a nice lunch."
"My apologies," Metcalf said stiffly.
"Have you been enjoying the ballet?"
"Did you receive my message telling you I've established contact?"
"Indeed. But what about the German?"
"A brief contact."
"Enough for an assessment?"
"I believe so."
"Would you say we have a turnable asset?"
"I'd say no. And I'd say you knew that already." Corky was silent for a few seconds.
"The shortest path between 2 points isn't always a straight line."
"Why am I here?" Metcalf raised his voice in irritation.
"Settle down, Stephen," Corky said icily. "I wanted you to establish contact with your old girlfriend, as you put it, and that you've done. Phase 1 has been accomplished."
"Phase 1 of what?" A long metallic hiss. Seconds ticked by. Corky finally replied,
"Rudolf von Schussler, like all of his colleagues in the German embassy, is there in Moscow to gather information about what the Russians are up to. Hitler has forbidden them to engage in any actual espionage for fear of arousing Soviet suspicions. This inevitably makes their job just about impossible. The Nazis are desperate for intelligence on the Soviets, but they are unable to get it. I say we give it to them."
"Meaning what?"
"You will shortly be receiving a package of documents. You are to convince Svetlana to pass them to her German lover."
"Pass them on?"
"We have a confluence of factors here," Corky said. "Svetlana's father is a retired prominent Red Army general, a hero of the revolution, who works in the Commissariat of Defense Ministry."
"His job there is insignificant, purely bureaucratic. Lana told me—"
"Improvise, son. You can do better than that. Give him a promotion."
"You're asking me to use her."
That's the real reason you sent me here, isn't it? I'd put it differently. I want you to enlist her. I want you to use von Schussler, to use him as a conduit, a channel through which to send information to the Oberwehrmacht. Strategic and tactical information. Intelligence that will alter the decisions they make. Jesus, Corky. You're asking me to put her in an incredibly risky situation. I mean, she's a ballerina, for God's sake. She's not a spy. She's an artist. She's a performer, Stephen. Some of my finest agents have come from the theater. And if she slips, what do you think's going to happen to her? Stephen, need I remind you of the situation she's already in? For any Russian citizen to be involved with a foreigner is treacherous these days. But she's not any ordinary Russian. She's a prominent dancer, in addition to which her father is a general, and she's sleeping with a German diplomat. Forget the Hitler-Stalin pact. Soviet intelligence has to be watching her extremely closely. Metcalf flashed on her minder, Kundrov. But von Schussler hadn't approached Lana for any reasons of espionage, he was sure. No, the German's motivation was carnal. She was a magnificently beautiful woman, which was reason enough for his interest in her. Once he had blackmailed Lana by revealing the existence of Mikhail Baranov's name in a dossier that could get him executed at once. He'd shown no further interest in the man. And what about her father? Metcalf persisted. I'd be placing him at risk, too. Her father is, how do I put this tactfully, not long for this world. It's only a matter of time before he, too, is arrested. His name is on a list. We happen to know this. The NKVD calls it Kniga Smrti, the Book of Death. Arrests have been proceeding in an orderly sequence. His time will come in a matter of weeks. Once he's arrested, Lana will no longer be a useful conduit for our disinformation, so the time is short. In any case, you think the NKVD doesn't already wonder whether she's a security risk as it is? She's already put herself in the stew. It wasn't voluntary, Metcalf said. She had no choice. Corky was silent. And what would be in these documents you want her to pass on to von Schussler? These documents will paint a picture for the OKW, the Oberkommando der Wehrmacht, for Hitler and his high command. What sort of picture? Some painters use oil. We will use numbers, estimates of troop strength, exact figures, equipment, divisions, numbers of men, locations of weapons depots, an agglomeration of data that will, to the Wehrmacht and eventually to Hitler himself, evoke a picture of the Red Army. What sort of picture? Metcalf persisted. A painting of a bear, Stephen, but a cuddly one. A bear cub that has been declawed. You want her to pass on to von Schussler fake documents that demonstrate how weak Russia is militarily. They'll be excellent forgeries, let me assure you. I have no doubt of that. My God, Metcalf marveled. It was brilliant and diabolical. If Hitler thinks an invasion of Russia is a cakewalk, he'll do it in a heartbeat. He'll just kick down the door and go right in. Jesus God, Corky, you're trying to trick Hitler into declaring war on the Soviet Union. Another long silence. Metcalf's mind was whirling. I'll do it on one condition. Excuse me? Corky said, incredulously. If anything happens to Lana, if she has reason to believe she's in trouble, that she's about to be arrested, I want you to guarantee me that you'll smuggle her out of Moscow. Stephen, you know full well we don't do such things. I know full well we do. I won't involve her without that guarantee. At first, Metcalf did not recognize the plump, dowdy woman with the babushka pulled tight over her head, who was sitting on a bench in the gardens of Sverdlov Place. That was how well she had disguised herself. Only once he had determined at a safe distance that it was indeed Lana did he stride past her bench. She did not seem to recognize him, did not even look at him. There was a good possibility that he was being observed, although he saw no signs of a tail anywhere. At their meeting at the stable, he had given her detailed instructions, setting up their rendezvous. Whenever they met from now on, he told her,
they would have to employ the techniques of tradecraft. He had used the Russian term, po всем правилам искусства, which literally meant the rules of art. When Metcalf explained the methods they would have to use, something had occurred to her, and she said,
"How do you know so much about these things, Stephen? How do you know about these правила искусства? I thought you were a businessman. But what kind of businessman knows how to act like a spy?"
He shrugged and replied, "I watch a lot of Hollywood movies." After he'd gone several hundred feet past her bench, he slowed his pace somewhat, as if uncertain of where he was going. At that point, he was overtaken by Lana. As she squeezed past him on the narrow lane, she spoke quietly and rapidly.
"Vasilyevsky Alley is just off Pushkin Street."
Then she moved ahead. He looked round the park uncertainly, seeming to orient himself, and then resumed walking, staying 100 feet or so behind her at a fairly constant pace. Leaving the park, she plunged into traffic, crossing Pushkin Street. By going through this procedure, they were making sure that neither one of them had been followed. He watched her turn into the tiny Vasilyevsky Alley. Then he followed her there. She approached the wooden door of what appeared to be an apartment building. The building looked old and decrepit. Inside there was no lobby, just a stair landing. He followed her up 2 flights of creaky steps to an apartment door. He entered a dark, close, and musty flat, and closed the door behind himself. Immediately, she threw her arms around him.
"We should be safe here, my darling."
"Who lives here?"
"A dancer. I should say a former dancer. She rejected the advances of the rehearsal coach, and now she works as a cleaner at TAS, where her mother also works. Masha's fortunate to have a job at all."
"She and her mother are both at work?" Lana nodded.
"I told her I had met someone. I needed a private place,
a love nest, I think it's called."
"Yes, Steve, you would know what it's called."
He smiled uncomfortably. "Have you ever come here with von Schussler?"
"Oh, no, of course not. He would never come to such a place. He takes me to his apartment in Moscow."
"He has another place?"
"Steve, I've told you already, he means nothing to me. I despise him."
"This is not about jealousy, Lana. I need to know where you two meet." She narrowed her eyes.
"Why do you need to know this?"
"For planning purposes. I'll explain."
"He takes me only to his Moscow flat. But why are you asking me all these questions, Steve?"
"Because I have an idea, Lana. A way to help you." Hearing himself speak the words aloud sickened him. He was lying to her, using her. "Does he ask about your father?"
"Very little. Only enough to remind me of what he knows about father."
"So it would not seem strange to him if you happened to mention that your father has recently been assigned to a new, important job at the commissariat, a job that gives him access to a wide range of documents concerning the Red Army?"
"Why in the world would I want to say this?"
"To put an idea in his head."
"Ah, yes,"
Lana said with heavy sarcasm.
"So he will ask me to steal documents from my father. Is that it?"
"Exactly."
And then I shall give him these state secrets? Is that your idea, Steve?"
"Correct. Documents that reveal top-secret Soviet military plans." She cupped Metcalf's face with her hands, as one would a silly child, and then laughed.
"Brilliant idea, my Steve. And then shall I stand in the middle of Red Square with a megaphone and tell all of Moscow what I think of Stalin?"
Metcalf continued. "The documents will be counterfeit."
"Oh, and where shall I get these counterfeit documents?"
"From me. I'll supply them." She pulled back, her eyes fixed steadily on his.
"And he will discredit himself by passing these documents to Berlin?"
"Eventually, yes, he will discredit himself," Metcalf conceded.
"And then he will be recalled to Berlin, and I will be free of him."
"In time. But before then, you'll be using him to save your country."
"Save Russia? How is this possible?"
Metcalf realized that he was playing a dangerous, dishonest game with her, and he despised having to do it. You know there's no agreement, no piece of paper, that Hitler can sign that will stop him from doing whatever he thinks is best for the Nazis. He is determined to take over the world. He makes no secret of it. Any country that threatens him, he'll attack, and attack first, including the Soviet Union.
That's insane. Stalin would never threaten Nazi Germany.
I'm sure you're right. But the only way to make sure that Hitler believes that is to feed him information, intelligence, that assures him of that. Nothing else would he believe. Do you see? You will pass documents to Hitler using von Schussler that assure Hitler that the Soviet Union is no threat to him, no risk to Germany. If Hitler does not feel threatened, he's less likely to act aggressively.
Steve, I've always wondered how much you tell me is true. You say you're a businessman. You speak Russian so well. You say your mother is Russian.
And she is. That much is true. And I am a businessman. Sort of. But not right now. I'm here to help out some friends.
Some friends in intelligence?
Something like that.
Then it's true what they say about foreigners in Pravda, that you are all spies.
I'm not a spy, Lana.
You are doing this for love, then?
He looked closely at her. For love of Russia, he said, and love of you.
Mother Russia is in your veins, she said, as it is in mine. You love her as I do.
In some ways, yes. Not the Soviet Union, but Russia. The Russian people, the language, the culture, the arts. And you.
I think you have many loves, she said.
Yes, he said, drawing her close. Many loves. And one. It was as close to the truth as he could express to her.
Ah, my puppy, cooed von Schussler. You don't seem to be listening to me.
He had been prattling on and on, as he liked to do.
I suppose I'm a bit preoccupied, Lana said.
They both lay on von Schussler's enormous four-poster bed. Von Schussler was sipping brandy and gobbling marzipan. He was wearing a silk smoking robe, and nothing beneath it.
You must be rehearsing your choreography in your head, von Schussler said, stroking her hair as one would pet a dog. But you must leave your work at work, Poppy. Our bed is a sacred place. We must not defile it with our worries about work. It's my father, she said. I worry about him so much. Schatzi, von Schussler replied tenderly. Please, my little Poppy, not one word of the dossier will ever get to the authorities here.
She shook her head.
It's not that. It's the new job he's been assigned.
Ah, von Schussler said, settling back against a raft of pillows, no longer interested.
They've moved him to a new position, Lana persisted. A much more important position in the Commissariat of Defense Ministry. Father now has been put in charge of overseeing all Red Army expenditures. They have him reviewing all the expenses within the Commissariat, which means he must look over all the troop allocations, weapons expenditures, everything.
Von Schussler emitted only a bored grunt.
It's an impossible job. He basically must read over the entire Red Army military strategy.
Finally, a glint of understanding seemed to dawn in von Schussler's watery blue eyes.
Really? That's quite an important job then, isn't it? He must be quite pleased with the promotion.
Lana heaved a great sigh.
All these documents he takes home, all these papers he must read late into the night. Those columns and columns of numbers. How many tanks and airplanes, how many ships, how many weapons, how many men. My poor father, they are working him to death. You have seen these documents? Seen them? They are spread all over our apartment. I trip over them. My dear father, he is a soldier, not an accountant. Why do they make him do this? But have you read any of them?
Von Schussler was trying to appear casual.
Do you, understand any of them, I mean to say? Rudy, the writing on them is so tiny it makes my eyes hurt. My poor father, he must use reading glasses, and these papers give him such headaches. So many papers all over the place, von Schussler mused. He must lose track of where they are, no? Is your father a very organized man? Organized? Father? She laughed. When it comes to paperwork, he is a disaster. He's always complaining to me that he can't find this paper or that paper. Have I seen it? Where has he put it? He would not notice if papers were missing then.
Lana could almost see the wheels in von Schussler's mind turning slowly.
Very interesting, my puppy. Very interesting.
Sitting in a small park across the street from the Metropole, the violinist watched the hotel entrance, using a pair of lightweight folding Zeiss 8x60 binoculars. He knew from his brief, unsatisfying interrogation of the front desk clerks what the times of the shift changes were. He had been able to confirm that the set of clerks he had spoken with had left, replaced by others who did not recognize his face. He folded the binoculars and put them away, then crossed the street and entered the hotel. He did not stop at the desk, but immediately headed for the carpeted main staircase, his destination clear. He was just another foreigner going to the restaurant. No one stopped him, neither at the entrance nor in the lobby. He looked like a foreigner, and it was clear that he was coming to dinner. Most patrons of the hotel's restaurant were foreigners, after all. He entered the main dining room, done in grandiose Art Nouveau style, with gold leaf and columns and a stained glass ceiling and a marble fountain that splashed water. Looking around as if in search of a dining companion, he merely nodded and smiled at the head waiter, ignoring him until the Russian moved on. Then, appearing to give up, not finding his companion there, he left the restaurant and went directly to the stairs. 4 of the hotel's guests were on the list that the military attaché had given him. He did not need the help of any desk clerk now. He had their room numbers. The Aragvi restaurant was located on Gorky Street. It was one of the very few decent restaurants in Moscow, and Metcalf and Scoop Martin were badly in need of edible food. They had arranged to meet in front of the restaurant at 7 o'clock. But there was another reason that Metcalf had decided to dine at the Aragvi, a more important reason. It was here, at the men's room, where Amos Hilliard had arranged to meet Metcalf promptly at 8. Roger was late. After waiting a quarter of an hour, there was still no sign of Scoop. Meanwhile, the line snaking in front of the restaurant was growing steadily longer. There was no sense in waiting any longer, Metcalf decided. It was imperative that he be on time for his rendezvous with Hilliard. Roger would figure out, once he showed up, that Metcalf was already inside. He walked up to the restaurant door, past the long line of waiting Russians, who sized him up from his attire as a foreigner, and thus entitled to jump to the head of the line. A man popped his head out and waved Metcalf inside without even asking his name. Metcalf did not need to flash his American passport to gain admission. He had only to slip a $20 bill into the palm of the head waiter. The head waiter led him to a table for 2 on a balcony overlooking the main dining room. He was served warm peasant bread and good butter and gray caviar. Metcalf ate ravenously and drank several glasses of Borjomi, Georgian mineral water, which was highly sparkling and strongly sulphurous. By the time the head waiter had come by for the 3rd time to take his order, Metcalf decided to order for him and for Roger. Clearly something important had detained him. When Scoop sauntered in, as indeed he would, to announce some coup he'd pulled off, at least there would be food on the table. Metcalf ordered far more than either of them could possibly eat: satsivi and shashlik and beefsteak and pheasant. At 2 minutes before 8, he got up from the table and made his way to the men's room. Amos Hilliard was already there when Metcalf entered. He was standing at a wash basin, washing his hands. Hilliard had the first set of forged documents that had been prepared by Corky's technical specialists and flown into Moscow via the diplomatic pouch. Hilliard raced to the door, hands dripping, and locked it. Just as quickly, he pulled a tightly wrapped package from his suit coat and handed it to Metcalf. "This is only the first set," Hilliard whispered. "More to come." "Thank you," Metcalf said. "I don't know what these documents are. They're secure sealed. But I'll be happy when you've left Moscow." "As will I." "All right, listen up before some other soused Russian with a bursting bladder tries to get in here. This is our last face-to-face. From now on, we use dead drops." Good. That was safer anyway.
Corky says you've got a great memory. Use it. Don't write any of this down. I'm listening. On the corner of Pushkin Street and Proyezd Kudozhestvenovo Teatra, you'll find 2 stores almost next to each other, okay? One store is number 19, marked Miaso, or meat. The other is called Zhenskaya Obuv, women's shoes. The entrance to the building in between those 2 stores is unguarded, open 24 hours. On your right as you enter, you'll see a radiator that's fastened to the wall by a metal bracket on one side. There's a gap behind it of a few centimeters. The next set of documents will be behind it. Metcalf nodded. Signal? If I'm in the office, which I won't always be, you'll place a telephone call asking for me, telling me you've lost your passport. I'll reply that you've called the wrong office. If I've loaded the drop, I'll tell you to call back and ask for the consular division. If I haven't, I'll just hang up at that point. And if you're not in the office? The fallback signal site will be a telephone at Kozitsky Peryolok, number 2, Corpus 8, entry number 7. That's between Gorky and Pushkin Streets. Got that? Metcalf nodded again. Kozitsky Lane 2, Corpus 8, entry 7. Entry 7 is between the entrance to Polyclinic number 18 and a store labeled Ovoshchi Frukti. This is 4 blocks from the drop site. When you enter the building, you'll see a telephone on your left, mounted on a wooden board. The telephone's numbered 746, but there's only one phone there. On the lower right-hand corner of the board, where the veneer is broken off, is a small area where you'll see doodles and scrawls put there by people using the phone, so the marks you and I leave won't attract undue attention. When I've loaded the drop, I'll signal that by drawing a circle in red pencil. Red pencil, got it? Got it. When you've unloaded the drop, you'll place a vertical line in that circle. Is that clear? Completely. The telephone's accessible 24 hours as well? Right. Any emergency signal? Hilliard glared at him. A capture signal. A signal warning me off, warning me the channels are dirty. You've been intercepted? If I've been intercepted, you won't find a ready-to-pick-up sign. Simple as that. You won't hear from me again. Neither will Corky nor any of my friends back home in Iowa or Washington. He turned and, without another word, unlocked the restroom door and left. By the time Metcalf returned to his table, his dinner, their dinner, had been set out. But still no Roger. The table was crowded with serving platters mounted with lamb and beef, meat dumplings, the pheasant stew, known as chakhachpili. But Metcalf was suddenly not hungry. He slipped a stack of bills under his plate and left the restaurant. He was tailed, of course, from the Aragvi back to the Metropole. He did not recognize the followers, and the blond, pale-eyed expert was not among them. The documents were in the breast pocket of his suit jacket, still sealed in their cellophane wrapper. At the hotel desk, he was not stopped by any of the desk clerks. Roger had left no message with them. He couldn't help but worry, but Roger was the least of his worries. He was a professional. He could take care of himself. The Dejernaya on his floor, a Gorgon he had not seen before, greeted him with customary ill humor. She refused to hand over his room key. "You took it already," she said accusingly. "No," Metcalf replied. "There must be some mistake. Unless Roger had taken his room key for some reason. Perhaps to leave something in his room, whether a message or a transmitter. He had been working all day to assemble the components, and knowing Scoop, he had already built one by now and was waiting in Metcalf's room to surprise him with it. But his room was locked, and his repeated knocking met with no response. There was no answer in Roger's room either. He returned to the Dejernaya's station. "My room is locked," he said sternly. "I need the key, and if you've given it to any unauthorized person, I'll have your job." He produced his passport. "Have you given my room key to anyone else?" The Dejernaya was stunned into silence. There was a way to do things properly, and by giving out a room key to the wrong guest, she had violated it. Scowling, she handed Metcalf the key. It could have been anyone, of course, who had taken his room key. NKVD, though they presumably had access to master keys, even someone from the American embassy. But what if the destruction of the cave, Corky's Paris station,
had been only the beginning. Corky's network was being unrolled. Somehow they had traced him to Moscow. What had happened to his friends at the Paris station could easily happen to him. Someone was waiting for him in his room. Metcalf was sure of it. Waiting to finish the job of rolling up Corky's network. Waiting to kill him. It was a trap, Metcalf realized. He did not have a weapon. Entering the room was out of the question. There were other ways down to the lobby that did not necessitate passing by the foul-tempered Desjardins and engaging in time-wasting explanations. He raced down the service stairs, taking them two at a time. Crossing the lobby, he approached the front desk, a look of irritation on his face. "This damned key," he exclaimed. "It doesn't work." "Are you sure you have the right key, sir?" asked the clerk. He took it, examined it. The room number was stamped on the key tag. There was no mistake. "You turn it to the left, sir, counterclockwise." "I know that. It's not working. Now, will you please send someone up with me to get this door open? I'm in a hurry." The clerk pounded a bell, and a valet appeared from the luggage room behind him. There was a perfunctory exchange in Russian, and then the valet came up to Metcalf, bowing bashfully, and took the key. Metcalf followed him into the elevator. On the 4th floor they got out, walked past the Desjardins, who stared but said nothing, and down the corridor to Metcalf's room. "This is the room, sir?" the bellman asked. "You try the lock. I've had no success." As he spoke, Metcalf stayed behind the bellman. If an assassin was lying in wait inside the room, he would refrain from firing once he heard the young man's voice. The young bellman would serve as Metcalf's shield. He drew back still farther as the bellman turned the key in the lock, beyond the line of sight of anyone stationed inside his room and thus outside of any firing line. He braced himself, coiled, prepared to leap out of the way the moment the firing began. But the bellman had unlocked the door easily. Glancing at Metcalf in bafflement, he pulled the heavy door open. "All right, sir?" the bellman asked. He hesitated at the open door, glancing into the room, then at Metcalf. He obviously expected a tip. "I appreciate it," said Metcalf. "I don't know why I couldn't get it to turn." He took out a $5 bill and came up to the young man from behind, clapping a hand on his shoulder jovially as he stood in back of the bellman and looked into the room. It was empty. There was no one there. The bathroom door was ajar. "Listen, as long as you're up here," Metcalf said, "would you mind helping me lift something heavy? My back's killing me." The bellman shrugged. "Sure, why not?" "My damned suitcase is in the bathroom, so if you wouldn't mind getting it out of there, I've got another one of these for you." He handed the bellman the bill. This was a giant tip to the young man, and the prospect of another $5 bill was irresistible. The bellman crossed the room to the bathroom. Metcalf hung behind, again positioning himself out of the line of fire. The bellman pushed the bathroom door open, glanced into the bathroom and said, "Sir, I don't see a suitcase." "Really? The maid must have moved it then, sorry." But the young man was frozen in place, his eyes wide. He took a step forward into the bathroom and began to scream, "Bоже mой! Bоже mой!" Metcalf raced toward the bathroom, and then he saw what the bellman was staring at. The face that hung over the side of the bathtub was so purple and engorged that Metcalf almost did not recognize it. A gasp escaped his mouth as he rushed to the tub, touched Roger Martin's face, felt the clammy cold that told him that Roger was unquestionably dead, and had been so for several hours. The serrated band that nearly bisected Roger's throat was horribly familiar. Metcalf had seen the exact same strangulation wound just a few days earlier, in Paris. The bellman backed up out of the bathroom. He had stopped screaming, but his face remained panicked. Metcalf, however, barely noticed. He was in a state of profound shock. "My God," he whispered. They had murdered Scoop. He had to get out of here before the bellman summoned help, before the Soviet authorities, the NKVD, were brought in, and he was surely interrogated, locked up. The forged documents would be discovered, either on him or wherever he undertook to hide them, and no explanation he could come up with would satisfy the authorities. Swiftly he threw some clothes into the cheap cardboard suitcase he'd bought the day before. He turned and ran from the room, Without a transmitter, there was no way to reach Corcoran, or at least no quick way. Even the famous Black Channel might not be safe. The diplomatic pouch was probably not safe either. The only remaining way to contact Corky was to ask Amos Hilliard to encode a message using the most secure cryptography available to him and dispatch a coded telegram. Hilliard would do it, though reluctantly. Whichever way he did it, he had to get to Corky. The penetration of the network had now extended to Moscow. The fact that Roger had been in Metcalf's hotel room when he was murdered indicated that Metcalf had been the intended target. They had meant to kill Metcalf. They'd gotten Metcalf's hotel room number and had assumed that the person there was Metcalf. And if Corky's network had been penetrated and was being rolled up, agent by agent, first Paris, now Moscow, then it wasn't just Metcalf who was in danger. Lana was in danger as well. The more Metcalf met with Lana, the more she became a target, and once he gave her the forged documents he was now carrying, she became, by extension, a member of Corky's network. Now she was as much a potential victim as Roger or any of the men in the Paris station. He'd have to protect her, avoid being seen with her. His public encounters with her in Moscow thus far could all be explained as a rich playboy's infatuation, his attempt to reconnect with a past love, and they had taken extraordinary precautions to avoid being seen meeting at her friend's apartment. Now, however, he had to use every method at his disposal to make sure he was not tailed. He had left the Metropole through a service entrance, one he had not used before. That had enabled him to avoid the drones. But there were others, of course, including the blonde NKVD man who seemed to turn up everywhere. So he would take extra measures. He would not be tailed. The cobblestone expanse of Red Square was bordered on its eastern side by an immense ornate building with a marble and granite facade several hundred meters long. This was the Государственный универсальный магазин, GUM, the State Department Store, the largest shop in Moscow. Inside was an arcade 3 stories high that looked something like a turn-of-the-century railway station in London or Paris. It swarmed with people poking around the hundreds of shops. In bleak contrast to the extravagant architecture, however, the shelves were sparse. The bustling crowds provided Metcalf with an ideal place to lose any possible followers. Carrying his cardboard suitcase, he stopped into a series of shops, examining the phonograph records, the perfumes, the bad costume jewelry. The throngs closed in around him, swallowing him up, making the job of a watcher next to impossible. He joined a mob making its way up an iron staircase, climbed up to the first balcony, where he was able to quickly survey the crowds. He saw no one. Spotting a corner shop that was open on 2 sides, he entered, looking with great interest at a display of carved wooden toys. He picked one of the dolls up, turned its top half, and revealed a slightly smaller one inside. In all, there were 6 dolls concealed inside the outer one. It was a beautiful example of Russian folk art, and he thought Lana might appreciate it. It was also a good idea, he knew, to purchase something in order to establish a pretext for being here. While he stood in one line to pay for it, then another line to pick it up, he glanced casually around. He did not recognize anyone. Taking his purchase, he left the shop through the other side, then made an abrupt U-turn, as if he had spotted something of interest. He elbowed his way through the crowd, then climbed another set of stairs. The 3rd level was less crowded. He entered a men's room where several men were standing at a trough urinal, 2 of them appearing to be drunk. He entered a stall, bolted the door, and then quickly changed into the Russian clothes that Corky had provided. The lining of the peasant jacket had been sliced open, but from the outside it would attract no attention. The shoes, pants, shirt, and jacket were all not only authentically Russian, but also had been well distressed. From the sounds of it, the drunken men had left. Other men had come in. This was good. He donned the light brown wig, then daubed spirit gum over his chin, upper lip, and eyebrows. When it had dried, he carefully applied the scruffy goatee. Next came the heavy, unkempt-looking eyebrows. He smeared a bit of dark makeup under his eyes, which accentuated the circles subtly, aging him dramatically. He peered through the cracks in the stall, saw that there was no one remaining who had seen him enter. Quickly stuffing his American clothes and shoes into the suitcase, he emerged from the stall, then went over to the wash basin, setting his suitcase down on the floor next to it. He washed his hands for a few minutes, then left the restroom, his suitcase remaining behind on the bathroom floor. Later on, some lucky Russian would find it, decide to steal it, and be pleasantly surprised to discover a good suit inside. Glumly, he ambled the length of the second-floor gallery. He had altered his walk, adding a slight limp. By the time he reached the first floor, he was certain that no one was following him. He was a non-entity, a middle-aged Russian who looked like millions of others in Moscow. Metcalf arrived at Lana's friend's apartment half an hour early, and Lana was 20 minutes late. But it was not time wasted. While he waited, he took out a penknife and pierced the secure cellophane seal that encased the documents, then carefully took them out and examined them. They were impeccable. Some of them were even signed by the Soviet Commissar of Defense. Many were stamped top secret. Metcalf had no doubt that the documents would stand up to the most stringent forensic examination in Berlin. He also had no doubt that they would be closely examined. The top page in the stack was blank, presumably to conceal its contents from any handlers. As Metcalf scanned the documents, he was impressed by how plausible they seemed, how detailed, and how extraordinarily misleading. Metcalf glanced again at the blank top sheet. Strange. It wasn't an ordinary piece of foolscap, but a creamy sheet of high-quality, high-rag content British stationery of the sort that Corky favored. He inspected it closely. It bore the watermark of Smytheson of Bond Street, Corky's favorite stationer. It also gave off the faintest odor of chemicals and peppermint. Peppermint lifesavers. Corky had handled this sheet of paper more than the others. The chemical smell indicated something else entirely. Metcalf took out a miniature vial of crystalline potassium ferrocyanide, one of the items he usually carried on his person while in the field. He located a ceramic serving bowl in the kitchen, tapped out a small quantity of the chemical, and dissolved it in a few ounces of water. Then he immersed the blank sheet of paper in the solution. Within a few seconds, the spidery indigo script appeared, Corky's distinctive handwriting. He pulled out the wet sheet of paper, placed it on the kitchen counter, and began to read. S. Why do mirrors reverse left and right, but not up and down? What happens when an irresistible force meets an immovable object? Remember, Rome wasn't built in a day. It was built at night. Herewith the materials for Operation Wolfsfaller. A. Metcalf understood at once. He was accustomed to Corky's riddles. Why do mirrors reverse left and right but not up and down? They don't reverse at all. They merely show what's in front of them. The confusion lies with the viewer. What happens when an irresistible force meets an immovable object? The irresistible force was the Nazi war machine. The immovable object was the Russian bear. What would happen when the two met? They would destroy each other. And then there was the phrase Corky had used, Operation Wolfsfaller, Die Wolfsfalle, the wolf trap. Metcalf realized at once the significance of the code name Corky had chosen. Wolf referred to Adolf Hitler. Hitler often used the cover name Wolf in his early days. It was his pseudonym, probably because the name Adolf was Teutonic for wolf. The meaning of Die Wolfsfalle, the wolf trap, was clear. When Lana entered and saw him, she let out a scream. Only when she realized who it was did she laugh ruefully.
Боже мой! My God, Steve, I didn't know you. Why are you dressed like that?
Then she caught herself, shook her head.
Of course you are taking such precautions. I'm glad.
He embraced her, and as she kissed him, she shuddered.
Oh, this beard, it feels like I'm kissing Rudolph.
He just smiled. He gave her the Matryoshka doll, which she received with delight. But very quickly, her mood darkened.
I'm frightened, Steve.
He could see it in her face. Tell me.
Of what we are doing.
Barely able to suppress the guilt that welled up, he said, "Then you shouldn't do it. If you're frightened, I don't want you to give von Schussler these documents."
"No, you misunderstand. What you've asked me to do is to be brave, to do something for my father and for Russia both. You've given me a chance to be brave. You've given me a purpose."
"Then what are you frightened about?"
"I cannot fall in love with you again. You've given me the gift of your love, my Stiva, but there's no hope for us. We have no future together. It is like the ballet Giselle."
"How so?"
"Well, Giselle is a peasant girl who falls in love with a nobleman in disguise, who's pretending to be someone he's not. And then when she learns the truth, she knows she can never marry him, and so she loses her mind and she dies."
"Am I pretending to be someone I'm not?"
"Look at yourself."
He chuckled. "You have a point. But you won't go mad, will you?"
"No, I can't. I have the gift of your love to live for."
"But it's not a gift, Lana." She was looking at the sheaf of documents distractedly. It was clear that she was thinking of something else.
"Yes, you're right,"
she said at last.
"We are not Giselle. We are Tristan and Isolde."
The two legendary lovers.
"Doomed lovers, Stiva. Remember that. They can never be together except in death."
"Fine. You're the fiery and beautiful Isolde, the magician and healer, and I am Tristan, the knight who loves her." She smiled strangely.
"Tristan is really working for his uncle the king. He betrays her, Stiva. He travels about under a false name, under the name Tantris, an anagram of Tristan. But she loves him anyway."
"He doesn't betray her, does he? He loves her, and he's just doing his duty." Her eyes were wet.
"The love potion in Tristan is far more dangerous than poison, Stiva."
She picked up the package of documents and held it up before him, as if showing it to him.
"So tell me this, my knight. Are you loyal to your love, or loyal to your king?"
Metcalf, abashed, didn't know how to reply. "I do love you, you know." She gave a sorrowful look.
"That's what worries me most."
The shop was cluttered and dusty, its display cases filled with a jumble of silver, jewelry, and crystal. It was a second-hand store located on one of Moscow's oldest streets, the Arbat. Its narrow aisles were crowded with customers who came to either pick up a bargain or raise desperately needed money by handing over Mama's treasured silver. Unnoticed among the raised voices and bustling were two men who sidled up next to each other, both examining the same icon. "Almost didn't recognize you," Hilliard said under his breath. "All right, just follow me out without speaking." Shortly, Hilliard made his way out of the shop, Metcalf following behind. As they walked down Arbat, the two men fell in alongside. "What the hell is it?" Hilliard hissed. "I thought I made it clear that face-to-face meetings were out." "A friend of mine was murdered today." Hilliard glanced quickly at Metcalf, then looked away. "Where?" "The Metropole." "The Metropole? Where, in his room?" "My room. I was the intended victim." Hilliard let out a long, slow breath, and Metcalf explained about Roger, who he was, his connection to Metcalf, why he was in Moscow. "What do you need?" Hilliard asked. "Two things. One, I need to contact Corky immediately." "The Black Channel isn't safe, Metcalf." "I know you have ways to reach Corky. I don't care whether it's a back door, smoke signals, or a goddamn message in a bottle. You know the drill as well as I do. If a member of Corky's network is hit, he wants to be notified soonest." "I won't let you back into the embassy to use our communications facilities, Metcalf." "I don't give a damn. You can do it for me. Tell him Scoop Martin's been killed the same way his Paris station guys were killed, same manner of death, strangulation. And I'd send out that cable without delay." "You got it," Hilliard said. "What's the other thing you need? You said there were two things." "A gun." Rudolf von Schussler reviewed the pages again. Amazing. just amazing. The fruit of his own brilliance. It was immodest of him to say so, but the recognition of opportunity was itself the sign of the superior intellectual. He had recognized the opportunity. The fact that his darling red poppy had access to documents on the highest, most privileged levels. And the fact that she had given them to him. Proof of her love for him. She was helpless, smitten, devoted to him. And soon Herr Hitler would be taking the empire that was rightfully his. It would make von Schussler's reputation. His heart was beating hard as he made his way to Ambassador von der Schulenburg's office suite. "I'm afraid Graf von der Schulenburg is occupied," said the fat-necked Frau who served as the ambassador's own private Cerberus. "Oh, is he now?" Von Schussler replied in the purring voice of absolute confidence. "Occupied or no, he'll want to see me." Von Schussler knocked on the ambassador's office door himself, before turning the polished brass knob and letting himself in. Count Werner von der Schulenburg was at his desk, hunched over a pile of bureaucratic forms. He squinted in von Schussler's direction. "Rudi, what are you doing here?" "I have something for you," von Schussler said. "Something that will interest you. Indeed, something that will fascinate the Führer himself." Berchtesgaden, the Bavarian Alps, November 1940. The small white-haired man got out of the black Mercedes and gave his driver a brief wave. He had piercing blue eyes, a pink complexion, and a kindly smile. He wore a navy blue double-breasted uniform with brass buttons and a braided cap. He was Admiral Wilhelm Canaris. As chief of German military intelligence, he was the Grand Master of all Nazi espionage. He had come to the Berghof, Hitler's retreat at Berchtesgaden, to present the Führer with some earth-shaking intelligence he had just received. He was escorted into the Führer's personal study. In front of the huge stone fireplace, seated on chairs upholstered in red Morocco leather, were 4 men, 2 on one side of the Führer, 1 on the other. They were clearly engaged in an animated discussion. One man was the commander-in-chief of the German army, Field Marshal Walter von Brauchitsch. The other was von Brauchitz's chief of staff, General Franz Halder. Both were reasonable men. Neither was a fanatic. They were not at the very top of the military leadership chain, but they were men Hitler trusted to discuss one of his most secret plans, a course of action opposed by many of his generals and about which he had been wavering for more than a year: the invasion of Russia. They were the first men whom Hitler had asked to draw up preliminary plans for the attack, the moment the French had surrendered, and they were men whose opinion the Führer trusted. To Hitler's right sat a man of lesser rank, but perhaps greater power. He was Colonel Rudolf Schmundt, and he was Hitler's chief adjutant for the Wehrmacht. The men nodded at Canaris as he took a seat on the long sofa, which was the only place left to sit. Canaris listened to the argument. Schmundt was speaking with banked fury. "Churchill has rejected our peace offers, and Stalin is now moving into the Balkans brazenly. Clearly, Churchill is pinning all his hopes on America and Russia entering the war." "Correct," interjected von Brauchitsch. "Therefore we must crush the Soviet Union by force," Schmundt continued, "and therefore eliminate the hope of Russia joining the war on behalf of England, and thus establish Germany as the master of Europe. The quicker we smash Russia, the better." Von Brauchitsch objected. "Do you want us to repeat Napoleon's mistakes and lose the war on the frozen steppes of Russia? We will be destroyed if we attack Russia." "Have you forgotten that we defeated Tsarist Russia in the last war?" Schmundt shot back. "We cannot allow the Balkan Peninsula to be Bolshevized. We cannot allow the Soviets to seize our oil fields in Romania." "What you are proposing is madness," von Brauchitsch interrupted. "It would mean war on 2 fronts, which must be avoided at all costs. None of us wants that. We should be isolating Britain. This requires cooperation with the Soviet Union." "It is a one-front war. Britain is no threat. It's merely an annoyance," said Schmundt. "Britain is already defeated. We must make her admit it. Crush Russia, and England will give up." "You say crush Russia as if it's a child's game," said Halder.
To attack Russia would be the sheerest lunacy. It would be suicide. We have no choice but to maintain the so-called Friendship Pact."
Canaris cleared his throat.
"May I offer some pertinent information?"
There was silence, so he continued.
"The Abwehr has received some valuable intelligence from Moscow."
With a dramatic flourish, he produced from his briefcase a folder thick with typewritten documents, which he handed around, beginning with the Führer. Hitler took out his reading glasses. The men were wrapped in concentration. After a moment, the Führer looked up. "This is genuine?"
"My document experts confirm it," replied Canaris.
"Mein Gott in Himmel," said Schmund. "The Red Army is a house of cards."
"What is the source?" asked von Brauchitsch suspiciously. "One of your agents in Moscow?" Canaris shook his head.
"Getting intelligence in Moscow is fiendishly difficult. No, the source is a general officer high in the Commissariat of Defense Ministry."
"A turncoat?" Halder said. "A traitor?"
"On the contrary, a loyal general who remains loyal. We have a source who is, shall we say, close to the general."
"The source is reliable?"
"The source," Canaris said, "is of the sort who's the most reliable of all. Not a professional, but a civilian. A simple person with no knowledge of intelligence games."
"A secretary, then?" Halder put in.
"In fact, it is his daughter."
Schmund looked up from the document.
"The Bolshevik military is in ruins since the purges. But they are rearming, and quickly."
"In 2 years," said Canaris, "they will be powerful again."
"How soon can we attack?" Hitler asked of Schmund. His adjutant allowed himself a victorious smile.
"After the winter, early spring of next year. Certainly, by June we will be ready."
Hitler stood up.
"Fate itself has presented us with an opportunity. But we must move quickly. I want preliminary plans for a blitzkrieg against the Soviet Union drawn up at once."
Moscow, November 1940. The dead drop location made Metcalf uneasy. It was too exposed, too much out in the open. There was only one way to get to it, and probably no alternative egress. He would not have chosen this location. But he had no choice. Amos Hilliard had selected it. There was one advantage to the drop site, though, and that was that it was easy to stake out. Metcalf was able to observe pedestrian traffic patterns, watch those who entered and left the women's shoe store and the meat shop on Pushkin Street, as well as the building in between, see anyone who seemed to loiter for too long in the area. Dressed in his peasant outfit, his telegreka and a large backpack filled with various tools, he passed easily for a laborer. For a long while he watched intently, allowing his mind to stray to thoughts of Lana. So far, things had gone according to plan. She had given von Schussler the first load of documents, telling him that she had selected them at random from her father's briefcase and his study at home. They meant nothing to her, she'd said. They were all numbers, incomprehensible and terribly dull. But he had not found them dull at all, Lana said. He had been most excited. After an hour of watching and contemplating, Metcalf was certain that there was no surveillance. He strode quickly up to the unguarded entrance of the modest apartment building between the two shops. The small lobby was dark and empty, the green-painted radiator fastened to the wall on the right. He reached behind it, and his fingers touched something. He pulled it out. It was a thick green envelope. This contained, he knew, the second set of documents prepared by Corcoran's document experts and dispatched via the diplomatic pouch. He stuffed it inside his peasant telegreka and walked out as quickly as he could, without attracting suspicion. Just a few blocks away was the signal site, where he would indicate with a red pencil that he had successfully unloaded the drop. But as he emerged from the building, an abrupt movement from across the street attracted his eyes. Metcalf turned to look and saw a familiar face. He did a double-take. It was the pale-eyed, blond NKVD man, and he was coming at him at a quick stride, not even bothering to keep his normal discreet distance. He could not be caught now. Not with the documents on him. The operation would be unmasked, and the subsequent investigation would lead to Svetlana. She would be executed. Metcalf spun to his left, raced down Pushkin Street, and saw in the reflection of a store window that the blond man was running after him. Metcalf stopped abruptly, reversed direction, lurched off to his left again, zigzagging crazily through the square. The blond man followed. The NKVD man was coming after him. "Stoi!" the man shouted. "Stop! Hands up, please!" The blond man had switched to English. He was several hundred feet away, too far to fire accurately. And would he fire? It seemed unlikely. You did not stalk your prey for so long in order to kill it. He wanted to ask questions. In one sweeping motion, Metcalf pulled out the weapon Hilliard had given him and pointed it at the NKVD man, who smiled. "Not a good idea, Comrade Metcalf. This will be much easier if you cooperate. We will talk." "What are you going to arrest me for? The crime of being a foreigner in Moscow?"
"We know much more about you than you think."
Metcalf looked desperately around. Just up ahead was the entrance to an underground passageway. He ran toward it. It was a pedestrian pathway beneath the street. He took the steps 2 at a time, propelling himself through the crowd, then spotted the entrance to the metro. He had never taken the metro, but he knew that if it at all resembled the one in Paris, the metro would provide a profusion of branching tunnels that would enable him to lose his pursuer. As he raced through the ornate marble-walled entrance toward the turnstiles, he searched for trash cans where he could toss the packet of documents. None was in sight. There was a long line waiting at a booth by the row of turnstiles. Another line, more rapidly moving, of people waiting to pass through the turnstiles. Were they buying tokens? He had no idea whether entrance required tokens or coins or what, and he had no time to find out. Looking from side to side, he saw 2 uniformed officers, both of them women, and he decided to chance it. Racing past the lines, he leaped over the turnstile. Behind him came shouts, the shrill blowing of a whistle. He raced past marble columns, mosaic walls, crystal chandeliers. He entered an archway from which a crowd was surging. It was an escalator that was moving up. He forced his way onto it, going the wrong way, muscling his way down the astonishingly steep, fast-moving steel steps. It was choked with people. He vaulted ahead, colliding with the onrushing masses, trying to force his way down the escalator. It was too slow. The sounds of running and whistle-blowing told him that his pursuers were close behind. There was more than one now. The blond NKVD man had been joined by others. Desperate to advance through the impossibly thick oncoming crowd, he noticed the handrails on either side, roughly 2 feet wide. Could he jump up onto the railing and run down? But the path was obstructed by a cylindrical light every few feet, an ornate sconce that provided illumination to the dim tunnel. There was no choice. He leaped up, jumped onto the steel railing, crashing into a glass tube, shattering it. Screams were everywhere. He slid down, smashing lamp after lamp, until he was finally able to grab the low, vaulted ceiling to steady himself, allowing him to crab-walk down to the bottom of the escalator. Finally, he leaped to the floor and kept going. The train from which the crowd had poured was still there. A sequence of 4 tones sounded over a loudspeaker, indicating that the train was about to leave. He raced toward it, propelling himself into the nearest wagon just as the doors shut. He collapsed onto the floor, ignoring the shocked expressions of the passengers. But he had made it. The train began moving rapidly. The NKVD man had been left behind at the station. Metcalf walked up several flights of stairs to the familiar leather-padded door, where he pushed the buzzer and waited. He heard the heavy tread, and when the door opened, he was unsurprised to see the weathered face of the cook housekeeper. "Da? Что вы хотите?" "Lana, пожалуйста. Я Stiva." The old babushka's squinting eyes seemed to recognize him, but she indicated no familiarity. Instead, she closed the door and disappeared into the recesses of the apartment. A minute later, the door opened again, and this time it was Lana. Get in," she whispered. She told her housekeeper to take the rest of the day off. Then Lana led him through a comfortably furnished room lined with books. a remarkable 18th-century Turkmenistan flat weave on the floor, one of the family's few remaining heirlooms, she explained.
"Come into the kitchen."
The kitchen was small. She put a kettle of water on the stove and made some strong black tea, which she served in glasses. To sweeten it, she offered a plate of gummy chunks of sugary candies to stir in instead of sugar.
"Are you hungry, my darling?"
Famished.
"I have some piroshki with meat filling, some cabbage soup, a little saltfish. This is all right?"
It sounds perfect. While she bustled around, ladling cabbage soup from a pot on the stove, taking food from string bags that hung from the outside of a window that gave onto an air shaft, he watched her.
"This must seem a terribly small apartment to you," she said.
"Not at all. It's beautiful."
"We are very lucky to have our own apartment, you know. There are just the two of us, my father and I. The city authorities could put us into one of those foul communal apartments. We were afraid that would happen after Mother died. But because of his military record, because Father is a hero, they grant us this privilege."
"He's a hero of the Soviet Union, isn't he?"
"Twice. He also received the Order of Victory."
"He was one of the great generals." He took a spoonful of the soup.
"Yes, not the most famous, but he helped defeat General Denikin in the Crimea in 1920.
Metcalf studied a photograph of Lana's father, and he found himself speaking. "You know, I have friends in Moscow, old friends, highly placed in various ministries, people who tell me things. And I'm told that the NKVD keeps what they call a Kniga Smrti, a book of death, a sort of list of persons scheduled to be executed."
"And my father is on it," she interrupted. "And you think I don't know this? You think I don't expect it, that he doesn't expect it? All of the men of his rank, all of the generals, they have all come to expect the knock on the door. If not now, then tomorrow. If not tomorrow, then next week or next month.
But von Schussler's blackmail,
his time will come when it will come. It is not for me to hasten its arrival. But he is resigned to it, Stiva. He waits for the knock on the door. When it finally comes, I think he'll actually feel relieved."
Metcalf took a sip of the strong tea.
"You have more documents for me, yes?"
she said, noticing the secure sealed packet inside his jacket, which lay inside out on the kitchen table. "The last set," Metcalf said.
"Last? Won't he wonder why the stream has dried up?"
"He may. Maybe you should feed these to him slowly, a few at a time."
"Yes, it's more believable that way, I think. But what do I say when they finally stop?"
"You express bewilderment. You say you have no idea why he's not taking them home anymore. But you can't ask him, of course."
She nodded. "I have to become a better liar than I am." She walked from the kitchen. "I must get ready to leave for the theater."
Metcalf took his penknife and slit open the cellophane package. There was no note from Corky here. He perused the documents, skimming them quickly, wondering as he did whether Lana even looked at the document she passed on.
"Stiva!"
she called out. She was wearing a black leotard and a loose, large white smock over it. Her face was made up, lipstick freshly applied. "You look magnificent," he said.
"And you are silly," she said.
"You don't just look magnificent. You are magnificent. You're a remarkable woman."
"Please," she chided. "You give me far more credit than I deserve."
She reached for the packet of documents. "Lana, listen. You've been tremendously brave. What you've done, I know how hard it's been. But there's a reason for everything. So much depends upon what you've done. So much hangs in the balance."
"These papers, so dense with figures and mysterious words, you'd think nobody could read them."
"Yes."
"And yet each contains something powerful, like the filter that Isolde's maid prepares, from Tristan and Isolde, right?"
She laughed. "Not exactly," he said uneasily.
"You mean these papers are not designed to produce a deep and abiding love between our fearless leader and the leaders of the Third Reich? They won't produce an intoxicating affection for Russia in the hearts of von Ribbentrop
And Heydrich, Himmler, and Hitler? Metcalf gazed at her curiously and swallowed hard. You said you know nothing of these things, but you seem to know a little bit more than nothing.
Thank you, my darling. And you too. We both know a little bit more than nothing.
Her smile was cryptic.
Come, my darling. Now it is I who have something to show you.
I like the sound of that, Metcalf replied. He followed her out into the living room and was surprised to see a Christmas tree in one corner, adorned with homemade decorations and fruit. A Christmas tree? Isn't that against the law in this godless paradise? Didn't Stalin ban Christmas? She smiled, shrugged.
It's not a Christmas tree. It's a yolka. We just put a red star on top, and then it's no longer called a Christmas tree. It's a pagan custom anyway, decorating fir trees. The Christians just took it over.
And this? He said, pointing to a varnished burlwood case on a side table. It was lined with green baize and had 2 intricately tooled, perfectly matched dueling pistols set into the recesses. Those must be a century old, he said.
Older. It's my father's greatest treasure. Dueling pistols that they say were used by Pushkin.
Extraordinary.
You see, our leaders tell us they are creating the new Soviet man, that we are all new, washed clean of history, washed clean of the bad old traditions and the corruptions of ancestry. But they're still here, these family roots. They still anchor us, little things that get passed along from generation to generation. They give us a sense of who we are, these things. What is the English word? Such a beautiful word. It sounds like something woven from our breath, from the very air.
Metcalf laughed. Heirloom?
Yes, precisely. Heirloom, she said slowly, treating the word carefully, as if it were itself a fragile antique. My father has a number of these heirlooms, his own secret treasures he's so proud of. Little treasures he has held on to, not because they are valuable, but because so many of his ancestors were so careful to pass them down to him, like this Palech music box. She gestured toward a black lacquered box with a beautiful multicolored firebird on top. Or this 15th century icon of the Transfiguration. It was a painted wooden panel, measuring maybe 4 by 5 inches, showing Jesus in glowing robes, being transformed into a radiant spiritual apparition in the presence of 2 disciples. And someday all these will be yours. She looked pensive. Nothing of value is ever really ours. They are ours only for safekeeping. But I don't see any of your things, Lana. You must get many gifts from your many admirers. Where do you keep them? That's what grandmothers are for. Grandmothers who live far away from here. Grandmothers who live in Yashkino. Where's Yashkino? A small village in the Kuznetsk Basin, many hours on the train from here. They call themselves provincials born and bred, and that is a boast, not an apology. With Russians, sometimes it's hard to tell the difference. But at least you have a safe place for your own heirlooms to be. You seem to be imagining Aladdin's cave. My treasure consists of one gift in particular, from one admirer in particular, although it remains a treasure beyond compare. There you go again. Now tell me, Lana, is that a boast or an apology? Does it matter? It's just that you're starting to make me jealous. Don't be. The gift of your love is what matters to me more than anything. She drew him near. My Stiva, ever since we first met, what you've given me, it matters more to me than you can know, more than you'll ever know. Lana, The phone rang abruptly. She looked startled. She let it ring several times before she decided to pick it up. Hello? Yes, this is Lana. Her face went pale. She listened, interjecting a few syllables from time to time. After a few moments, she thanked the caller and hung up. That was my friend Ilya, the stagehand, she said. He spoke to me in the kind of code we have for speaking on the phone. Ilya says that Kundrov, my minder, has been at the Bolshoi today, asking many questions about me, and about my friend, the American.
Go on.
But there were others as well, from the NKVD. They are all looking for you. They used the word spy.
Yes, Metcalf said nervously. All Americans are spies.
No, this time it is different. Orders have been given to find you, and if they find you, to take you in.
Threats, Metcalf tried to assure her. Hollow threats.
Why, Steva? Do they know about this?
She indicated with a wave of a hand the documents she was taking with her for her meeting later with von Schussler. No, they don't.
You wouldn't deceive me, Steva, would you?
He embraced her, unable to continue lying. I must go, he said. Metcalf placed a call from a telephone kiosk to Hilliard at the U.S. Embassy. He identified himself as Mr. Roberts, but before he had a chance to say that he'd lost his passport, Hilliard interrupted.
Jesus Christ, where the hell have you been? Hilliard said in a low, trembling voice. What the hell have you been up to? You've been burned, do you know that?
Yes.
They're out for blood, man. You've got to get the hell out of Dodge, you understand me? You're in sanction now. You've been called out of play.
Metcalf went cold. He had to get out of Moscow, out of the Soviet Union, immediately. He had been burned. He was now designated for either arrest or an immediate kill. Corky had passed on the order that he was to be exfiltrated out of the country at once. Metcalf knew he had to leave at once. But to go where? He couldn't return to the Metropole. He'd been burnt. He'd been observed servicing a dead drop. The NKVD knew he was engaged in clandestine activities. He had to get the hell out of Moscow as soon as possible. But that was far easier said than done. Among his papers at the Metropole had been several sets of passports and other bogus identification, but they had surely been seized by the NKVD by now. By far the most prudent, most logical course was to contact Corky and have him proceed with the exfiltration. To do it right required coordination, horse trading at a high level, the sort of thing that Corky, who worked in mysterious ways, was expert at arranging. But he wanted to take Lana with him. It wasn't safe for her here any longer. The streets were dark, covered in a newly fallen blanket of snow, the late-night traffic sparse. A street clock told Metcalf it was 1 o'clock in the morning. Just up ahead lay the Krimskaya embankment, and then the imposing Krimsky Bridge, spanning the Moscow River, the longest suspension bridge in all of Europe. As Metcalf approached, he saw a solitary figure standing in the middle of the bridge on the pedestrian walkway. A female figure, clad in an overcoat and a headscarf. It was Lana. He quickened his pace through the frigid night air. The walk seemed interminable. She seemed so far away, and he could barely get his limbs to move. Lana stood with her back to him, looking over the water, seemingly lost in thought. An hour or so earlier, he had placed a call to the Bolshoi from a public telephone kiosk. When she heard his voice, she gasped, then cried out, "My dearest, my darling, where have you been?" Terse words were exchanged, cryptic phrases employed, a rendezvous site established without revealing the specifics to anyone who might be listening in. She turned, saw him trudging across the bridge, and suddenly ran toward him. She threw her arms around him. "Steva!" "Lana, listen to me. I need to ask you again. I want you to come with me." "No, Steva. I won't leave my father. I won't leave Russia. I can't." "Lana, it's never going to be safe for you here. This is my home. If you don't come with me now, they'll never let you leave." "No, Steva, that's not true. In just a few days they're sending my troop to Berlin on a friendship mission to perform for the top Nazi leadership. We will always be allowed to travel outside the country." "And you'll still be a prisoner. Berlin is no less a prison than Moscow, Lana." There was the metallic click, the unmistakable sound of a gun's safety being released. Metcalf spun toward its source. Even in the darkness, the pale eyes and blonde hair were horribly familiar, as was the expression of triumph in the NKVD man's face as he pointed his weapon at Metcalf. "Hands in the air. the NKVD man said.
Both of you.
Metcalf and Lana both complied.
The Russian continued. I found your transmitter, buried in the woods southwest of Moscow, near the American Embassy dacha.
Metcalf's expression displayed only bland, amused skepticism, but his mind reeled. The gray-eyed agent resumed.
The transmitter has been examined by our special technical section, and I've seen the results. Constructed by the British Secret Service for agent field communications, not the sort of communication needed by any businessman.
He shifted his gun a few inches toward Lana's chest.
But extremely useful for transmitting military intelligence obtained from the daughter of a Red Army general. No, it's not true, sobbed Lana. It's a lie. I'm not conspiring against the government. Step away from each other, the NKVD man said.
She's mine, came another voice. Metcalf turned, saw the red-haired GRU man approaching from the other direction.
Kundrov,
Lana shouted. She actually seemed relieved to see her GRU minder.
You watch me. You know me. This monster hurls all kinds of insane accusations.
Yes, Kundrov replied calmly, addressing the NKVD agent. I know the woman. She's been assigned to me. You know the procedures, Ivanov. This arrest is the responsibility of the GRU as the originating agency. The NKVD man shifted his pistol back toward Metcalf.
You will take the woman into custody, he replied. I'll take the American spy.
Kundrov had taken out a pistol as well and was pointing it at Lana and Metcalf. It's more efficient for you to take both in at once, he said coldly, so long as the proper credit is assigned in the reporting documents.
Agreed,
said Ivanov, the NKVD man.
Credit will be divided, the arrest mutually agreed upon. The resources of both state organs will be needed, after all, to investigate the conspiracy. An American spy is the chief responsibility of the NKVD, but the leaking of vital Red Army secrets is a matter for military intelligence.
Wait, Kundrov blurted out. This American is far too cunning, too skilled a liar. The legal process is wasted on him. The other Russian looked at Kundrov, a smile of understanding appearing on his face.
Wasted?
Yes. Our rules specify the procedures to be followed when a detainee attempts to escape.
No, screamed Lana.
Yes, the NKVD man smiled.
The American insisted on evading arrest.
There was a look of absolute resolve on Kundrov's face as he cocked his Tokarev, the look of a man who would do what he had to do and not look back. Let's finish off this troublemaker now, he said quietly as he pulled the trigger. Lana screamed just as Metcalf arced his body to one side, throwing himself toward her, catapulting her to the steel surface of the bridge and out of the line of the GRU man's fire. 2 explosions came from Kundrov's gun, 2 rounds swiftly fired. But they missed, both shots. Lying on top of Lana, Metcalf watched with incomprehension as the NKVD agent suddenly toppled backward against the low steel railing of the bridge, his lifeless body plummeting off the side of the bridge. There was a splash as the body hit the water. Kundrov had shot his NKVD comrade. Metcalf stared at Kundrov. There was no choice, Kundrov said, reholstering his pistol. His report would have done you in, Svetlana. You and your father both. Lana's screams had turned into low, whimpering sobs as she, too, stared at her minder.
I don't understand.
An act of murder can be an act of kindness, he said. Go. Now, you must get out of here at once, Svetlana Mikhailovna, before others arrive and the situation gets even more complicated. Quickly, the shots will bring others. Go on home. There was a tenderness in the GRU man's voice. Metcalf got to his feet slowly, and Lana did the same.
But Stiva, my Stiva, what will you do with...
He must get out of Russia, said Kundrov. Too many are after him, and there's no turning back now. Listen to me now. Go. Run. You cannot stay here. Lana looked at Metcalf in bewilderment. "Yes," Metcalf said. "You have to go, Dusha. Please." He put his arms around her, squeezed her, kissed her firmly on the lips. Then he pulled away. "We will see each other again, just not here in Moscow. Run, my darling, run." Moscow, August 1991. Ambassador Metcalf was dreading this meeting. He touched the pistol concealed in his jacket pocket, the steel cold against his fingers. With his old friend at his side, and flanked by a detail of uniformed guards, Metcalf walked down the still, dark hallway. They were inside the Kremlin, in the epicenter of Soviet power, a place Metcalf had visited dozens of times. But there were many buildings within the walled fortress called the Kremlin, and Metcalf had not been in this particular building before. This building, which housed the Presidium of the Supreme Soviet, was located in the northeast corner of the Kremlin complex. Here, in this very building, is the office of the man most Moscow insiders consider to be the most powerful in all of the Soviet Union, more powerful even than Gorbachev. A quiet man of unassuming demeanor, named Stepan Manilov, a man Metcalf had never met, but had only heard of. Manilov was the power behind the throne. Within his shadowy dominion, he wielded his baton of influence, orchestrating the complex interplay of instruments with the adroitness of a virtuoso. He was the conductor, the dirigeur. Manilov was the secretary of the Central Committee of the Communist Party of the Soviet Union and the deputy chairman of the all-powerful Defense Council, a body that oversaw the KGB, the Foreign Ministry, the Defense Ministry, and the Interior Ministry. The chairman was Gorbachev, but he was now indisposed, a prisoner in his lavish seaside villa in the Crimea. Now, Stepan Manilov was in charge. Metcalf's old friend had briefed him on Stepan Manilov. He was 57 years old, a hardliner and weapons expert who had been raised by his great-grandmother and then an uncle in a tiny village in the Kuznetsk Basin and had quickly climbed the ladder of Soviet industry, had become the Central Committee secretary in charge of the military-industrial complex. But what Metcalf had not been prepared for, when the door to Manilov's office suite swung open and the man himself emerged, was the man's appearance. He was tall, rangy, and extraordinarily handsome. He moved with an unusual grace and poise, shook Metcalf's hand firmly. He asked the general to remain in his outer office. He would speak only to the American. As he took his seat in front of the dirigeur's large, ornately carved mahogany desk, Metcalf found himself at a loss for words. Prominently placed atop the desk, he noticed, was the black case that held the Soviet nuclear launch codes. "Well, well, well," said Stepan Manilov. "The legendary Stephen Metcalf, an emissary from the White House, above reproach, above partisan politics, carrying a message, I have no doubt, from the Oval Office, a message that can later be disavowed if need be, a conversation that can be denied." He spread his hands as he leaned back in his high-backed chair. "Nevertheless, I will listen to what you have to say. I'm not here on behalf of the White House. My mission is not official in any sense. I simply want to speak very directly, and in the strictest confidence, to the only man who has the power to stop the madness." "Madness?" said Manilov curtly. "What you're seeing in Moscow today is an end to the madness, finally, a return to stability." "An end to reform, you mean? An end to the remarkable changes that Gorbachev was bringing about?" "Too much change is dangerous. It brings only chaos." "Change can indeed be dangerous. But in the case of your great nation, by far the most dangerous thing would be not to change. You never want to return to the terrible old days of the dictatorship. I've seen the days of Stalin. I've seen the terror. They must never be allowed to come back." "Ambassador Metcalf, you are a great man in your own country, but you cannot presume to tell us how to conduct our affairs." "I agree. But I can tell you what the consequences will be of this coup d'etat that you and the others are leading."
Stepan Menilov arched his brows. Is that a threat, Mr. Ambassador? Not at all. It's a prediction, a warning. We are talking about going back to an arms race that has already broken your country. The deaths of hundreds of thousands of your countrymen in proxy civil wars around the globe, perhaps even nuclear disaster. I can guarantee you that Washington will do everything in its power to shut you down. Really, you will be isolated. Trade, which you so desperately need, will plummet. Grain sales will end. Your people will starve, and the unrest that will result will plunge Russia into a turmoil you cannot imagine. The dirigeor sat forward. If America thinks it can exploit a moment of disarray in the Soviet leadership to threaten us, you are making a grave error. The very instant you make any move against us anywhere in the world, we will not hesitate to use everything at our disposal, every weapon in our arsenal. You misunderstand me, Metcalf interrupted. No, sir, you misunderstand me. Do not misinterpret the turmoil in Moscow for weakness. He gestured toward the nuclear suitcase. We are not weak, and we will stop at nothing to defend our interests. I don't doubt that, and we have no interest in testing your resolve. What I'm suggesting is that it's not too late to back away from the precipice, and only you can do it. I'm proposing that you call the other members of your emergency committee and tell them that you are withdrawing your support for their junta. Without you, their plans will shrivel up. And then what, Ambassador Metcalf? Go back to the chaos? You can never go back. Everything has changed now. But you can help lead true, peaceful change. Listen to me. You cannot sit on a throne of bayonets. The man known as the conductor only laughed. You say you know my country. But what you don't seem to know is that in Russia, the most dangerous thing is chaos. It will take enormous courage for you to back down, Metcalf persisted. But if you do, you can count on our support. You will be protected, I promise you that. You have my word. Your word, scoffed Menilov. Why should I believe you? Let me tell you a story. I think you have been doing nothing but telling me stories since you got here, and I've heard them all, Mr. Ambassador. I've heard them all. With all respect, said Metcalf, you haven't heard this one. Bern, Switzerland, November 1940. The Swiss capital was built on a steep promontory of rock, a natural geological fortress surrounded on three sides by a moat that was the river Aar. The oldest section of the city, the Altstadt, was a maze of cobblestone streets and narrow arcades. Just off the Casinoplatz in the Altstadt was Herrengasse. Number 23 was the last in a row of 14th-century houses, an old burgher's mansion whose backyard descended gradually to the banks of the Aar in terraced vineyards. This was where Alfred Corcoran had taken up residence. It was his new base of operations. Metcalf's journey across the Finnish border had been harrowing. He had been met at the train station in Leningrad by an elderly couple who had dropped him off in the woods outside the city. There, 20 minutes later, a truck had pulled up, the driver demanding a stiff price before he would even shut off his engine. The truck was laden with a dozen hot water tanks destined for Helsinki. The inspection at the Soviet-Finnish border had been cursory. A short while later, the truck came to a stop, and then the driver had demanded an additional 100 rubles to let Metcalf out. Metcalf paid. Very few flights were departing from Malmö Airport in Helsinki to Bern, Switzerland, but a rich businessman with good connections who was willing to pay the price could always strike a deal. Now, on Herrengasse in Bern's Altstadt, Metcalf, following Corky's instructions, approached the back entrance to the townhouse, which was hidden among grape arbors. He rang the bell and waited with apprehension. It had been only a few weeks since he had last seen Corky in Paris, but it felt like years. His attitude toward his old mentor had changed. He had followed orders, had drawn Lana into Corky's scheme, had misled her. He had done what he'd been told to do, but he could no longer follow Corcoran's orders unthinkingly, blindly. The door opened. A housekeeper let him in. She asked his name, then showed him into an airy, spacious sitting room with two large fireplaces. In one of them a wood fire was burning.
Before it sat Corky in a wing chair. He turned as Metcalf entered. Corcoran looked even paler, even more wizened than he had just weeks before.
"Stephen Metcalf," Corky announced. "You never cease to amaze me."
There was a ghost of a smile on the old man's face as he rose to his feet. "Should I take that as praise?" replied Metcalf, approaching and shaking Corcoran's hand. "Or reproach?" Corky paused contemplatively.
"Both, I think. I wasn't sure you would make it here."
It wasn't easy arranging a flight out of Helsinki, I've got to say. He seated himself in a chair on the other side of the fire.
"Oh, that was the least of my concerns. I'm speaking of Moscow. Far too many things went awry."
Corky had turned toward the fire again. "And even more things went exactly as you planned," Metcalf said. "Not that you ever bothered to tell me what the plan was."
"Stephen,"
Corcoran began warningly, "was it really necessary to lie to me about why you wanted me to go to Moscow in the first place? And then to lie about the documents you wanted Lana to pass to von Schussler?"
"I know it must have been hard for you,"
Corcoran said very quietly.
"What there was between you two, it was rekindled, wasn't it? The thing that made it so difficult for you was the very thing that ensured she'd do what you asked of her. You want to know why I lied to you? That's why, Stephen."
"You're not making sense." Corcoran sighed.
"If you knew you'd be using her in this way, you'd never have been able to win her back. Only authenticity could fan the flame of love. I lied to you, Stephen, so you wouldn't have to lie to her. At least not at first."
Metcalf was silent for a minute. He didn't know what to say.
"Stephen, you don't know the half of what's going on. Things are far more dangerous than you realize."
"I find that hard to believe, Corky. I was there." Corky handed Metcalf a sheaf of papers. Metcalf examined what appeared to be an intelligence intercept.
"Serious doubts have been raised about the Wolfsfaller documents."
"What do you mean?"
"Hitler's generals are deeply divided about the wisdom of invading Russia. There are those who have always wanted to do so. A large segment has been won over by the Wolfsfaller documents. They are pushing for an invasion as early as May of next year. But there are others within the Nazi High Command who see any invasion of Russia as sheer madness. They remind their colleagues about Napoleon's ill-fated attempt to invade Russia in 1812. They justify inaction by casting doubt on the intelligence."
"Casting doubt? Have the documents been exposed as fakes?" Corcoran shook his head slowly.
"I have no indication of that. The documents are first-rate counterfeits. No one within the Nazi leadership has any reason to suspect that the papers were created by the Americans, but they say it's not impossible that they have been cooked up in Moscow by the Russians."
"That makes no sense. To what end? To get the Nazis to invade them?"
"Don't forget there are elements within the Soviet leadership whose hatred for Stalin runs so deep that they pray for a Nazi invasion. They see Hitler as their salvation."
"They'd wreck their own country to eliminate Stalin?"
"The point, Stephen, is that there are serious reasons to doubt the bona fides of the Wolfsfaller documents, especially if one wants to doubt them, if one sees any potential invasion of Russia as a quagmire. So questions are raised. Certain German military leaders argue that if the NKVD is so good, why have they not caught this woman, this general's daughter, who is passing top-secret papers to von Schussler?"
"But as long as the documents seem authentic—"
"Doubts continue to be raised," Corky replied, "and these doubts are beginning to gain the upper hand. Time is against us. Unless something more is done, something that confirms the authenticity of the documents, our plan is doomed."
"But what more is possible?"
"The source must be unimpeachable," Corky said after a pause.
"The source? The source is a daughter of a Red Army general, a general whom the Nazis know to be a secret conspirator against Stalin."
"A secret conspirator against Stalin," Corky echoed with a sarcastic twist. "Who just happened not to be caught and tried?"
"It's the hold that von Schussler has over Lana. He has the evidence."
"The spy business, my son. is a wilderness of mirrors. Mirrors reflecting other mirrors.
What the hell are you talking about?
In April of 1937, Joseph Stalin received a dossier from Prague containing evidence that his chief of staff, Marshal Tukhachevsky, as well as his other top generals, had been plotting with the German High Command to carry out a coup d'etat against Stalin.
Obviously. That was the basis for the treason trials, the massive purges that followed.
Yes, 35,000 military officials shot. The entire leadership of the Red Army on the eve of war. Rather convenient for the Nazis, no?
Convenient?
Surely you don't imagine that we're the only ones capable of forging documents, Stephen? Hitler's intelligence chief, Reinhard Heydrich, is a formidable opponent, truly a brilliant man. He knew how paranoid Stalin is, how willingly he'd believe that his own people were plotting against him.
You're saying the evidence against Tukhachevsky was forged?
Heydrich enlisted 2 of his deputies, Alfred Neujoks and Dr. Hermann Behrens, in an ingenious deception operation. He had his SD documents experts forge 32 documents, correspondence between Tukhachevsky and other Red Army leaders with the top muckety-mucks in the Wehrmacht, seeking their help in ousting Stalin.
Jesus Christ, Metcalf gasped. Forged?
Heydrich had the documents planted well. Dr. Behrens carried the documents to Prague and sold them, mind you, for millions of dollars to Soviet agents there.
Tukhachevsky was framed? Is that what you're saying?
The revolution devours each of its children in turn. My point is that Heydrich knows the truth because he engineered the lie that manipulated Stalin into decapitating his own military. He knows that Tukhachevsky wasn't guilty, and so he knows that General Mikhail Baranov is no conspirator either.
So the grip that von Schussler had on Lana was a fraud. Metcalf could not wait to tell Lana the truth. But his elation dissipated quickly as soon as he realized the implications of this revelation. So the bona fides of Lana's father remain in doubt, he said. Everything remains in doubt.
Corky continued, including the fate of de Wolfsfaller, unless we're willing to burn our own agent, a sacrifice that will save the operation and, dare I say it, save the world at the same time.
Blood drained from Metcalf's face. I don't understand.
But I think you do understand, Corky said. Svetlana Baranova must be caught by the NKVD. She must be arrested. It's the only thing that will convince the Nazis that the documents she's been passing on are genuine.
Metcalf leaped up, stood directly in front of Corky. Pointing an index finger at his mentor's face, he rasped, "Any means to an end, eh, Corky? Is that it? If a human being gets in the way, you won't hesitate to hurl her to the wolves? Even a woman who acted so bravely on our behalf? Put her own life in jeopardy?
Spare me your school rectus sanctimony. I don't need any lectures from you about operational ethics."
Operational ethics? Is that what you call it?
Disgusted and speechless, Metcalf returned to the chair and sank down.
Metcalf put his hands over his face. What do you intend?
Tomorrow afternoon, the Bolshoi Theater's leading ballet troupe is arriving in Berlin, a friendship delegation sent by Moscow. They'll be performing at the Staatsoper, probably take their tired old production of Swan Lake out of mothballs again.
Lana will be there.
And her Nazi lover, von Schussler, as well. A well-placed tip to the NKVD is all it should take. The NKVD will arrest her, and the Germans will witness it, and all will be right with the world. I'm terribly sorry, Stephen.
And she'll tell the NKVD the truth.
Will she? Corky said. At that point, it really makes no difference. She can protest all she wants. But once the Nazi High Command hears that she's been arrested, the Wolfsfaller plan will be salvaged.
You wish it were that simple, Metcalf said. No. I have a better idea. You get me into Berlin and
You'll restring the marionette.
Something like that. Corcoran peered at Metcalf for several seconds.
You want to say goodbye to her, is that it?
Allow me that, Metcalf conceded. Corcoran shook his head slowly.
Forget about it. You're going back to Bar Harbor. You're going to spend afternoons sailing to the Cranberry Islands with a Tom Collins in one hand and a lovely blonde girl in the other. And you're going to put all this behind you. God damn it, Corky, don't be like that. Let's be practical. All the covers you had are blown. Putting you back in the field is a risk I won't take. Your usefulness has come to an end. Go back home. A great playground awaits. Put the horrors behind you, and leave the rest to your elders." Metcalf was silent for a long while. "Fine. Ship me back home. But let me tell you what you can expect to happen when you do. I don't know what your sources are telling you, but I know the woman, and I've spent a great deal of time with her recently, and I happen to know that she has a soft spot for von Schussler." Corky was taken aback. "You never gave me any reason to believe anything of the sort." "Maybe you think you understand a woman's heart better than I do. All I know is what I can sense. I think she feels a little sorry for the German. She may even have feelings that run deeper than that." "Meaning what, exactly?" "Meaning that there's a real danger that Lana may compromise the mission, tip off von Schussler that he's been set up. That's all it would take, and all our efforts will be for naught." "That cannot be allowed to happen," Corcoran snapped. "Indeed, and I promise I'll do everything I can to keep it on the rails. I know how to control her." He looked at Corcoran with a fierce determination. Corcoran's stare was like an X-ray. He seemed to be trying to penetrate into Metcalf's soul. After a full minute he said, "Chip Nolan is staying at the Bellevue Palace. He can set you up with all the papers you need." The Bellevue Palace was set high above the R River. Nolan's suite was no less spacious or magnificent, a fact Metcalf didn't hesitate to point out to the FBI man. "J. Edgar Hoover must give you guys a pretty healthy per diem," Metcalf needled the small, rumpled man. Chip regarded him warily. "Mr. Hoover recognizes the importance of expanding the Bureau's worldwide intelligence work, James. That's your name, right? James?" "Close enough," Metcalf said. "Like a drink?" Nolan said, moving to the bar. "Whiskey? Gin?" "Nothing for me, thanks." Nolan poured himself a scotch on the rocks. "You've been over there before, right?" "Russia, you mean?" Metcalf shrugged. "Couple of times." Nolan set down his glass. "All right. You've got to get over to Berlin, I understand, but your old Paris cover's been blown, right?" "I assume so. In any case, I'm not going to take a chance." "Berlin, huh? You're playing with the big boys now." "What makes you say that?" "You think the NKVD's tough? Wait till you get a load of the Gestapo." "I got a load of them in Paris." "Paris was kindergarten, James. In Berlin, the Gestapo's in charge. Let me tell you, you're going to have to watch your ass over there." Nolan unlocked an armoire and drew out a leather portfolio. "I always say you want to hide in plain sight. Okay, so you're an American banker based in Basel, William Quilligan." He handed Metcalf a dog-eared American passport. Metcalf opened it, found his own photograph inside, and several pages of stamps indicating a couple of years of transatlantic journeys, mostly between New York and Switzerland. "You're with the Bank for International Settlements, sort of an international consortium that does a lot of business with the Germans. The Reichsbank's your bank's largest client. There's a fair amount of banking that you guys do on the QT with Germany, gold shipments and the like." "You're saying the bank launders money for Nazi Germany?" Nolan gave Metcalf a sharp look. "All its operations are legal, conducted under Swiss laws of neutrality. Hey, the bank's president is a Harvard man, just like you." "Yale, actually." "Yale, Harvard, whatever. Anyway, the guy goes to Berlin pretty often, meets with the Reichsbank's president, Walter Funk, but he can't make it this time, so you're basically serving as a glorified courier, hand-delivering some financial instruments that need to be signed and handed back to you. Whatever gets me to Berlin." An hour and a half later, Metcalf was on a train from Bern to Basel, en route to Nazi Germany. The streets of Berlin echoed with the sound of soldiers marching in formation, their hobnailed boots clacking loudly. Metcalf's overall impression was one of darkness.
It wasn't just the normal dreary Berlin weather. No, it was the somber mood, combined with the Verdunklung, the blackout. He had arrived at the dark railroad station 2 hours late and had taken an ancient, rattling cab to the Hotel Adlon on Unter den Linden. There were no street lamps. The interiors of the trams and buses that passed by were cast in a ghostly blue light, making their passengers look like apparitions. The few cars that drove by had their headlights hooded. Even the Adlon, which used to blaze brightly and welcomingly, had dark curtains drawn across its entrance, concealing the brightly lit lobby within. Metcalf was surprised when the hotel's desk clerk handed him a block of food ration coupons, allowing him so many grams of butter, or bread, or meat. The clerk explained that you couldn't eat in restaurants without them, and it made no difference if someone else was taking you to lunch or dinner. You couldn't eat in Berlin without ration coupons. Metcalf arranged with the hotel's concierge to get tickets to the special performance of the Bolshoi Ballet this evening at the Staatsoper. While he was unpacking in his hotel room, the telephone rang. It was a Reichsbank official, contacting him just as Chip Nolan had said he would. They met in the lobby. He was an obese, middle-aged man with a shiny, bald head named Ernst Gerlach. He wore a well-cut gray suit. On his lapel was a large white button, on which was emblazoned a red swastika. He was a mid-level officer at the Reichsbank. "Have you ever been to Berlin before, Mr. Quilligan?" Gerlach asked, as they sat in overstuffed chairs in the bar. "No, this is my first time." "Well, it is not the best time to visit. It is a time of great hardships for the German people. But with the leadership of our Führer and the help of important financial institutions like your bank, we will prevail. So, shall we have a drink?" "Just a cup of coffee for me." "I do not recommend that, Mr. Quilligan. The coffee these days is ersatz. How about a pony of good German brandy instead?" "That would be fine." Metcalf slid a large, sealed manila envelope across the table toward the banker. He wanted to get the business over with as quickly as possible so that he could head over to the Staatsoper. "All the financial instruments are in here," Metcalf said, "along with complete instructions. They need to be executed and returned to me at your earliest convenience." Gerlach looked mildly surprised at Metcalf's impertinence, but the German quickly recovered. 30 minutes later, having freed himself of the Nazi banker, Metcalf entered the Staatsoper. One of the world's great opera houses, it had been built in the 18th century in classic Prussian style, though it was meant to resemble a Corinthian temple. The interior was high rococo, its entrance glittering tiled in black and white marble. The patrons were no less glittering. Though evening attire was officially discouraged, the opera-goers nevertheless were dressed in finery, men in suits or uniforms, women in ball gowns. Metcalf needed to contact Lana tonight somehow. He knew nothing of the security arrangements here, how protected the Bolshoi troop would be. Somehow he would have to get word to her. Kundrov, her minder, was likely to be here. He might be the best intermediary. Perhaps Kundrov would be in the audience. He would have to search the audience, search for Kundrov, unless Kundrov found him first. "Herr Quilligan!" An imperious voice he recognized at once. He turned and saw Ernst Gerlach, the Reichsbank official, and Metcalf understood at once. Gerlach must have been assigned to keep tabs on William Quilligan. The Nazis were every bit as suspicious of foreign visitors as were the Russians. It was unsubtle, like all police-state surveillance, and Metcalf was not going to make it easy for the banker. Gerlach had moved in so close that Metcalf could smell the man's breath. "Why, Herr Gerlach? You didn't mention you had tickets to the ballet." Gerlach scrambled for a plausible explanation. Well, the pleasure of watching the Bolshoi is, I'm afraid, a poor consolation for the far greater pleasure of your company," Gerlach said. "You're too kind. But still, I had no idea." "Daniel? Daniel Eichen?" A female voice. Metcalf felt a sudden jolt. Daniel Eichen. His Paris cover name. Metcalf did not turn to look, even though the voice was loud, exuberant, not to be ignored, and plainly directed at him. Now Metcalf needed to break away from the banker as quickly as possible. The woman who knew him as Daniel Eichen was approaching closer, moving through the crowd with astonishing swiftness. She could no longer be ignored. She would not be ignored. He saw her in his peripheral vision, recognized her at once. A slightly faded beauty draped in ermine, the sister of a Nazi official's wife, Eva Hauptmann, a woman he had befriended and bedded while she was in Paris with her sister and her important brother-in-law. Metcalf had assumed he'd never see her again. The heavily perfumed woman reached out a bejeweled hand, tapped him on the shoulder. He could not ignore her any longer. He turned and looked at her blankly. She was with a female friend, another German woman who had been with her in Paris as well. The friend was smiling bashfully, eyes gleaming rapaciously, and Metcalf could only assume that Eva Hauptmann had whispered excitedly to her friend all about the Argentine businessman she had befriended in Paris, and why, here he is. Metcalf looked puzzled and turned back to Gerlach. "Well, how nice to run into you again," he said. "We must take our seats."
"Daniel Eigen,"
the ermine-draped woman scolded, blocking his egress. "No, I'm afraid you have me confused with someone else."
"What?" the woman spluttered. "I have you confused? Perhaps I have you confused with a gentleman, is that it? Herr Eigen, nobody treats Eva Hauptmann like a common tramp."
"Madam," said Metcalf firmly, "you are mistaken. Now, if you'll please excuse me." He shook his head, rolled his eyes at the banker, who was staring, aghast. "I think it's this common face of mine. I get that alarmingly often. Well, if you'll excuse me, I should use the WC. The first act is quite long." Metcalf turned swiftly and pushed through the crowd as if heading urgently toward the men's room. In reality, he had spotted a nearby exit to the street. He had to remove himself from here immediately. Gerlach didn't believe Metcalf's protestations, and Eva Hauptmann surely didn't either. The problem was Gerlach, of course. He would report his suspicion that William Quilligan was not who he said he was. In one chance encounter, Metcalf's cover had been blown. Metcalf had to get out quickly. Later in the evening, he would return, once the performance had started, and search for Kundrov. The door opened outward, a side entrance to the theater that was probably locked from the outside. He pushed it open and stepped outside, into the cold night air, flooded by a sense of relief. He heard the noise a split second before he felt the cold, hard steel press against his left temple. "Stoi!" Russian. Freeze. "Don't move," the Russian continued. "Look straight ahead. Do not look to either side." "What is this?" Metcalf demanded. "Don't speak, Metcalf," the Russian hissed. "Or Eigen, whatever your name is. Directly in front of you is a car. You will walk slowly down these steps to the car. Do you understand?" Metcalf did not reply. He stared straight ahead. The Russian knew his name. He was NKVD. That much Metcalf was convinced of. "Answer!" the Russian rasped. "Yes, I understand." "Good. Move slowly. I will keep this pistol against the side of your head. The slightest pressure on the trigger and it will fire. Any sudden moves and your brains will be on the sidewalk. Do you understand me?" "Yes," Metcalf said. He stared straight ahead at the black sedan parked at the curb, maybe 25 feet away. He calculated his options. There seemed to be no solution, no exit. "Place your hands in front of you, on your stomach." Metcalf did so. He walked slowly down the side steps of the Staatsoper, looking straight ahead all the while. He kept walking, feeling the muzzle pressing into his temple. He heard the shuffling of the Russian's shoes as the NKVD man kept pace. There was no way out this time. A scrape on the pavement. A shoe. Suddenly, another sound. The clattering of a gun against the sidewalk. The pistol was no longer pressed against his temple. He dared to turn his head, and he saw his abductor slumped to the ground, head flung backward, foam gathering at his mouth. The Russian's eyes had rolled up into his head, showing only the whites. He made a peculiar gargling, choking sound, gagging as the foam spilled forth from his lips. His assailant was dying before his eyes, but how? Metcalf spun backward, trying to understand what had just happened. What he saw next explained everything. Chip Nolan. The FBI man stood there, a syringe in his right hand. He held up the hypodermic needle. "Chloral hydrate, injected into the neck. It works fast, and it's deadly." "Jesus," Metcalf exhaled. Thank God you were here.
My God, what are you doing in Berlin? Nolan smiled thinly.
Didn't I tell you to watch yourself?
You warned me about the Gestapo. You didn't say anything about the NKVD.
I didn't think you needed to be warned about those bastards.
He kicked at the NKVD man's body. The man was dead, limp, his face gray. I owe you one, Metcalf said. Chip ducked his head modestly.
Just stay out of trouble, James,
he said, pocketing the syringe as he ambled off. Metcalf looked around for a moment to orient himself. He raced back to the side of the Staatsoper building, leaving the Russian's corpse there. A figure was standing on the steps, at the exact place where the Russian had sneaked up behind him and put the gun to his head. Metcalf unholstered his own weapon. Then he recognized the man. It was Kundrov, a cryptic smile on his face. As Metcalf approached, Kundrov said, "Who was that?" "The guy with the gun? I figured you'd know. He's one of your countrymen."
"No, not Chichel Kunchik.
He's one of mine."
He looks familiar. I've seen the face somewhere. Maybe in one of our Facebooks. Well, if he hadn't gotten there, I would have had to kill my second Chichel Kunchik in a week. Not good for my reputation.
You are here to see Lana again. You could not stay away from her, even if it endangers her.
It's not that.
I need your help. The Russian lit a cigarette.
You would trust me enough to ask my help?
You saved my life, and Lana's.
Miss Baronova is another situation entirely.
I'm quite aware of that. I wonder if you know you're actually in love with her.
I am her minder, Metcalf. Nothing more. I cannot help it if my proximity to her has made my assignment more difficult, but I have no illusions about her. She has always seen me as her jailer.
She's not a woman who can be caged.
Nor owned, Kundrov countered. The help you're seeking, it must be for Miss Baronova.
It is.
I will do anything to help her. I think you know that.
It's why I'm here.
Kundrov nodded, took another drag from his cigarette. You want me to help Miss Baronova to defect?
Metcalf was unable to conceal his astonishment.
Tell me what you want me to do for Miss Baronova, Kundrov said.
The Schloss von Schussler, von Schussler's German home, was nestled in the thick, dark pine forests, about 30 kilometers northwest of Berlin. Kundrov had given Metcalf directions to the von Schussler family estate. While the Russian made preliminary arrangements, Metcalf had bought a car off a downtrodden-looking German. The German had been parking his beat-up Opel Olympia when Metcalf had approached and, in his best, most colloquial German, had offered close to 1,000 Reichsmarks, far more than the vehicle was worth. Money was tight in Berlin these days. The German seemed surprised at the generosity of the offer and had hastened to turn over the keys. Only when Metcalf was driving up the mountainside to von Schussler's Schloss did he see why the German had been in such a hurry to sell his Opel. Not only was the car underpowered, but it had all sorts of transmission problems. The car shivered and shuddered as it climbed the mountain to the Schloss. On the way, he managed to buy a pair of Zeiss binoculars for bird-watching, as well as some Tyrolean-style clothing, all Loden green and gray boiled wool. By the time he arrived at the Schloss, parking the Opel in the woods out of sight, he was attired as a bird-watcher. It was early evening, however, not a plausible time of day for any legitimate birder, but his cover was better than nothing, and as long as he didn't linger, he would have time to conduct a brief surveillance. Ideally, if he could enter the Schloss undetected, he could find a place to hide and then meet up with Lana later in the evening. But after circling the Schloss, he determined that the obstacles to penetration were formidable indeed. The stone walls were high and smooth, and inside the walls roamed trained German Shepherd guard dogs. The fortress mentality was probably more a matter of style than of necessity. It was the way rich Germans liked to live. Metcalf attempted to scale the walls at one point, which set off the dogs. Rather than risk alerting the castle's caretakers, Metcalf dropped back to the ground and returned quickly to his car. But he had seen enough to know that climbing into the grounds would be difficult to the point of impossibility. At the main entrance to the Schloss,
were massive, tall iron gates, where more German shepherds growled menacingly as he drew near. Only authorized vehicles would be permitted to enter. Not far from the main Schloss building was a brick carport where a stunningly beautiful Daimler saloon was parked. It obviously belonged to the master of the house. As Metcalf watched from behind a broad oak tree, he saw a man emerge from the side of the Schloss, dressed in the livery of a chauffeur. He stopped for a moment, seeming to observe the dogs growling. Metcalf tensed. The driver must have been alerted by the disturbance. The uniformed man pulled out a small silver whistle and blew into it. Immediately, the dogs stopped their growling. Metcalf breathed a sigh of relief. The driver must have assumed that it was some animal that the dogs were growling at. A few minutes later, Metcalf returned to Berlin, driving to the Staatsoper, then pulling around to the rear of the building. He did not have to wait long before von Schussler's Daimler pulled up near the stage entrance. After a few minutes, the liveried driver got out of the car. He lit a cigarette. Leaning against the building, he smoked placidly, waiting for his employer and his employer's lady friend. Kundrov, who made it his business to know Lana's whereabouts at all times, had told Metcalf that the chauffeur had earlier brought Lana and von Schussler's bags to the Schloss. Kundrov also reported that von Schussler was inside the Staatsoper, standing by the dressing rooms, bearing an armful of poppies. Metcalf checked his watch. The performance should be just about over by now. Lana would emerge, probably with von Schussler, and together they would get into the Daimler. The trick was for Metcalf to catch her eye first, let her see him, without von Schussler seeing him as well. He had to get a note to her, somehow arrange a rendezvous. The only way to get a message to Lana safely was to hand it to her himself as she exited the theater. Unless there were other ways. A delivery boy could run up, hand her a bouquet of flowers, a note inside. Yes, that could work. He looked around and noticed that the chauffeur was walking toward the stage entrance. Why? To greet von Schussler there? Metcalf hadn't noticed anyone coming out. Had the driver seen something Metcalf hadn't? Then he overheard the driver speaking to the guard attending the stage door. A snatch of German floated toward him. Die Toilette. Metcalf looked at the unattended Daimler and made a snapped decision. He raced toward the rear of the Daimler, pushed the trunk release, and lifted the lid. The roomy trunk was empty, lined with carpet, and immaculate. There weren't any bags, because Lana and von Schussler had already sent them ahead. The only thing in it was a folded blanket. He looked around. No one was in sight. He climbed into the trunk, then pulled the lid closed. The latch snapped shut, and he was in darkness. He rolled over to one side of the compartment, reached for the blanket, pulled it over him. If everything went well. If. The trunk would not be opened. There was no reason for anyone to open it, until they reached the Schloss and von Schussler, Lana, and the driver got out. A few minutes later, once he was sure there was no one around, Metcalf would open the trunk from the inside and climb out. It was a bold maneuver and risky, yet it was the best way to reach her. If the trunk was not opened. And if it was? He had a gun provided for him by Chip and would use it if he had to. He felt around the pitch-black interior of the trunk, shifted his body until he could reach the top of the trunk lid, feeling for the trunk release lever. There was nothing there. Only smooth enameled steel. There was no trunk release. How the hell was he going to get out? He was locked inside. The Daimler was moving. 2 minutes ago, he had heard voices close by, one of them Lana's. Then came the sound of a car door being opened, then closed. The vehicle accelerated with a deep-throated mechanical purr. Lana and von Schussler were sitting a few feet away in the passenger's compartment. They were speaking, but he could make nothing out beyond a murmur. About 20 minutes later, the Daimler's engine strained at a lower gear, and the car felt as if it was climbing a hill. They were nearing the Schloss. They must have reached the steep stretch of road just before the gates of the castle. Then the car slowed. Probably they had arrived at the gates and were waiting for them to be opened. After a moment, the car resumed more slowly. Presently it stopped, and a door was opened. He heard von Schussler's unpleasantly grating voice, then Lana's lilting, sensuous voice. He heard their footsteps scrape on the gravel, then the door slam. But the engine was not shut off. The car kept going at a slow pace, a brief distance longer, before it stopped again, and this time the motor was switched off. He waited in silence. There was a low, tuneless whistle. Then the car doors opened and closed again. After a few more minutes, he heard the scuff of the driver's shoes against the pavement, heard the jingling of the car's keys being hung up. And then there was silence. He waited. 5, 10 minutes. He wanted to make sure the chauffeur was nowhere nearby before he moved, before he attempted to figure out some way to free himself from this claustrophobic steel chamber. Finally, enough time had gone by. He felt the entire expanse of the trunk lid patiently, but there was still no internal release knob or lever. There were cables and wires tucked into the corners, but none of them popped open the trunk. He felt around until he found a small compartment that contained an emergency toolkit which was used for changing tires. He pried it open. Inside were screwdrivers, a tire pressure gauge, pliers, and lug wrenches. Using the slotted screwdriver, he lifted the carpet liner, peeling it back until most of the rear section of the trunk compartment was exposed down to its bare sheet metal. As he expected, he felt several bolts that fastened a detachable panel in place. Working quickly, he was at last able to loosen the rectangle of steel, slide it away, and reach the rear seat assembly. It was not meant to be accessed from the trunk side, but by reaching around through the coils and struts, he managed to loosen the bolts enough to push the rear seat forward. 20 minutes after he had begun, he was in the back seat of the Daimler, at last free of the trunk. The car had been parked in some sort of carport, not a closed garage. It was a rudimentary brick structure, open at one end, allowing in the moonlight. He got out of the back seat quickly, the interior dome light flashing on, then off, but only for a second or two. Looking out through the open end of the carport, he was able to see the tall iron fence a few hundred feet away and down the hill. He had to get into the Schloss without being seen. The main house was perhaps 100 feet away, the path more or less exposed. He could see lights in several rooms on the top floor. One of the rooms glowed with a pinkish light, and he knew that had to be Lana's. She sometimes liked to drape a red silk scarf over her bedroom lamp. But what about the dogs? They seemed to be gathered by the gates. Perhaps they were poorly trained, or more likely, they had been trained to watch for intruders from outside, not those within the grounds. He stepped quietly out of the carport. Spying a low hedge that bordered the circular drive, he dropped to the ground and crawled on his hands and knees along the lawn. When the hedge ended, he pulled himself across the grass on his belly. In short order, he had reached the castle. He loped around toward the back of the building, searching for a service entrance of some sort. He found it without trouble. A narrow wooden door that was unlocked. The Schloss was so well guarded, surrounded as it was by walls and gates, defended by prowling dogs, that there was no need to lock the servants' door. He pulled the door open slowly. He raced into the dark hall. Several doors lined the hall, though he had no idea where they led. He tried the first knob, then the second. The third turned. The door gave onto a narrow staircase. He shut the door behind him, descending the steps to a dank basement. Despite the darkness, he saw that he was surrounded by hundreds of bottles of wine. He was in von Schussler's wine cellar. Backing himself into an alcove, he waited. When no one came down within the next few minutes, he calculated that he was safe. He glanced at his watch. It was 20 minutes before midnight. He would wait another hour down here. By then, it was more likely than not that Lana and von Schussler would have gone to sleep. Only then would the servants go to bed as well. It was too risky to go looking through an unfamiliar house. But the clock was ticking. If Kundrov had succeeded in arranging his part, no more than 6 hours remained. For all that needed to be done, that was not enough time. An hour later, Metcalf stole silently through the darkened hallways of the top floor of the Schloss. The floor plan was typical of medieval German castles, Metcalf realized. The ground floor was for the servants. On the first floor was a chapel and a great hall. On the second were the living quarters. Each floor, however, was divided into several wings. It became clear that one wing, with tiger skins on the floors and hunting trophies mounted on the walls, belonged to Rudolf von Schussler. Metcalf walked through it quietly, past what seemed to be the master's bedroom. At the end of the hall was his study. Metcalf caught a glimpse of a book-lined room and heavy furniture. Another wing, which obviously received less use, was for visitors. That was where Lana had to be. Everything Metcalf knew or had observed about von Schussler told him that he and Lana would be sleeping separately here in the familial estate, with its air of baronial propriety. A crack of light was visible under one door. The light's reddish hue told him that this was Lana's room. She was inside, her scarf-draped lamp on. Perhaps she was reading. Outside the door was a linen-covered butler's tray. On it, a crumpled linen napkin, a crystal glass, a silver water pitcher, a single flute of champagne, empty. One of each, he noticed. She was here, and she was alone. He turned the brass knob, opened the door slowly. He heard her voice. "Rudy? Is that you?" Metcalf did not reply until he stepped into the room and shut the door behind him. Lana was sitting in the middle of an immense canopy bed, looking radiant. In her apricot silk negligee, her raven-black hair cascading around her swan neck, she was magnificent. Her face lit up. She let out a gasp, threw out her arms as he ran to her. "Steva, I thought I'd never see you again." "You can't get rid of me that easily," Metcalf replied, then kissed her on the mouth. When he pulled away, he saw that she was crying. "How did you get in here? How did you get to Berlin? Why are you here?" "I heard you were dancing tonight. You know I never miss your performances when I'm in town." "No," she said, shaking her head. "It's about the documents. It's serious. I can see it in your eyes, Steva." "What is it?" Metcalf would no longer lie to her. "Dyrochenko," he said, taking hold of one of her soft, scented hands in both of his. He sat down on the bed beside her and began to speak quietly. "It's not safe for you to stay in Moscow. I want you to come out." "To defect?" "This is probably your last chance. They're not likely to let you out of the country again." "Steva, I've told you. Russia is my motherland. It's who I am." "It'll always be part of who you are. That won't change. But at least you'll be alive and free." "Freedom," she began bitterly. Metcalf cut her off. "No, Lana, listen to me. You don't know freedom. No one who was born and brought up in a prison can understand freedom." "Stone walls do not a prison make," she quoted, "nor iron bars a cage. If I have freedom in my love." "But you don't have freedom in your love, Lana. Not even that." "My father—" "That's a lie too, Lana." "What are you talking about?" "There was no plot. That was all manufactured evidence planted by the Nazis to gut the Soviet military. The SS knew how paranoid Stalin is about traitors, so they forged correspondence that implicated the Red Army's top leaders." "That's impossible." "Nothing's impossible, Lana. Your father may secretly detest Stalin, but he never plotted against him." "You know this?" "I know it." She gave a sad smile. "It would be nice to think that he was safe now." "No," Metcalf said. "He's living on borrowed time. Lana, listen to me. What I'm about to tell you, I want you to know the truth. I don't care what you'll think of me after. No, that's not true. I do care what you think of me. But you should know the truth, and if it ruins everything, so be it. If it ruins the operation, if it makes you never want to see me ever again, so be it. I can't have this lie on my conscience any more." She was no longer looking at him. She sat next to him on the bed, seeming to shrink into herself. "I want to tell you about the operation I've led you into," he said. The documents I've been giving you. The ones I told you would convince Hitler and his men that Russia's intentions were peaceful.
I know,
she interrupted. She had opened her eyes, but she was staring at the floor.
I know the truth, Stiva. I know what was in those papers.
You read them?
Of course I read them. You underestimate me. A Russia that poses no threat to Hitler would be an engraved invitation to Hitler to invade. If Hitler believed that Russia was weak, he would send his armies into Moscow and Leningrad. He would have taken us over long ago. No, the only thing that has kept Hitler from declaring war against Russia is his fear that Russia is too strong an adversary. I know this.
He was stunned. She continued,
But you want Hitler and Stalin to go to war. That's the real objective.
He turned, took her face in both of his hands.
Dear God, he breathed. You've known this all along. And I approve, Stivushka. I think it's dangerous and daring, but it's also brilliant. It's the only hope. If Hitler attacks us believing that we are weak, he will be led to his own grave. Yes, Stiva, I've known this from the beginning.
You're the most remarkable woman I've ever met.
Then tell me this,
she said solemnly.
And you must tell me the truth. Does the NKVD believe that I'm passing Soviet military secrets? Is that what you've come here to warn me?
No, not yet. But it's only a matter of time before the NKVD begins to suspect you. The Abwehr, German military intelligence, has an asset within the Lubyanka. There are leaks in both directions. No secret is truly safe.
An asset?
A spy. Someone who's working for them, informing for them, reporting to them. The Germans have begun to suspect that the documents have come to them too easily. They wonder if it's a Soviet plant.
And you think their asset in the Lubyanka will raise questions about me?
It's possible. There's always leakage in any operation that involves more than two persons. It's always a risk.
But that's not your chief concern. You are concerned that the operation will fail.
How ruthless you must think I am.
I'm not a child,
she snapped, turning to him suddenly with eyes wide.
I thought you'd figured that out about me by now. We both know what's important. We both know that the fate of the free world is more important than the life of any ballerina.
Maybe I want too much, he replied gently. But I want to protect you at the same time that I save the operation.
How is that possible?
Kundrov.
Kundrov? What do you mean?
If you give us the go-ahead, Lana, Kundrov is going to report you to his higher-ups.
Report me? I don't understand.
He will report his suspicions that you, the daughter of a renowned Soviet general, have been passing military secrets to the German diplomat you're in love with. It will be a thunderbolt in Moscow. It will surge to the highest levels. The GRU will call in the NKVD on this, and orders will be issued at once. She nodded, a terrible understanding dawning in her face.
When I am arrested, the Germans will learn of it through their spy in the Lubyanka. Then Hitler's men will see that this was no Soviet plant. They will be persuaded that the documents are authentic.
She shrugged. Her tone was casual, but she could not hide the strain, the fear.
The execution of one insignificant ballerina is surely worth it, if it means the end of Hitler.
Metcalf grabbed her with both hands, resting her face toward his.
No, I would not sacrifice you. I would be sacrificing myself. Listen to me. You will not be arrested. You know how these things work. The NKVD will not arrest you on German soil. They will lure you back home, tell you that you must return at once. There's an emergency, they'll tell you. Perhaps something with your father. They will use some pretext, some ruse. They will put you on the first train out of Berlin, and once you reach Moscow, then they'll arrest you. Yes. Yes, that is indeed how they'll do it. But you won't get on that train. You'll defect. They'll think you were tipped off, that you figured out the truth, and you chose instead to defect. And how will I defect? All you have to do is say the word, Lana, and I'll place a call to Switzerland. The British Special Operations Executive and the RAF operate a fleet of small, light monoplanes, Lysanders, that are used to parachute agents into Nazi-occupied territory, occasionally to make pickups as well. These planes have already made dozens of flights like this, but the timing is extraordinarily tricky. The whole thing requires a high degree of coordination. Once we request a plane, we have to be ready to meet it, signaling at a designated rendezvous site outside of Berlin. If everything doesn't happen with perfect timing, the plane won't even land. It'll circle around and return to Tempsford Airfield in Bedfordshire. And then the window will slam shut. The window? Once Kundrov has transmitted his report about you to Moscow, we'll have only one opportunity to get on the plane. If we miss it, the NKVD will grab you. And Kundrov? He's already arranging his end of the rendezvous. All I have to do is call Bern, and once I know the Lysander is being dispatched, Kundrov will make his report to Moscow. The authorities in Moscow will coordinate your arrest with the NKVD presence here. The machinery will be set into motion. It'll be unstoppable. There'll be no turning back then. You trust him? That's the same question he asked of me. He saved your life and mine. But Lana, this is up to you. Yes. I want you to think long and hard about this. It may sound terribly risky, but I think it's even more risky for you to return to Moscow, where it's only a matter of time before you're arrested. I said yes, Stiva. You realize that things can still go wrong? Nothing in life is guaranteed. Nothing in our world is safe. Not anymore. Both of them were silent for a minute or two. I need to place 2 calls, one to Kundrov, who's waiting for my call. He pulled out a scrap of paper on which he'd scrawled the number of a telephone booth in central Berlin. The other to Switzerland. Von Schussler's a diplomat, which means the Foreign Office provides him with the kind of telephone line with international access that few other Germans have. There's a telephone in his study. He placed a call to the German embassy in Moscow shortly after we arrived here. He glanced at his watch. All right. We have 5 hours, even less. If all goes according to schedule, once I call Kundrov, he will call Moscow. The wheels will turn quite fast. You will then be called by someone from the NKVD. Only he will pretend to be someone high up in the Bolshoi Theater administration, someone you've never heard of. You will be told that your father has been stricken ill, that your presence is required in Moscow. You'll be instructed to arrive at the Berlin Ostbahnhof to board the Brussels-Moscow train, leaving Brussels at 9:30 and making a brief stop in Berlin at 4:02 in the morning. And then? And then Kundrov will arrive at the Schloss and take you to the pickup site. It's an abandoned movie lot outside of Berlin that's currently being used as a decoy, a fake town designed to fool Allied forces to divert their bombing runs from Berlin. There's a large field there that's large enough for a small craft to land. Apparently, since it's deserted, it's the most secure location within 60 kilometers of Berlin. Now, in order for this plan to have a chance of working, the plane cannot enter German airspace until after you've received the call from the NKVD, but well before you're expected at the Ostbahnhof. It must appear that you received this call, that you were suspicious, and talked to your handlers. My handlers? The people you work for. I'm sorry. These are words from my world, not yours. Listen, the time is growing shorter as we sit here talking. We must move, and fast. We must run. If everything works right, by this time tomorrow, my darling, we'll both be in a place where we can finally stop running.
Metcalf stood by the door, the same one through which he had entered the Schloss, and watched for any trace of the guard dogs. There were none in the vicinity. In one quick dash, he made it to the carport, where he located the Daimler's key on its hook. The car started up quietly. He pulled out of the carport and down the drive to the main iron gates, which were locked. He pulled the Daimler to a stop. Several German Shepherds and Dobermans loomed in the darkness, peering at the car. They stood, several of them emitting low, warning growls. Obviously, they were unsure of what to do, since they recognized the automobile, if not the driver. The dogs began surrounding the car, whining softly, growling. They seemed curious, puzzled about this strange driver in the familiar car. Any moment, one of the dogs would start barking, then they all would, and von Schussler's servants would be awakened. In order to unlock and open the gates, he had to get out of the car. There seemed to be no alternative. A gleam of silver caught his eye. A thin metallic tube was resting in a small compartment in the dashboard. He reached for it. It was a whistle. A dog whistle. He remembered seeing the chauffeur use it to call off the dogs several hours earlier. Putting it to his lips, he blew hard. Suddenly, the growls stopped. The dogs backed away a good distance from the car, then sat obediently. Tentatively, he opened the car door, the whistle grasped in one hand, in case he needed it. He got out, walked over to the gates, and was relieved to see the large iron key still in the lock. Guided by the Berlin map that Chip Nolan had provided him, he drove as fast as he dared, not wanting to attract the attention of the Orpo, the Ordnungspolizei. As he drove, he mentally rehearsed the arrangements he had made with Corky and Kundrov. The normally unflappable Corky was surprised to hear Metcalf's voice on a direct trunk line from Berlin.
"Good heavens, boy! Where are you calling from? The Führer's private office?" he'd said.
He greeted Metcalf's request with a long silence. Metcalf had expected Corcoran to raise any number of objections to the plan, but to his surprise, the older man did not. The aging spymaster set down the phone for a few minutes, and when he returned, he said,
"A Lysander will be departing momentarily from the RAF fighter base at Tangmere on the English Channel coast, arriving at 3 a.m.
He specified the precise location that he had selected for the pickup and rattled off a series of instructions. As soon as Metcalf hung up, he called Kundrov at the payphone number the Russian had given him. They spoke for no more than a minute. "I will call Moscow now," Kundrov said. "But once I make this call, it's irrevocable. There will be no going back." Now, as Metcalf approached the pickup site, he was astonished. Corky had prepared him, but it was staggering nonetheless. It appeared to be a vast complex of buildings, arrayed in horseshoe formation around a large open grass field. In the center was an immense concrete hangar-like building with a corrugated steel roof. To either side were smaller brick buildings. Smoke plumed from their many chimneys. Scattered around the buildings were fuel tanks and waste barrels. It appeared to be an industrial facility of some kind, probably a giant munitions plant. In fact, it was a stage set. Although the building at the center was real, the structures to either side of it were all fake. The barrels and tanks and trucks probably bogus too. This was the location of a defunct movie studio, a huge lot that had been expropriated by the Nazis and turned into a decoy fire site. Hitler's men had swiftly constructed dozens of such sites around Germany in the last few months. But no decoy site in all of Germany was as elaborate as this. The Brandenburg Studios had been founded in 1921, when the German film industry was at its peak and a serious rival to Hollywood. Such legendary stars as Marlene Dietrich and Paula Negri and such talented filmmakers as Fritz Lang had all worked there. Shortly after the Third Reich came to power and seized control of the film industry, banishing all non-Aryans, the Brandenburg Studios went out of business. The Nazis appropriated the gigantic lot. The mammoth soundstage, located in the concrete building at the center, was filled with stage sets and props that had accumulated over the almost 2 decades of the Brandenburg Studios' history. That had been left alone. But the deception experts in the Luftwaffe had created on either side of the soundstage a series of false brick buildings, turning the whole site into an astonishing replica of a weapons manufacturing complex. Even the artificially generated smoke that poured from the chimneys, smoke intended to attract enemy aircraft, was convincing. The site was deserted, as were all Nazi decoy fire sites. This made it one of the most secure locations in Berlin for Metcalf, Lana, and Kundrov to meet. Far more important, though, was the open, snow-covered field, several hundred yards square, which had been the old studio backlot. It was an area large enough for the Lysander to land and take off comfortably. The three-quarters moon was bright in the sky, which was fortunate. It would provide adequate illumination for the pilot. RAF Photographic Reconnaissance already had detailed aerial photographs of Berlin. This decoy site was, in fact, well known to British intelligence. There were procedures that had to be followed in order to ensure that the pickup went off without a hitch. Corky had dispatched Chip Nolan to assist Metcalf with the landing. The FBI man would bring an assortment of needed supplies, including flashlights to be used to send the prearranged recognition signal to the pilot in Morse code. If the Lysander pilot didn't see the flashed signal on the ground, indicating that all was safe to land, he would simply pass by without touching down and return to England. Nolan would also bring flares. 3 flares, Corky had instructed, were to be set down on the landing field in the shape of a large L to mark the landing path. The pilot would land the monoplane at the first flare, then turn around approximately 150 yards down between the other 2. He would keep the engine running. The plane would be on the ground no more than 3 minutes, assuming all went well. The entire fake armaments facility was enclosed by a low chain-link fence, which had been placed there not for security, but for the sake of appearance from above. Metcalf drove the Daimler through one of the open gates and parked in a lot in front of the concrete soundstage building. Surveying the area to make sure there were no unexpected visitors, he got out and approached the soundstage, inside of which he was to meet Chip. He passed one of the fake brick buildings. He glanced at his watch. Chip should have arrived by now. He walked around the soundstage to the front entrance, which faced the open field. A voice, Nolan he recognized, called out to him from inside the building. The FBI man was holding a wooden crate, standing in front of an amazingly realistic replica of a Berlin street, a long row of 19th century building facades along a fake cobblestone street lined with streetlights. "There you are," Metcalf called out. "Right on time. I'm glad you're here." He looked around the interior of the building, marveling. It was as large as a European railroad station, but it was crowded with sets in long aisles, some collapsed and stacked up, many simply abandoned in place. There was a line of crazy German expressionist houses, tilted every which way, the interior of a sophisticated Manhattan apartment, a miniature Swiss chalet set against a painted backdrop of the Alps. Chip gave a modest smile. "Well, you know what they say at the Bureau. Neither snow nor rain nor heat nor gloom of night. No, wait a minute, that's the post office." Nolan's eyes were warm but watchful as he set down the crate. "Anyway, I'm glad you're here." "Are you?" Nolan smiled. "Gotta respect that principle of compartmentation and all. But sometimes keeping your colleagues in the dark is the most dangerous thing of all." Metcalf shrugged. "Could be." "You know, I only found out about the rendezvous from the Home Office about an hour ago. And the thing is, I've got some real worries about operational integrity here. Our security seems to have been compromised on a high level." "You mean you've only just figured that out? After Corky's already lost—" Metcalf trailed off. The aging spymaster was always intent upon partitioning information. "Look, is there something you have to tell me? Then tell me now." "You're misunderstanding. I think you have something to tell me." "I'm not following." "I think there are a lot of things we can put together, the two of us, if we compare notes. But you've got to put your cards on the table. For starters, what are you doing in Berlin?" "I think you know." He gestured around them. "An exfiltration." "Yes, but why?" "It's complicated. Let's just say it involves a Russian asset." "A Russian asset. Right." Nolan took a step closer. "And you're running this Russian asset?" Metcalf shrugged uneasily. "In a sense." "Or are the Russians running you?" "What the hell are you talking about?" "I need to know what they've told you, my friend." "I don't follow." Metcalf didn't bother to hide his bewilderment. The FBI man watched him stonily. Metcalf knew the look. It was the look of a professional interrogator. "Look, I saw you and your GRU friend together, Kundrov, right? Outside the Opera House. You think I don't know you're working with him?" "Working with him? Boy, have you got this all wrong. He's working with us, helping us out at considerable risk to himself." Nolan emitted a short, derisive laugh. "So what did he tell you about me?" "What?" Metcalf's bewilderment gave way to a surge of annoyance. "We didn't talk about you. Why would we have?" A moment after he spoke, he remembered that Kundrov had, in fact, asked about Nolan. "I've seen the face somewhere. Maybe in one of our Facebooks." "No reason," Nolan said equably. "Hey, I'm just a flaps and seals guy. Peek and ye shall find, right?" "If you're thinking I'm the security breach, that's just crazy, all right?" "Calm down, kid." Nolan continued to scrutinize Metcalf's face, and after a few long moments he gave the younger man a wink and a smile, as if his suspicions were allayed. "I just had to know for sure." "Listen, are you going to help me or not?" Metcalf said. "Then again, the whole art of espionage is getting people to do your dirty work without them realizing it. The Russians are masters at that. Here's the thing. In the past few weeks I've learned about this spy ring. Very formidable, very covert. It's operating all through Europe and even in the US of A, and it's completely compromising the integrity of American foreign policy." "Christ, Chip, are you sure about this?" "Sure as shooting, my friend. But we've been making progress against it, rolling it up, deadheading the bastards one after another. Soon as I learn another name, we act. There's just too goddamn much at stake to pussyfoot around. I'm talking about a cell-based network of highly placed Americans and Europeans, many of them from old established families, some of them belonging to the inner circles of power. It's an incredible feat, really." "But if the Soviets put this ring in place—" "I didn't say they did. They didn't have to. You gotta remember Comrade Lenin's favorite question. Who benefits? When you're the beneficiary of a spy ring like that, it doesn't matter who's in charge of it." "How come Corky never mentioned this?" "Maybe because he's part of it." Nolan winked and took a step toward Metcalf. "And you're part of it, too." Blood pounded in Metcalf's ears. "Do you have any idea how insane you sound? There's no time for your paranoid fantasies, and the next time you feel like making accusations, I suggest you—" "What you gotta appreciate is, I watch the signals traffic. I know the patterns. Believe me, I'm plugged in 5 ways to Sunday. Russian intelligence cracks a code my friends in the Sicherheitsdienst assured me was unbreakable, and suddenly the GRU sends their guy to Berlin to rat me out. Next thing I know, you're on the phone to Corky, who contacts me with some cockamamie pretext about showing up at the Brandenburg decoy site with flashlights and flares." He shook his head slowly. "Sorry, I'm not buying it. I'm not in the market for any more of Corky's bullshit. Let's just be clear about that, James. Or should I say, Stephen?" Metcalf was thunderstruck. My friends in the Sicherheitsdienst. Recognition dawned suddenly, with a terrifying rush. Nolan was the traitor. It had been Nolan all along. "Jesus Christ!" Metcalf cried. "You're the one who burned them all!" A Colt .45 had somehow materialized in Nolan's hand before Metcalf had even noticed it. It was pointed directly at Metcalf's forehead. The telephone rang. Its bell, strident and jarring. Lana Baranova, lying in bed, watched it ring, dreading the call. After 3 rings, the phone was answered presumably by a servant, and there was silence. She lay trembling. She was packed and ready. A few minutes later came a knock on her door. "Yes?" The door opened slowly. Eckbert, one of Rudy's footmen, stood there in a bathrobe. With an awkward bow, he said, "I'm sorry to disturb you, but there is a telephone call for you." "The guy's in the Paris station. There's no way the Nazis could have penetrated that without you. It was you!" Metcalf could feel his heart thudding. Chip's ruddy face was shiny with perspiration. "You give me more credit than I deserve, pal. I just point the SD in the right direction, give 'em names and locations when I learn stuff. They have people who do the house cleaning." "The house cleaning?" Metcalf echoed. A gruesome mental image of Scoop Martin, garroted, flashed into his head, of Derek Compton Jones and Johnny Betts in Paris. Now a surge of anger overtook him. He looked at the barrel of the gun that was aimed directly at him. He raised his glance to Chip's eyes. "Put down the gun, Chip." "Look, sometimes patriots have to make ugly choices," Nolan said. "The world isn't a pretty place. You've got to choose sides." "Choose sides?" Metcalf exploded. "And you're on what side? The side of the fascists? The Nazis? Adolf Hitler?" "I'm on the side of realism, fella. I'm on the side of a stronger America. Not the soft socialism of the welfare state, which is what Roosevelt and his pro-Soviet New Dealers have been trying to turn America into. See, Metcalf, if you weren't so blinded to what's going on around you, maybe you could face the brutal facts. There are thousands of communists on the payroll in Washington, and Roosevelt knows about it. What does he say? He says some of my best friends are communists. Who's his closest advisor? Harry Hopkins. Put down the gun, Chip." "Correct. Harry Hopkins, a known Soviet agent of influence, actually lives in the White House. Most of Roosevelt's brain trust are card-carrying members of the Communist Party. What's the first thing Roosevelt did when he came into office? Recognized the Soviet Union, legitimized the thugs who stole Russia, the Bolsheviks who made it clear they want to spread communism around the whole goddamn world. Roosevelt and his red-loving cronies want to hand the world over to the Soviet slave empire. Establish one world government run out of Moscow. You don't get it, do you, Metcalf?" "I get the fact that you're a goddamn fascist," Metcalf said quietly. "That's just a word," Chip snapped back. "The National Socialists, the Nazis, you better pray they're the wave of the future. Whether you agree or disagree with Hitler, you'd have to be a fool not to see how he took a rotten, decayed country overrun by Jews and communists and cleaned it up, built it into the strongest, most powerful nation in Europe. A tyranny is what it is. No, pal. Tell me something, Metcalf. Did your rich social register parents raise you to be a pinko, or did you get converted at Yale?" Metcalf smiled. "So that's what you think? That I'm a communist?" "No, you're not a commie, Metcalf. You know what you are? You're what Lenin called a useful idiot. That's what he called all the mindless pro-Soviet apologists in Western democracies who always seem to defend the Communist Internationale, no matter how brutal it is. Now all you useful idiots are trying to push us into a war against a nation that poses no threat to us, so millions of American boys can die overseas to make Europe safe for Uncle Joe." "The nation that poses no threat to us? You're talking about Nazi Germany, whose tanks have already rolled into France and Poland, Norway and Denmark and Holland? Call it breathing room. I guess you haven't noticed how your Uncle Joe's been grabbing up real estate right and left while we've been staring down Hitler, huh? Roosevelt and his Bolshevik masters aren't happy with the way Hitler defeated communism in Germany. Nazi Germany is the only break on Bolshevism we've got. No wonder Roosevelt wants to get us into war. This is a titanic global conflict, buddy, and America's being pushed over to the wrong side of it. The White House and the boys in the State Department, they're all whoring for Uncle Joe, and then Roosevelt had his asshole buddy Alfred Corcoran sending agents all around the world to fight Hitler, the only real friend we have. Agents like you, Metcalf, are actually doing something. You're in the field, conducting operations, and that makes you a real menace. Because if men like you aren't stopped, your friends in Moscow will soon be going through Europe." Metcalf just nodded. "I'm getting the picture now." "That's why you wanted to know about Kundrov. You weren't sure whether Soviet intelligence was onto you. You were afraid he might have blown your cover." Nolan shrugged. "There was only one way to be sure. I had to meet you myself and look into those puppy dog eyes." "Which means we must be alone," Metcalf went on. "You'd never show yourself to the rank and file. Not you. You just might be the Reich's most highly placed asset in the United States intelligence services. There'd be too many possibilities for exposure. You're right that I'd never allow myself to be seen that way. No, if I had any backup, it would have to be someone I had complete confidence in, someone I'd worked with personally. Discretion is all important, naturally. But you know us G-men. We're great believers in the buddy system. Not like your gasbag Corcoran with his fucking compartmentation. Christ, what a phony he was. A goddamn phony and a menace." Was? Metcalf said weakly. Ah, the past tense, right. I'm afraid my friends paid him a visit a few hours ago. I'm afraid he's no longer with us. I hear the old man pissed his pants. You goddamn bastard, Metcalf roared. Nolan released one hand from the weapon and made a slight signal. Metcalf heard a movement from behind, and suddenly something drew tight around Metcalf's neck. He couldn't breathe. Some sort of wire sliced into his throat. Thanks, Herr Kleist, Nolan said. He made another gesture with his hand, and the wire suddenly loosened. Metcalf coughed. The pain where the wire had cut into his throat was intense. My German friends have a few more questions for you, Nolan said. We're just going to have to go through them. Now, one more time. What were you doing in Berlin? Drop dead, you miserable bastard. Metcalf's voice was gravelly. The wire had already bruised his larynx. After you, kid, Nolan said. After you. At a hand signal from Nolan, the wire around his neck grew incrementally tenser. Metcalf felt his face grow red, as if blood were being pumped into his head but couldn't leave. I just point the SD in the right direction. They have people who do the house cleaning. It was the assassin from Paris, from Moscow, the one who'd killed Roger Martin, the men in the Paris wireless station. Nolan's voice sounded far away as he spoke in a voice of inexorable calm. Just let it all go, Stephen. Everything you ever did, and everything you never got to do. All the women you screwed, and all the women you never got to screw. You've just got to let it all go. Another hand signal. Abruptly, the wire loosened, and the agony began to drain away. You begin to see what I'm talking about? Understand, I hate to do this, I truly do. But like I say, you've got to choose sides, and you chose the wrong one. Now, you gonna level with me? No? A sorrowful look. Herr Kleist, kindly resume. Wait, Metcalf blurted out. I'm sorry, Metcalf. I take no pleasure in this. But there's the greater good to be considered. You're absolutely right, Metcalf gasped. I have been used. I've been a tool. Chip stared back suspiciously. Forgive me if I take this deathbed conversion with a grain of salt. Truth is, it's been on my mind for a while now, Metcalf said. I guess you can't lie to yourself forever. I just didn't know what Corky was getting me into. He sent me over to Russia to enlist certain influential government officials in a plan to attack Germany. But you knew that already, didn't you? Nolan peered closely at Metcalf's face and nodded fractionally. Go on. That's what I'm here working on. Jesus, Chip, what the hell did I know? I was just a kid fresh out of college. I was going to save the world, and this wise old mentor takes me under his wing. Jesus, I have been blind. Now Chip seemed to hesitate. He didn't lower his weapon, but Metcalf could see the tension in the FBI man's trigger finger slacken just a bit. The bait was irresistible to Chip. Tell me about the plan, Chip said. God, it's brilliant. I mean, really amazing, Metcalf said confidingly. He glanced to one side, then the other. Where was the assassin behind him? The angle of the grip around his throat suggested that the killer was approximately Metcalf's height, and the fact that he couldn't feel the warmth of the man's breath suggested that he was standing at least 2 feet away, and, given the mechanics of the garrote, probably no more than 2 feet away. Metcalf went on. This guy Kundrov that I met with earlier today? Obviously you know he's GRU, right? Chip nodded. He's not aiming now, Metcalf thought. He's listening raptly, paying attention to what I'm saying. Well, here's the clever part. He leaned in toward Chip, a natural motion of a man confiding a secret. He felt a warning tug around his throat. Suddenly, with lightning speed, he shot out his right hand and grabbed the barrel of the gun close to the trigger guard, abruptly shoving it upward. At the same instant, he jackhammered his left elbow backward in the anticipated direction of his strangler's solar plexus. A sudden expulsion of breath from behind him confirmed the accuracy of his powerful blow. Now he spun his body away from the line of fire before lunging forward diagonally at Chip. The Colt exploded deafeningly, echoing in the vast space, the bullet pinging against the corrugated steel ceiling, just as Metcalf threw his weight against Chip's body and slammed the FBI man to the floor. Crumpled on the floor, a few feet away, was a handsome, aristocratic-looking man with finely wrought features. "You bastard!" Chip roared as the two men wrestled for control of the gun. With one final thrust of his hand, Metcalf managed to wrest the Colt from Chip's hand, but it went flying into the air, then clattered to the concrete floor 50 feet away. Chip turned to see where the weapon had gone, and at that moment, Metcalf slammed his knee into Chip's groin. "Goddamn Nazi!" Metcalf shouted, then kneed Chip again once more. Chip screamed in pain and doubled over. Metcalf turned toward the second man, Nolan's Herr Kleist, who had bounded to his feet and was now racing like a jackal toward the Colt. Metcalf had to get it first. He bounded after the assassin, his eyes alert for the telltale glint of metal. Where was it? The gun was nowhere to be seen. And where was the German? Both had seemingly vanished. Metcalf looked around him. There were too many hiding places, too many pieces of heavy machinery that could conceal an armed assassin. He had to get out of there, now. Metcalf raced down the nearest aisle and out into another area of the lot. He ran for what seemed half the length of a football field before darting into another enclosed soundstage. He had to make a plan, had to turn himself from prey to predator. He slid to the floor beside a papier-mâché alpine peak, breathing heavily. Probably the two were fanning out, each covering half of the lot. But had either one of them seen him enter? A faint noise, then a louder one, provided his answer. He heard footsteps and immediately recognized Chip's walk. Metcalf ran toward a steel door. He pulled it open, saw that it did not lead to the outdoors. There was a dark stairwell that wound around down, presumably to a basement, or up. Up where? A roof? The roof seemed a safer alternative than the basement, where he might find himself trapped. He sprinted up the stairs. Soon he reached another steel door, flung it open, and saw that it gave onto the roof of the building. A flat, tar and gravel roof. The moonlight provided ample illumination, allowing him to run across the expanse of the roof. When he neared the edge, he realized that the drop to the ground had to be 100 feet. One of the dummy brick buildings was close, however. It was no more than 6 feet away. Smoke poured from its 4 chimneys. If he took a running leap, he should be able to make it. A few seconds later, Chip burst through the doorway. "Go ahead and jump, asshole," he shouted. "One way or another, you're dead. I don't really care how it happens." Metcalf backed up a few feet, took off running, then jumped into the air, pulling his feet up under him in preparation to break his fall. Then everything seemed to happen all at once. He was propelled through the air and landed square onto the bluestone roof of the brick building, just as Chip shouted, "Die, you bastard!" A moment later, Chip fired off a shot. Metcalf could see the deliberate, calm aim of the FBI man and knew that the bullet was going to hit him. But even as Chip was shouting at him, Metcalf could feel his feet crashing through the bluestone roof as if it were made of marzipan. As he plummeted down, he felt the bullet whiz by so close he could feel the disturbance in the air. In the next instant, Metcalf hit something hard. The floor of the building? No, it was the ground, the earth soft, recently plowed. He groaned, wondered whether he'd broken a leg. He tested himself, felt both of his legs. He had not. He was in pain, but his limbs were intact. He'd known the brick structure was fake, but he hadn't known how flimsy it was. The roof must have been some sort of fabric painted to look like bluestone. He had torn through it, the fabric slowing his descent just enough to keep his landing from crippling him. Now Metcalf looked around in wonderment. The building was nothing more than a large box constructed of beams and joists of 2x4 lumber, an armature over which was stretched canvas that, outside, was painted to look exactly like brick. Arrayed around the ground were 4 rectangular metal boxes, each connected by a short length of pipe to tall 200-liter oil drums. Emerging from each contraption was a long, wide hose that ran all the way up to the 4 false chimneys. He knew what these were instantly. They were the mechanical smoke generators that pumped out the smoke billowing from the chimneys. On the battlefield, they were used, usually on tanks, to generate a smoke screen over a wide area for tactical deception, to screen troops, to foil reconnaissance and surveillance. The machines ran on diesel fuel that flowed from the attached oil drums. Here, they furthered another type of deception. They created the illusion of a working factory. He heard footsteps, 2 sets now. Obviously, Nolan's German partner, the SD assassin, had heard the noise and rushed over. Swiveling his head around, Metcalf saw that there was just one entrance. It would not be safe to exit there, since his pursuer or pursuers were surely entering that way. He ran behind a storage cabinet out of sight, just as Chip's voice boomed out. "You're a cornered rat, Metcalf. No way out of here. Throw down your weapon, hands in the air, and we can talk." Talk funeral arrangements, maybe, Metcalf thought. One of the smoke generators was within reach, connected by hoses to both a fuel drum and the chimney directly above. He shot out his hand, yanked off the smoke exhaust hose. At once a great cloud of white smoke began billowing into the enclosed space, creating a low white cloud that floated upward, filling the room. But Chip had already reached the other side of the cabinet. Metcalf could see him through a crack in the cabinet. He was looking from side to side, obviously considering which direction to turn. Metcalf did not want to give him the benefit of the choice. He suddenly leaped out, slamming himself against Chip with all his weight, knocking him backward onto the dirt, the two of them enveloped by the oily smoke. Metcalf's eyes burned as he wrestled with Chip for his gun. His body was racked with pain, which diminished his strength markedly, but Chip seemed equally weakened. Still, he reared up with enormous strength, unwilling to relinquish his grip on the weapon, even as Metcalf gradually forced it backward so that it was pointing back toward Chip himself. With a sudden, furious surge of strength, Chip shoved the gun toward Metcalf as he began to squeeze the trigger. His hand spasmed, the gun shook violently. Yet Chip had overestimated his own strength, and he could not withstand Metcalf's counterforce. At the very instant that Chip's finger squeezed the trigger, the FBI man's wrist gave way, snapping backward, the gun pointing up at Chip's eyes, which widened in terror as the realization dawned of what was about to happen. The explosion filled Metcalf's ears as he saw the horrifying sight of the back of Chip's head coming off. Blood spattered his face. He collapsed, sinking back to the ground, utterly spent. Acrid white fog surrounded him entirely. He was blind, immobilized by the pain of his wound, gasping for breath. He heard a scuffing noise. Some vestigial instinct made him reach a hand behind him. He felt something touch his neck, his wrist, something cold and metallic, and suddenly draw tight around his neck, constricting it with immense force. He was being strangled. He lurched upward, whipping his body to one side and then the other. He roared, but all that came out was a gurgle. A few fingers of his right hand were trapped against his neck by the wire, or whatever it was, rendering his right hand useless. He thrust out his left hand, balled into a fist, swinging around until he connected with his attacker. This was the man who did the house cleaning, the vicious killer who had garroted the men in Paris and his good friend Roger Martin, and who intended to garrote Metcalf. Images of the dead men flashed across his eyes as the metal wire sliced into his neck, only the fingers of his right hand keeping the garrote from severing his carotid artery, slicing through the delicate tissue of his neck. He couldn't see, his stinging eyes blurred by the dense smoke, everything around him a blur. With his only free hand, he grabbed hold of one of his attacker's hands at the back of his neck, a hand that was pulling the garrote so unbelievably tight against Metcalf's throat. As Metcalf arched his back, struggling with all of his body, he seized several fingers of the killer's hands, separating two of the fingers, peeling them apart from the iron grip, pulling against them. Now the killer was drawing the wire even more tightly against his neck, and he was on the verge of losing consciousness. His trapped, gashed right hand was useless in the struggle. Metcalf's whole body was trembling, shuddering with exertion. He would not let go of his grip on the killer's fingers. Finally, he was able to grab hold of the fingers fully, pulling them backward until he felt, heard, a snap. He had broken the fingers. The killer screamed in pain and fury, and the chokehold went slack. Metcalf took in a gulp of air. His feet swung around, hitting something, a hard object he couldn't see but realized was one of the 200-liter fuel drums. Yes, the fuel, the oil, slippery oil. If only he could knock over the drum, let its viscous, greasy contents pour out. He scissored both of his feet forward, letting go of the assassin's broken fingers with his only free hand, lunging to one side even as the garrote pulled tighter, and then he shoved hard against the barrel. It tipped over, the hose tearing free of the opening, and the liquid began to gush. But it was not engine oil. It was gasoline. It was not greasy. It would not work. Suddenly the wire at his throat came loose. The assassin screamed as the gasoline sprayed into his eyes, temporarily blinding him. Drenched, the German jumped back out of the way. Metcalf broke free, lurched forward. He stumbled into a hard object, shrouded in the opaque fog. One of the smoke generators. He could see the blue flame at its base, still burning the gasoline that remained. Metcalf shoved the machine toward the German. It crashed into him and fell noisily to the floor by his feet. And then there was a flash of light. An orange flash that, a split second later, exploded into an immense blazing fireball. Metcalf heard the bellow of a wounded animal, and he saw the sphere of flames moving toward him. Through the penumbra of the fireball, Metcalf saw the man's limbs flailing. In another couple of seconds, the fireball had stopped moving. It roared, shooting flames high into the air, licking against the wooden frame of the decoy structure, which immediately caught fire as well. Metcalf turned back around and ran, just as the entire building burst into flames. He did not stop running until he had reached the pavement, and then he sank to the ground. The plywood and canvas structure was now a massive, roaring fire. The killer was dead. Both killers were dead. But where was Lana? Where was Kundrov? He looked at his watch. The plane was scheduled to touch down momentarily, and he hadn't even set up the flares. If the pilot saw no flares, he would assume the rendezvous had been scrapped, and he would not land. As Metcalf headed toward the field, which was now illuminated by the orange light of the burning structure, he heard the screech of brakes. He turned and saw Kundrov behind the wheel of a black automobile. The door was flung open, and Kundrov jumped out. "Bоже mой!" the Russian shouted. "Požár! The fire!" He ran closer. You've been shot. What happened?" "Where is she?" Metcalf said. Kundrov, grim-faced, shook his head. Metcalf grabbed him by the shoulders. "Where is she?" he repeated. "You were supposed to pick her up at the Schloss. What happened?" Kundrov shook his head again. "She wasn't there." "What do you mean she wasn't there?" "Von Schussler was there. She was gone." "Gone? What the hell do you mean, gone? The NKVD came early? Is that what happened? God damn you, did they come for her early? How could this happen?" "No!" Kundrov shouted. "She told von Schussler that there was an emergency in Moscow, that she had to return at once. She asked to be taken at once to the railroad station." "But that was the ruse. She understood that." Kundrov spoke in a feeble monotone. He shook his head slowly. "Von Schussler was distraught, but he said she insisted on being taken to the station immediately. He agreed to have his chauffeur take her to the Ostbahnhof. The chauffeur found that the Daimler was missing. I can see where it went. And took her in another vehicle." "Did they kidnap her?" "I seriously doubt it. She went voluntarily." "But why?" Metcalf cried. "Let me tell you something. I have amassed probably 2,000 dossier pages on this woman. My observations of her have been more extensive than any other surveillance ever conducted on a Soviet citizen. I have watched her closely, intimately, for years. Yet I cannot say that I understand the woman." Metcalf looked up at the moonlit sky. A faint, high-pitched whine in the distance, which he'd been vaguely aware of for the last minute or so, had become the distinctive buzzsaw drone of a Lysander. It appeared just over the horizon. The two men stood there frozen, staring up into the sky, as the Lysander made a slow loop above the field. In a moment, it was gone. Metcalf glanced at his watch again. "In less than half an hour, the train stops at the Ostbahnhof. If we drive at top speed, we can just make it there." They arrived at the Gothic cathedral-like railroad station, its grimy facade unlit, sodium yellow light coming faintly through the tall windows. The station was deserted. Their footsteps echoed as they ran, stopping only to look up at the timetable sign to locate the platform number. The platform was empty. The train waited there. Sleeping passengers could be seen through its darkened windows. A final alarm tone was sounding as they raced down the platform. A small group of men in dark suits were clustered at the far end of the platform, the only people boarding the train. Metcalf ran as fast as he had ever run, running through the pain, seeing only Lana's face ahead of him. But the men had gotten onto the train by the time he got there, and he could see no woman among them. Was she truly here? Was she already on the train? Where was she? Kundrov caught up, panting. "Those men were NKVD. I recognized the type too well. She must be on the train. They're escorts, the followers." Metcalf nodded. He stared into the train compartment that the men had just entered, walking by slowly, looking into each one, desperate, terrified. "Lana!" he screamed silently. Then he screamed aloud. "Lana! Lana!" With a pneumatic hiss of the brakes, the train came to life and started moving. He ran alongside the train, looking into each window, screaming her name. "Please, Lana, dear God!" Then he saw her. She was seated in a row with the dark-suited men on either side of her. She looked up. Their eyes met. "Lana!" he screamed. She was wearing a headscarf. She turned away. "Lana!" he screamed again. Once more she looked up, and again their eyes met. And now Metcalf saw something in her beautiful eyes that chilled him to the core. It was a piercing look that said, "I know what I'm doing. I've made my decision. Stand back." "This is my life," her expression told him. "This death shall be too." He saw the resignation and determination in her face. She gave a tiny, fractional shake of the head, and then turned away. "No!" he shouted. Now she looked straight ahead, with a grim, steely resolve. In her luminous face were terror and defiance, and curiously, the deep serenity of someone who has at last made up her mind. Yalta, the Soviet Crimea, February 1945. The Nazi defeat was imminent. Officially, Berlin had not surrendered, but everyone knew it was merely a matter of time, perhaps a month or two. President Roosevelt's plane landed at an airfield in the Crimea at a few minutes after noon. Among the many aides aboard the flight was a young man named Stephen Metcalf, an assistant to the president. With Alfred Corcoran's death, the register had been disbanded. That had been just as well, for the moment that Metcalf learned that Lana Baranova had been executed by the NKVD, he knew he had to resign. He knew he had accomplished something great, but the cost had been too high to bear. He had placed the only woman he had ever loved in harm's way, and harm had taken the advantage. Metcalf had returned to Washington a dispirited, guilt-racked man. For a few months he had lived at the Hay Adams Hotel and drunk heavily, never going out, never seeing anyone. At last his many friends had intervened, telling him he had to find a job, had to keep working. He needed a purpose. One day Metcalf received a message at his hotel room from a man who had been the most important member of Corky's register, President Franklin Delano Roosevelt. FDR wanted Metcalf to come by the White House for a brief chat. By the next day, Roosevelt had hired Metcalf as a junior White House assistant, and Metcalf had a purpose again. The presidential motorcade drove the 80 miles from the airfield at Saki to the Livadia Palace in the mountains. During the entire 5-hour drive, the road was lined with Soviet soldiers, each of whom saluted with the distinctive Soviet snap as the cars passed. The destruction that had been wrought upon the Soviet land by the Nazis was appalling. By the time they arrived at the palace, it was already evening. The Germans had stripped the Livadia Palace of everything they could take, from plumbing fixtures to doorknobs, but the Russians had restored the buildings just in time for this conference of the Big Three, Stalin, Churchill, and Roosevelt, who hoped to iron out most of their differences here and come up with a plan for the post-war world. It wasn't until the third evening that Metcalf finally had the opportunity to stroll through the grounds. He was despondent over the way things were going here. The president was seriously ill, and his attention wandered. His public remarks were rambling. He would not be alive for much longer. His chief advisor, Harry Hopkins, was seriously ill as well. Roosevelt had only two goals here: to convince Stalin to join the final battle of the war against Japan, and to create an international organization, which he called the United Nations. Everything else paled next to those goals, as a result of which the president was giving in too readily to Stalin's demands. Roosevelt was giving Churchill the cold shoulder, refusing to listen to the British leader's arguments. Roosevelt persisted in referring to Stalin as Uncle Joe, which indicated his naivete about Stalin's true evil. Metcalf tried to make his arguments, but he was too junior. His role here was as little more than note-taker at all the plenary sessions. No one would listen to him. His frustration grew by the day. A silhouetted figure was hobbling through the shadows toward him. His old instincts kicked in and he froze. But he relaxed when he saw it was a one-legged man, or rather, a man with a wooden leg. "Metcalf," the one-legged man called out as he drew near. Metcalf stared in shock as he took in the blazing red hair. "Lieutenant Kundrov?" "Colonel Kundrov now." "My God!" Metcalf shook Kundrov's hand. "You're here too? What happened?" "Stalingrad happened. The Battle of Stalingrad. I was a lucky man. I only lost a leg. Most of my comrades lost their lives. But we prevailed. Invading the Soviet Union was Hitler's greatest miscalculation." "It's the reason he lost the war," Metcalf said with a nod. "You were right." There was, it seemed, a twinkle in Kundrov's eye. He paused. "I understand you are now working in the White House." "A man has to work." "Do you have the president's ear?" "Only at a distance. I'm a young man, and the president listens only to his most seasoned advisers, which is as it should be. But unfortunate. You understand Russia better than his old men." "You're too kind." "I'm correct. You have seen Moscow in ways that none of them ever have." "Perhaps. I know that I hate your government, but love the Russian people." Kundrov did not reply. "Quite the coincidence that both of us happen to be out for a stroll tonight," Metcalf said with a poker face. "Your president is dying," Kundrov said. "Hopkins is dying too. Perhaps that is why they are giving away the store, as you Americans say." "How do you mean?" asked Metcalf, alarmed. "You are letting Stalin have what he wants in Berlin. You are handing Poland over to us. The Kremlin will take control of the whole of Eastern Europe as a result of your carelessness here. And your president is not united with Churchill, which makes Churchill most disgruntled. That only emboldens Stalin." "How do you know about Churchill's private conversations with Roosevelt?" "Why do you think I am here? Our intelligence agents are working through the night here to transcribe Roosevelt's private conversations and translate them into Russian to give Stalin at breakfast." "You're bugging the president's private suite?" "Surely you're not that naive, Metcalf. You know how we work. Every word your president utters is transmitted to a listening station nearby. I know this because I command that listening station." Metcalf smiled. "The irony is that I'm powerless to do anything about what you tell me. Even if I did warn Roosevelt, I wouldn't be believed. We are small cogs in a large machine, both of us. Perhaps one day we both will have the power to affect the course of our two governments. Until then, we must do what we can, and we must always remember the good that we've done." "And the bad." Kundrov gave Metcalf a sad smile, but said nothing. He drew from his jacket pocket a folded sheet of coarse paper. "Just before Miss Baronova was executed by the NKVD, she was allowed to write one letter." He handed it to Metcalf. It was covered with Lana's fine script, though much of the ink was blotched. Kundrov seeing Metcalf's raised eyebrows, said quietly, "Her tears made the ink run." Metcalf read it by the pale moonlight, his hands shaking, his own tears running down his cheeks. When he finished, he looked up. My God, the bravery of that woman. She knew that the plan we came up with was only a half measure. It was not likely to fool the Germans. She was convinced that only her execution would convince Hitler's men that she was a genuine spy. She could have lived. She could have come with me to America. Kundrov shook his head. She knew her home was Russia, and that she wanted to be buried there. She loved you deeply, but she knew that only by making the ultimate sacrifice could she save your plan. She did it not just for Russia and for freedom, but for you. Metcalf felt his legs weaken. He felt as if all the strength had left his body. "We must return to the grand ballroom," Kundrov said. As they entered, each man was handed a glass of the finest Armenian cognac. Another endless round of toasts was about to begin. Kundrov raised his glass to Metcalf's, and drawing close, said quietly, "Her sacrifice was greater than we ever expected." Metcalf nodded. "And her gift to you, the gift of love, was greater than you will ever realize." "Not true," Metcalf said. But Kundrov kept speaking. "Maybe someday you will understand. But until then, let us both drink to the most extraordinary woman either of us will ever know." Metcalf clinked his glass against Kundrov's. "To Lana," he said. And for a long moment the two men were silent, pensive, before they drank. "To Lana, my one, my only love," Metcalf said again, this time to himself. "To Lana." Moscow, August 1991. Ambassador Stephen Metcalf began telling his story to Stepan Menilov, the tale of a young American businessman who fell in love with a beautiful Russian ballerina half a century ago. Menilov listened with a look of puzzlement and annoyance that soon gave way to rapt attention. His eyes did not move from Metcalf's. Before Metcalf had finished, the conductor stormed, "This is some kind of trick. Some tactic devised by your American psy-ops specialists. Well, it will not work." With trembling hands, Metcalf pulled the pistol from his breast pocket. Menilov stared at it, thunderstruck. "Bozhe moi," he whispered. Metcalf had felt a twinge of sadness whenever he looked at the ornately tooled dueling pistol. He would never forget the day when, in the depth of his drunken misery at the Hay Adams Hotel in Washington, after he'd learned of Lana's execution, he had received the heavy package, couriered over from the Soviet embassy, which had been sent from Moscow via the diplomatic pouch. Inside the case was an antique pistol with ornately carved walnut stock and a barrel engraved with flames. He recognized it at once as one of the pair of dueling pistols Lana had shown him. They had belonged to her father, he remembered. An unsigned note, from Kundrov he was certain, told him that she had bequeathed it to him in a letter she had been allowed to write at the Lubyanka, her last. He was moved by this precious final gift, knew that it meant her father was dead, and wondered why she had given him only one of the set. It had always filled him with the deepest sorrow. "Take it," ordered Metcalf. Instead, Menilov opened a drawer in his desk and took out an identical dueling pistol whose walnut handle was carved with acanthus leaves and whose octagonal steel barrel was engraved with flames. "The missing half of the pair," said the Russian. "Your mother told me that they once belonged to Pushkin," said Metcalf. A flush had come over Menilov's face. He spoke slowly. "I never knew who you were. Mother called you Stiva, only Stiva, but she named me after you." He sounded as if he were in a trance. "My babushka told me that Mother wasn't surprised when the Chekists came to take her away, you know. She went with them serenely. She said she knew that her Stiva loved her, and that whatever sacrifice had to be made was one she made proudly." "You must have been no more than 6, Metcalf finally brought himself to say. In Stalin's Russia, a Russian child whose father was an American would have been a second-class citizen or worse. He would always be suspect. Lana must have known that, in order to protect her child, she could never tell Metcalf about him. "Yes, I have very few memories of her, of course. But there were pictures, and her grandmother, whom I called my babushka, always told me stories about her, to keep Mother's memory alive. I know she was a very brave woman." Metcalf nodded. "Brave like no one else I've ever known. And I know that she passed that bravery on to you. The history of our two countries is filled with so many missteps, so many terrible errors. You have the opportunity to set things right, to take the right step, make the right move. And I know you will do it." Ambassador Stephen Metcalf's limousine pulled up at the Sheremetyevo airport outside Moscow. There were no photographers to meet him here, no television cameras, no journalists. That was the way he wanted it. He had flown into Moscow quietly, and he would leave quietly. One of the most earth-shaking moments in the 20th century was over. The coup attempt had collapsed. Without the support of the man known as the conductor, the plotters could not go on. The streets were filled with rejoicing. History had been made. No one needed to know who had made it. The world had no idea of his role in changing history half a century ago. It would never know about the role he had just played now, either. The only ones who would know were the son he had never known and Metcalf's old friend, a red-haired GRU lieutenant named Kundrov, who had become a white-haired 3-star general. The Marine Metcalf had been assigned by the U.S. Embassy helped him with his bags. The crew-cut young man seemed starstruck in Metcalf's presence, thrilled to have met someone of such eminence. Metcalf was cordial enough, but his mind was elsewhere. "A special gift," Lana had said. "The gift of your love." And for the first time in his 8 decades, Stephen Metcalf understood that certain gifts are indeed beyond price. We hope you have enjoyed The Tristan Betrayal, an audio Renaissance audiobook from St. Martin's Press. This program was produced by Laura Wilson and directed by Jill Whiteside. Text copyright 2003 by Min Pin LLC. Production copyright 2003 Audio Renaissance, a division of Holtzbrink Publishers, LLC. All rights reserved.